Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku was secretly the son of the symbol of evil story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Mikumo Akatani is terrified. He has felt fear many times before, more than most 10-year-olds, but never to this extent. He has never before been so scared that he couldn't move, but now he is helpless, only able to watch as his father rips out the stomach of the symbol of peace. He can't even make a sound as he realizes that hope is lost. He knew at the start of the battle that there were only two possible outcomes, the defeat of the symbol of peace, or the defeat of the symbol of evil, better known to Mikumo as Dad, Hisoshi Akatani. Mikumo had already watched as his father murdered his mother. He had seen the building he had lived in be turned to ashes. He witnessed his father's cruelty for almost 2 years as he was forced to train to be his father's successor. But it wasn't until this battle that he truly saw his father's power, and he was terrified. He thought that All Might would be able to win. He thought that after 2 years of training he would finally be free. He thought he would finally get to leave Mikumo Akatani behind and become the person he has always wanted to be. But as he watched All Might fall, his dreams shattered. All hope was lost. The silence was deafening. It seemed like the whole world stopped. And then All Might got up and his father didn't. Mikumo couldn't believe his eyes as the symbol of peace defeated his father, even as he was so injured. Mikumo knew better than to believe that his father was dead, but he knew that this would be the only chance he would get to escape, so he did. Mikumo Akatani stopped existing as soon as he left his father behind. But in his own mind, Mikumo Akatani never existed at all. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's dreams were coming true. When she met Hisoshi, it didn't take long for her to fall head over heels. A month after they met, she was in love. Hisoshi proposed after 3 months and they were married within 6 months. Now almost a year after they were married, they had a son together. She didn't win the battle for the name, she wanted Izuku while he wanted Mikumo. But Mikumo Akatani was the perfect addition to her now perfect life. Her perfect life started to crumble after only a few months. Hisoshi got a promotion at work. This seemed like a blessing. With a new baby, more money would not hurt, but the promotion required Hisoshi to move to America. 𝐒𝐭 knew she would not be happy in America. She didn't know English. She had a job as a nurse that she was excited to go back to. She was attached to her neighborhood, the same one she grew up in. She couldn't leave. But they also couldn't afford for Hisoshi to not take the promotion. They decided that Hisoshi would take the promotion and live in America while 𝐒𝐭 stayed in Japan. He would visit once a month and they would talk as often as possible. 𝐒𝐭 did not handle the distance well. She seemed to be in a daze as she went through her daily life, only really being present when she talked to Hisoshi. Even spending time with her son didn't help. She found that calling her son Mikumo would just remind her of her absent husband. So when she wasn't talking to Hisoshi, she would call her son Izuku. For 2 years 𝐒𝐭 just kept going through the motions. Her son had grown to be a bright, happy child who loved heroes, even if his mother wasn't always fully there to witness it. It was Izuku that brought the biggest change into their lives. He had been playing with 𝐒𝐭's phone while she was cooking when suddenly the device started talking. "Hello, 𝐒𝐭." Izuku dropped the phone as 𝐒𝐭 walked into the room. "Izuku, be more careful with that," 𝐒𝐭 scolded as she walked over to pick up her phone. "𝐒𝐭." 𝐒𝐭 froze as she heard a voice she hadn't heard in years. "Mitsuki. What? Why?" 𝐒𝐭 looked at the phone in confusion. "Hey, you're the one that called me." 𝐒𝐭 picked up the phone and started to walk back to the kitchen, leaving Izuku looking on in confusion. "I'm sorry, Izuku must have accidentally gotten into my contact list." "Izuku? Who's Izuku?" "My son. You have a son and you never even told me. I know we haven't talked in years, but what the F? How old is he?" 𝐒𝐭 giggled at her old friend's angry personality. She hadn't realized how much she had missed it. "He turned 2 a couple months ago." "You mean he is only a bit younger than Katsuki?" "What the F, 𝐒𝐭? I at least told you about Katsuki, even if you never responded." "I know, I'm sorry. I just got caught up in everything. You know how it is for 2 years. I was a new mom, and then Hisoshi went to America, and I just..." 𝐒𝐭 sighed and trailed off. "Ko, are you okay?" 𝐒𝐭 startled a bit at hearing the nickname that no one had called her in years. Of course, I'm great, 𝐒𝐭 said with forced enthusiasm. 𝐒𝐭, I'm fine, it's just a little hard with Hisoshi being so far. Where is he? 2 years ago he took a promotion in America, we are still together and he comes back as often as he can, but it's difficult. Do you still live in that same apartment? Yes, why? I'm coming over, what? Suki, you don't need to do that, too late, I'll be there in a few minutes. 𝐒𝐭 stared at the phone in her hand as her friend hung up. After 3 years, she was reuniting with her best friend. 𝐒𝐭 was jolted out of her staring by a banging on the door. She was shocked that Mitsuki had made it over so quickly, but a quick look at the clock told her that it had actually been almost a half an hour. 𝐒𝐭 shook off her shock as she hurried to open the door, passing Izuku who was watching television in the living room. 𝐒𝐭 took a deep breath and opened the door. The two women stared at each other for a moment before a loud noise from the television reminded them that they were still just in the doorway. Suki, I missed you. 𝐒𝐭 stepped aside to let Mitsuki in, but Mitsuki rushed forward and pulled 𝐒𝐭 into a hug instead. 𝐒𝐭 let Mitsuki in and they headed toward where Izuku was watching television. This is my son, Izuku. Izuku, this is your auntie Mitsuki. Auntie. Izuku turned to look at the women, he looked confused for a moment before grinning. Mitsuki was almost in tears at being introduced as auntie, but she was not about to show it. She didn't expect to be allowed back into 𝐒𝐭's life so quickly. He's adorable. He's even got your green hair. Mitsuki fussed Izuku before sniffing the air. 𝐭, is something burning? 𝐒�'s eyes got wide as she ran to the kitchen, Mitsuki following her holding Izuku. They walked into the kitchen to see black smoke coming from the stove. The two women worked to handle it while pushing Izuku out of the kitchen. They finally managed to get the smoke to clear, only to reveal an unrecognizable blackened mess. 𝐒𝐭 slumped onto a chair in defeat. I can't believe I forgot about dinner. 𝐒𝐭 felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up at her friend to find an uncharacteristically kind smile. Let me go call Masaru, he was talking about making dinner soon. I'll see if he can make enough for a couple more people. You don't need to, 𝐒� started to protest, but Mitsuki was already leaving the room with her phone up to her ear. Not long after that, the Akatanis found themselves heading toward the Bakugo residence for dinner. Izuku was not quite sure what was happening. He was playing with his mom's phone when she got upset, and then a while later a lady showed up and he was told to call her auntie. That all was confusing enough on its own. But then there was smoke and now they are on their way to see Auntie's family. He didn't really know what to think about all of that, but they told him that Auntie had a son his age. He could make a friend. The car ride went quickly and before Izuku knew it they had arrived. When they started to head inside, Mitsuki yelled out, Katsuki, come here. Suddenly nervous, Izuku hid behind his mom as a boy about his age with spiky blonde hair and red eyes walked over. Katsuki, this is your auntie 𝐒𝐿 and her son Izuku. As Mitsuki was talking, 𝐒𝐿 pushed Izuku out from behind her. Izuku, this is my son Katsuki. Izuku and Katsuki stared at each other as a man walked around the corner to join them. Izuku, this is my husband, your uncle Masaru. Masaru raised his eyebrows at the title uncle but didn't question it. He went over to greet 𝐒𝐿. They had never been close, but they considered each other friends until Mitsuki and 𝐒𝐿 lost contact. While the adults talked, the two boys walked up to each other. Hi Kachi. Izuku frowned at himself while Katsuki looked at him. Kachi, Kachuki. Izuku was getting more and more frustrated at each attempt before grinning. Kaken. Katsuki couldn't help but to grin with him. Izuken. The adults look over to see the boys grinning at each other. Katsuki, why don't you go play heroes with Izuku? Masaru suggests. The boys both grin as Katsuki grabs Izuku's hand to drag him off to play. Within minutes the boys had decided that Katsuki was All Might and Izuku was the villain he was fighting. After All Might defeated the villain, the boys swayed roles, allowing Izuku to play as All Might. The whole time they were playing, the boys couldn't keep the smiles off their faces. The Akatanis had a great evening with the Bakugos. The boys got along great and 𝐒𝐿 and Mitsuki fell back into a friendship as if it hadn't been 3 years since they last spoke. Only when it became apparent that Izuku and Katsuki were not going to remain awake much longer, Did the Akatanis take their leave? As they were heading out the door, Mitsuki pulled 𝐿𝐼nko aside. 𝐾𝐲, I'm sorry, I still don't like Hisoshi, but I never should have acted the way I did. I really don't want to lose you again. The last 3 years without talking to you have been so difficult. I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have let our friendship end so easily. I love my husband, but I missed you. The two women hugged as 𝐿𝐼nko was unable to stop her tears. We should do this again sometime. 𝐿𝐼nko said as she pulled away to leave. Yeah, we should. Both women smiled at the thought. After that night, the Bakugas became a constant in the Akatanis' lives. 𝐿𝐼nko and Mitsuki didn't go a day without talking, and their sons were best friends. They did everything together. It was while playing one day, not long before Katsuki turned 4, that Katsuki got his quirk. They were playing heroes when suddenly little explosions were coming out of Katsuki's hands. Izuku had always thought that his best friend was amazing, but seeing the explosions come off his palms just proved it. Kaken was going to be an amazing hero, and Izuku was going to be as well as soon as he got a quirk. Both boys were sure of it. They celebrated Katsuki's 4th birthday together. Then they celebrated Izuku's 4th birthday together. The whole time Izuku was trying to activate a quirk, but he couldn't. It was practically unheard of for a 4-year-old to not have a quirk, so 𝐿𝐼nko took him to the doctor. That doctor's visit changed everything for him. Quirkless? You're telling me my son is quirkless? How can I have a quirkless son? Izuku didn't mean to listen to the phone call, but it was so loud he couldn't avoid it. As soon as they got home from the doctor's office, 𝐿𝐼nko called Hisoshi to tell him the bad news. His mother handled the news with tears, but his father was angry. It must have been your fault. I should have known that your weak genes would have created a worthless brat. Why did I even marry you? If 𝐿𝐼nko hadn't already been sobbing, she would be after hearing those words, but even before he spoke, she was already in danger of flooding the house. Hisoshi. Through her tears, 𝐿𝐼nko could barely speak, but she couldn't stand hearing her husband talk like that. I should never have married you. Nothing good has come from it, 𝐿𝐼nko cried into the now silent phone. He had hung up on her. Izuku cried himself to sleep that night. The anger from his father didn't hurt too much, he barely knew the man. But hearing his mother sob was difficult for him. He just hoped that he would get some comfort from his best friend at school the next day. You're quirkless. Why, your name might as well be Deku then, because you're useless. If Izuku was paying more attention, he would have noticed the pain in Katsuki's eyes as he spoke, but Izuku was too busy trying to comprehend what his best friend was saying. Just yesterday, Katsuki was saying that they would be friends forever, they were going to be a hero duo. In just one day it went from Kaken and Izuku against the world, to Kaken against Deku. But Izuku didn't want to be against Katsuki, so he just put his head down and walked away. For the next few months that seemed like all Izuku would do. The kids at school all got worse towards him, Katsuki included, but all Izuku would ever do in response would be to put his head down and walk away. He stopped making eye contact, he stopped responding to anyone. His life wasn't the only one destroyed by the diagnosis. The day after the doctor's appointment, 𝐿𝐼nko got divorce papers in the mail along with a letter saying that Hisoshi would not be contacting them again. 𝐿𝐼nko was upset when Hisoshi went abroad, but now that he was gone completely from their lives, she was devastated. She tried to throw herself into her work and her friendship with Mitsuki, but it all blew up one day as the women talked on the couch. 𝐾, you're overworking yourself. He has been abroad for so long, this really isn't much different. What do you mean this isn't any different? He was still mine, he still loved me, but now he doesn't. 𝐿𝐼nko's words could barely be made out through her sobs. 𝐿𝐼nko, you are better off without him. It is a blessing in disguise that he left. How could you say that? He always treated me so well, he loved me. 𝐿𝐼nko, Mitsuki sighed and took her friend's hand. All those years ago, when we stopped talking, I wasn't trying to get you to break up with him for no reason. 𝐿𝐼nko stared at her friend. What do you mean? I knew you didn't like him. You told me you thought he was suspicious. Was there something else? Mitsuki sighed again. He was paying a lot of attention to other women. He was obsessed with your quirk. 𝐾, it was creepy how he would talk about how your quirk went well with his. I questioned how fire breathing goes with Paul, and he looked at me for a second as if he forgot his quirk was fire breathing. How do you forget your own quirk? I don't think he is who he says he is. As Mitsuki talked, 𝐒𝐭 became more and more upset and angry. She jumped to her feet as Mitsuki finished. How could you say that? You never even gave him a chance. You were just upset I was finally happy for once. You had 𝐒𝐿 but you couldn't bear to see me finally find someone that loved me. 𝐒𝐭 was angry enough that she was yelling. Mitsuki didn't know how to react. 𝐒𝐭. Mitsuki started but 𝐒𝐭 cut her off. No, I'm done with this 𝐒𝐻D, don't ever contact me again. 𝐒𝐭 stormed out, leaving Mitsuki upset. Both women were too stubborn to make up after that fight. After losing her best friend for the second time, 𝐒𝐭 broke down even further. She turned to drinking in an attempt to dull her pain. She started out by drinking 1 or 2 drinks a night, enough so that she felt it but she wouldn't be drunk. As more time passed, she would start to drink more each night. 1 or 2 drinks was no longer cutting it. Within a few months she was getting blackout drunk anytime she was home. When that stopped working, she didn't know what to do. It didn't take long for her to start taking out her pain on her son. She blamed him for her husband leaving. If he just wasn't quirkless, they would still be a happy family. In her drunken state, she even twisted her fight with Mitsuki to be Izuku's fault. Mitsuki must have only said what she did because she no longer wanted to be associated with a quirkless. After about a year of just taking all the abuse, something changed at school. Since the diagnosis, none of the kids had bullied anyone except Izuku. He was the easiest target and none of the teachers would defend him. But one day that changed. There was a boy in the year below him who just got his quirk, called paralysis touch. With one touch the kid could paralyze anyone for as long as he had contact with them. Katsuki and the other students decided to SWCH their target for the day to make sure the future villain would know his place. Izuku saw Katsuki and his lackeys gang up on him and he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He ran between them, and for the first time in a year he lifted his head and glared at the Katsuki. Leave him alone. To Izuku's surprise, he didn't stutter as he spoke. What are you gonna do about it, Deku? The lackeys laughed at the pathetic sight of the small quirkless boy standing between them and their original victim. They laughed even more as Katsuki punched Izuku in the face. He fell and Katsuki pushed past him to torment the original boy. Their laughter faltered a bit when Izuku stood back up and made his way in front of the boy again. Not willing to back down, Katsuki threw another punch and Izuku ended up back on the floor. Stay down, stupid Deku. The lackeys continued to laugh, but not quite as hard as they had been a moment before. Izuku had surprised them by not just staying down the first time. But Izuku was not going to allow them to hurt the boy, so he refused to stay down. He stood up and got back between Katsuki and the boy. The laughter died down as the lackeys looked in confusion at the boy who stood there beaten and bloody but unyielding. This was not the Izuku they were used to. They were even more surprised when he spoke. He is not a villain just because of the quirk he has. But you are a villain because you are acting like one, beating up people for fun. Izuku was terrified but his voice did not show it. The lackeys all looked at each other uncomfortable while Katsuki just looked at Izuku trying to figure out where this fight came from. 𝐻, whatever, Katsuki scoffed as he turned and walked away with his lackeys trailing behind him. Izuku took a second to recover before turning to the boy he was protecting. Are you okay? The boy's face expressed a series of emotions. Disbelief, awe, and gratitude were all there. But it didn't last because once the boy realized who exactly his savior was, the only thing that showed in his face was disgust. I don't need a worthless Deku to help me. Without a second glance to Izuku, the boy walked away. It had been a year since Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless. It had been a year since he had felt like he was worth anything, but seeing the gratitude and awe on the boy's face, even as short-lived as it was, made him think that maybe he wasn't entirely useless. He wanted to help people even if that meant being a punching bag. Izuku headed home with a renewed longing to be a hero, but he knew that just being willing to take a punch for someone wasn't enough. He knew he would have to be stronger, but there wasn't much a 5-year-old could do to train. Instead, he became determined to learn everything about heroes. Maybe he would learn some tricks to becoming one himself. 3 years later, Izuku found himself standing in a crowd of bystanders watching a hero fight. His hand was flying across the pages of his notebook as he wrote down everything he could think of about the hero fighting. She can manifest spikes on any part of her body, but it seems they can't protrude very far. The larger areas of her body can create longer spikes. Is the length of spikes proportional to the mass they protrude from, or is it surface area? Her spikes require her to get close for them to be effective, but she doesn't seem too familiar with any sort of martial arts. She relies mostly on stabbing with her spikes. If she combined creating spikes from her hands or feet with kicks or punches, she could add more force, but maybe she can't dull the spikes, so that could also be too lethal. The people around Izuku's sweat dropped and slowly inched away as he mumbled his analysis. Izuku didn't notice until the fight was over. He looked up and found that the closest person to him was at least 5 feet away. Embarrassed about his mumbling habit, he looked at his feet and started to leave. Without realizing it, he bumped into Katsuki, who happened to be watching the fight as well. Izuku hurried towards home without acknowledging Katsuki. This angered the explosive boy, so he followed him. However, Izuku had been in such a hurry that Katsuki didn't catch up to him until Izuku got home. "You think you can just bump into me and ignore me, stupid Deku?" Katsuki emphasized his anger by allowing small explosions to escape from his hands. Izuku finally noticed that he was there and flinched, shrinking down into himself. While Izuku could stare down a bully that was attacking someone else, he never managed to be able to stand up for himself. "Are you still ignoring me, you DMN nerd? You think you're so much better than everyone else? Here." Katsuki let loose more explosions, causing Izuku to shrink in on himself even more. "I'm sorry, Kaken, I wasn't paying attention. I just needed to get home before my mom gets mad." Izuku practically whispered his response as he tried to make himself as small as possible. "Auntie 𝐿𝐭. Mad T-sich nerd, at least make your excuses reasonable." Katsuki hadn't seen his Auntie 𝐿𝐭 since the fight between her and his mom, but the 𝐿𝐭 he remembered was kind and wouldn't get angry over something so small. He would never admit it to anyone, but he was jealous of Izuku because Katsuki's mother is very similar to Katsuki. While he remembered 𝐿𝐿𝐭 being kind and loving, his own mother is loud and angry. Izuku heard the door open behind him and he flinched, shrinking down even more. Katsuki looked on in confusion. He became even more confused when 𝐿𝐿𝐭 stumbled out the door. She was wearing clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in a week, and her hair was wild. She was holding a mostly empty bottle of an unknown liquid, but seeing her state, Katsuki could guess it was some sort of alcohol. "What is with all the thing noise?" 𝐿𝐿𝐭 slowly took in her surroundings as Katsuki stared at her, and Izuku flinched again. 𝐿𝐿𝐭 finally locked her gaze on Izuku, ignoring Katsuki's presence entirely. "Why the F are you out here? Where the F have you been? F it, I don't give a SHT. Where is my goddamn dinner? You useless piece of SHT." Katsuki's eyes widened as his image of a loving mother shattered in front of him. Izuku kept his eyes downcast as he turned toward his mother to answer her. "I'm sorry, Mom. I got caught up. I will go make dinner now." Izuku moved to walk toward the house, but he felt a hand on his arm. He looked down to see Katsuki grabbing him. He looked at him only to see Katsuki looking just as confused at his actions. The action was not missed by 𝐿𝐿𝐭 as she finally noticed the other boy there. "Who the F are you? What the F are you doing here?" Katsuki could make a sound as he stared in shock at the woman who was yelling at him. This only angered 𝐿𝐿𝐭 more. She chugged the rest of the alcohol she was carrying and chucked the bottle at him. Katsuki found himself unable to move, but to his surprise he didn't need to, because Izuku moved to be between Katsuki and the flying bottle. The bottle broke apart on his forehead. All three of them just stood there, unsure about what to do next. After a moment, 𝐿𝐿𝐭 seemed to realize she was out of alcohol. That thought distracted her enough to take her attention away from the boys and head back inside. The sound of the door slamming behind her was enough to finally break Katsuki out of his trance. He grabbed Izuku's wrist and pulled the other boy to face him. Izuku could see the panic in Katsuki's eyes as he took in the blood dripping down his face. With shaking hands, Katsuki tried to pick a piece of glass out of Izuku's hair. Izuku calmly looked up at him as he gently grabbed Katsuki's wrist. "It's okay, this isn't the first time she's done this. I can take care of this. Just go home before she comes back." The words were spoken softly, as if Izuku was speaking to a frightened animal. After everything that had just happened, Katsuki felt like a frightened animal. Katsuki searched Izuku's face, still panicking. before finally he locked eyes with Izuku. His panic faded a bit as he saw the kindness in Izuku's eyes, and the sadness. After a moment Katsuki turned and walked home. He was in a daze the whole way back, he couldn't comprehend what he had just seen. That night he laid in bed and tried to reconcile the 𝐒𝐭 he witnessed that day with the 𝐒𝐭 he remembered. It hurt his head to try and think about that, so instead he thought about the other thing that was bugging him. In all the years since Izuku started to fight back, Katsuki thought Izuku was looking down on him. What other explanation was there for his unwillingness to back down? But Izuku's eyes after intercepting the bottle didn't show that. There were no signs of superiority or condescension in his eyes, only kindness, and a deep sadness that Katsuki didn't want to think about. That night Katsuki slept restlessly as he questioned everything he knew about his childhood friend. The next morning Izuku showed up to class like normal. Over the years he had gotten a lot of practice hiding injuries, so he looked completely normal. It would take someone looking very closely at his face for them to see the cuts and bruises he had hid. He didn't worry about anyone seeing them though, no one ever looked very closely at the quirkless Deku. If he hadn't been so focused on making himself unnoticeable, he might have noticed that Katsuki had walked into class without bothering Izuku, but Izuku was too busy trying to make himself small, so he wouldn't be a target to the usual morning bullies. The day passed by slowly, but, to Izuku's confusion, it also passed painlessly. At first he didn't notice, but after he had managed to make it through lunchtime without anyone bullying him and without needing to step in to protect anyone else from bullies, he started paying attention. It didn't take long for him to notice now that he was watching, but anytime anyone was about to harass him, Katsuki would subtly redirect them. A bully was about to knock Izuku's backpack to the floor. Katsuki brought up the test they took last period, successfully distracting the bully. A group of bullies followed Izuku as he headed toward the bathroom. Katsuki accidentally walked between them with his gang of lackeys, keeping the bullies from getting to Izuku. He even managed to keep the other students from bullying anyone else so that Izuku wouldn't feel the need to protect them. Izuku didn't know why Katsuki was keeping the bullies away, but he didn't dare hope that Katsuki was trying to actually be nice, so that must mean that Katsuki was just waiting to hurt him even worse later. By the time the school day ended, Izuku was on edge. Katsuki hadn't made any move to talk to Izuku, but he hadn't let a single bully get to him. Izuku walked out of the building on high alert, but he was still unable to get away when Katsuki pulled him into an alleyway. Izuku instinctually flinched and blocked his face with his hands once he realized he wasn't escaping Katsuki. He was so focused on protecting himself that he didn't notice Katsuki let go of him and step back. The alleyway was silent for a moment before Izuku realized that Katsuki was no longer grabbing him, and that he wasn't being attacked. He lowered his hands and looked up. Katsuki was standing a few feet away looking down as he fidgeted with his hands. As soon as he noticed that Izuku was no longer cowering, Katsuki let out a sigh. Katsuki sighed again before continuing, "Izuku, are you okay?" Izuku stared at him in wonder. He was so caught up in the fact that Katsuki used his actual name, he didn't even notice that he had been asked a question. After a few minutes of silence, Katsuki couldn't take it anymore. "What the F happened yesterday? What happened to Auntie?" Izuku startled at the question. He looked down at his feet as if they were the most interesting thing in the world as he answered. "When I was diagnosed as quirkless, Dad left. Not long after that she stopped talking to Auntie. She started drinking to cope and it took over her life. She got fired a couple years ago for showing up to work drunk, so now she makes it her daily mission to make sure that I know that it's my fault that she lost her husband, her best friend, and her job. It is only because my dad sends money every month that we aren't homeless." By the time he had finished speaking, Izuku was crying. Katsuki didn't know what to think. His childhood friend had been spending every day at school getting abused by his peers, only to go home to be abused by his mother. As Katsuki stood there silently, unable to respond, Izuku started to pull himself together. He wiped away his tears and looked Katsuki in the eye as he spoke. "My mom believes that it's my fault that her life is the way it is now, but it's not. I didn't ask to be born quirkless, but I'm not going to let it stop me from saving people. She can beat me down. You can beat me down, but I will not stop." As Izuku spoke, a realization hit Katsuki. The look in Izuku's eyes was not unfamiliar to the explosive boy. He had always assumed that it was Izuku looking down on him. But hearing Izuku speak, it became apparent to Katsuki, it was determination. Katsuki thought back to every time he thought the other boy was looking down on him. In every instance Izuku had that same look in his eyes, the look that Katsuki now realized was just determination. He got so caught up in his thoughts that he barely realized that Izuku had turned to walk away. He only came back to himself when Izuku reached the end of the alley. "I'm sorry," Katsuki choked out. He doesn't know when, but at some point the explosive boy had started to cry. "I'm so sorry." Katsuki didn't attempt to hide his tears as Izuku slowly turned back to face him. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but he found himself unable to. The sight in front of him didn't make sense. He had never seen Katsuki cry before, not even when they were little, and he had definitely never heard Katsuki apologize. Seeing the only friend he had ever had crying in front of him caused Izuku to cry as well. "Kaken. I'm sorry. For years I thought you were looking down on me, but you never did you? When you were diagnosed as quirkless, I was hurt because we couldn't be a hero duo together anymore, and I took that out on you. Then you started defending other people. You told me that I was a villain. You weren't wrong. I was acting like a villain, and you were the hero, looking down on me." As Katsuki was talking, he sunk down to his knees, still crying. By the end of his speech, he was looking at the floor. Izuku still stood frozen on the other side of the alley. Once Izuku realized that Katsuki wasn't going to say anything else, he started moving towards him. He slowly walked up to the other boy and kneeled next to him. "I never looked down on you. I only ever looked up to you. You always had the strength and the quirk to be a great hero. Ever since that day that I brought up how you were acting villainous, you changed. Most people didn't notice, but I did. You stopped bullying other people. You still hurt me, but I think I understand why now. I forgive you, and even after everything I still think you could be a great hero." Izuku spoke softly, but every word seemed to echo through the alley. At the last sentence, Katsuki finally looked up at Izuku. Izuku still had tears running down his face, but he was smiling. "Kaken, let's be heroes together." Katsuki couldn't help but smile as he saw the look in Izuku's eyes that he had misinterpreted for so long. "We are going to be number one." Katsuki agreed as the boys stood up. Their happiness was interrupted once they noticed the time. "Oh no, my mom is going to be so angry. I'm late getting home." Izuku turned to rush out of the alley heading towards his house. Before Katsuki could say anything else, Izuku was gone. Izuku was walking towards school the next morning when he realized that because he had left the alley so abruptly after talking with Katsuki, he didn't really know where his relationship with Katsuki stood. They had agreed to be heroes together, so did that make them friends? Was he supposed to act like something changed, or should he avoid Katsuki like normal? He was so lost in his head he barely noticed when he walked into the classroom. He was still lost in thought while in his seat when suddenly a hand slammed onto his desk. Izuku jumped before looking up at the person who startled him. He found a very familiar pair of red eyes looking at him. "Oi, I need to talk to you at lunch." "Okay, Kaken," Izuku responded hesitantly. He didn't know if their conversation was good or bad, but after yesterday he hoped it would be okay. Katsuki stood at Izuku's desk for a moment before turning and walking to his own seat. As Izuku watched him walk away, he noticed that the other students in the classroom had watched what had just occurred. They all had grins on their faces, the same ones they had while they would watch Izuku get beat up. Suddenly Izuku didn't feel very good about their conversation later. Throughout the rest of the day, Izuku could feel people watching him. He knew his classmates were excited to see what would happen at lunch. Izuku's classes passed by slowly. He was hyper-aware of his classmates around him, causing him to lose focus on the lesson. If he was any other student, the teachers wouldn't care that much, but Izuku was quirkless, so his teachers looked for any reason to pick on him. By the time lunch came around, he had been assigned 3 extra pages of math homework as well as an extra chapter of history reading to do, and he had been yelled at 3 times. When the bell rang for lunch, Izuku didn't even get a chance to get up before Katsuki was at his desk. "Come on." Izuku's arm was suddenly grabbed and he was dragged out of the classroom by Katsuki. They didn't get very far before Katsuki turned to address the crowd that was following them. "What are you extras doing?" The group that was following stopped confused. We want to see what you do to Deku. One of the group stepped forward as he answered. The rest of them all nodded in agreement. F off. It's none of your business, Katsuki yelled at them before continuing to drag Izuku down the hallway. Izuku was confused. Why doesn't Katsuki want his lackeys to watch as he beat up Izuku? Where were they going? Izuku didn't have to wait long to find the answer to his second question because in minutes they were stopped under a tree outside. Izuku's arm was released as Katsuki sat down on the grass. Izuku stood there in confusion for a moment until Katsuki motioned for him to sit as well. You never answered my first question yesterday. Katsuki stated, straight to the point. I didn't. I told you what happened and what happened to my mom. Izuku was confused. He thought he had explained the situation pretty well. Katsuki sighed before he explained. That wasn't my first question. I asked if you are okay. Izuku was surprised. He hadn't realized Katsuki had asked, and even if he had noticed that Katsuki had asked, he would have never expected him to care enough that he would bring it up again. You dragged me out here to ask if I was okay. No? Well, yes, I just. Katsuki paused as Izuku just looked at him. After a moment he continued. Yesterday you left in a rush and I feel like we didn't really finish our conversation. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I don't want to be a villain. I want to be your friend. So yes, I dragged you out here because I want to know if you're okay. Izuku smiled as tears ran down his face. He couldn't remember the last time he had been this happy. In fact, he wasn't sure he had ever been this happy. I want to be your friend too, Kaken. It's all I have ever wanted. Izuku watched as his friend grinned back at him. If we are friends again, what should I call you? I can't call you Deku anymore, and you call me Kaken. Katsuki trailed off. Why can't you call me Deku? Everyone else calls me that because they think I'm useless. Maybe it would be good for someone to call me that when I know they don't mean it. What? No one else is going to stop calling me that, but maybe it will hurt less if I know that at least one person doesn't mean it. Izuku smiled at the incredulous expression on his friend's face. Okay, nerd. Hey, are you ever gonna answer my question? Oh yeah, I don't really know how to answer. Can someone be okay when they are expecting to be hurt daily? I don't know, but why don't we figure out together? Katsuki stood and offered his hand to Izuku. Now let's go get food. We do need to eat at lunch, right? Izuku walked to school eagerly. It had been 6 months since he and Katsuki mended their relationship. Izuku was no longer scared in class. He knew that if Katsuki was around he would be fine. The other students and teachers still were terrible to him, but they wouldn't dare do anything in front of who they all expected to be the future #1 hero. Today was exciting in particular because it was Katsuki's birthday. To celebrate, they were going to spend the afternoon at the park, and then Izuku was going to spend the night at Katsuki's house. Like usual, Izuku stopped outside the school waiting for Katsuki. Izuku wasn't always there first, but they had an unspoken agreement to meet every morning under the tree they had sat under to become friends again. He didn't need to wait long for Katsuki to arrive. Happy birthday, Kaken. Izuku grinned and reached into his bag to retrieve the present he got for his friend. After a moment of searching through his bag, he looked up and scratched at the back of his neck. It looks like I forgot your present at home. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku looked down, embarrassed that he had managed to forget. Tsh, it's fine, nerd. We will stop by your house to get it after the park. Izuku grinned at Katsuki, happy that his friend had managed to find a solution to the problem. They walked into class together like they always did. As they walked into class together, Izuku noticed that the caramel smell surrounding Katsuki seemed to be stronger than usual. He brushed it off as nothing. Katsuki probably sweat more than usual on the way to school. That had to be it. The rest of the day went like usual until lunch. Katsuki got held back for a few minutes once lunch started. Their teacher wanted to talk to him. This forced Izuku to leave the classroom alone. As soon as he stepped out the door, he was surrounded by Katsuki's old lackeys. When Katsuki became friends with Izuku again, he slowly stopped talking to them as he realized that they weren't going to stop bullying Izuku. Katsuki usually protected Izuku from them, but he was stuck in a classroom so he couldn't help. Look, it's a useless, defenseless dude. Where's your guard dog hair? What do you call him again? A bully taunted before answering his own question in a whiny mockery of Izuku's voice. Kaken. The bullies closed in on 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 and pushed him to the floor. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 inched backward on the floor trying to get away until he found his back to a wall. He was cornered. Oh, look, he's shaking. Is little Deku scared? 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 heard a few of the bullies laugh, but he was too busy trying to figure out how to escape to pay attention to who was laughing. As they crowded in around him, he found an opening between two of the bullies. Without a second thought, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 rushed through the gap and tried to get away. In his rush, he forgot about the bullies' quirks. A few steps away from them, he suddenly found himself falling. He fell hard on his face. As his nose started to bleed, he looked back at the bullies to see a bully's arm shortening to a normal length. He had forgotten that one of the bullies had a quirk that allowed him to extend his arms for up to 10 meters. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 had analyzed it before and he could come up with so many great uses. However, the boy the quirk belongs to was only interested in using his quirk for bullying. Before 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 could move to get away, he was surrounded again. Did you really think you could get away from us that easily? Stupid Deku, I just thought of something. You might actually be useful. I haven't had the chance to practice my quirk recently. I could really use a punching bag to get some practice in with it. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 cowered once he realized who was speaking. The boy who spoke has a quirk called Rock Fist. He can literally make his fists into rocks. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 had been hit by him before. It was not a pleasant experience. Let me help. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 shook as the speaker stepped forward and placed his hand on 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 was familiar with this quirk. After making contact with something, he can use telekinesis on it for 3 minutes. From what 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 could remember, he did have a weight limit, but it was way more than 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 weighs. After a moment, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 found himself floating a foot off the ground. He was no longer curled in a ball like he was on the floor, but instead upright, as if he was standing. Within a moment, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 was being punched in the stomach. The first couple punches were just with a normal fist, but after a quick warm-up the boy activated his quirk. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 was immediately winded. Luckily, the second quirked punch was the last. Unluckily, it was the last punch because the other boy had dropped his telekinesis right as the punch landed, causing 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 to fly backwards toward a wall. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 hit the wall with a loud thud. The bullies knew there was a good chance that someone would come to investigate, so they ran off, leaving 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 slumped on the floor against the wall. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 kept his eyes closed as he wished his best friend was there. Everything would be okay if Katsuki was there. He didn't know how long he sat there, wishing his best friend would show up, but after what seemed like ages, he smelled the familiar caramel scent of Katsuki. He opened his eyes, expecting to see a pair of red eyes looking at him, but he was met with an empty hallway. He looked around in confusion before finally the classroom door down the hall opened and Katsuki stepped out. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 breathed his friend's name, unable to say much else. Within seconds, Katsuki was kneeling next to him, checking his injuries. Dude, what the hell happened? 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 was surprised to hear his friend's voice shake, but he didn't have the energy to mention it. Bullies, I'll be okay, I just need a bit. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 was already breathing easier and he didn't want to worry Katsuki on his birthday. After a while, 𝐒𝐿𝐻 was able to breathe well enough to get up. He was pretty sure his stomach was purple, but he didn't think there was any damage other than the nasty bruise. As 𝐒𝐿𝐻 stood, he asked Katsuki, "What did the teacher want you for anyway?" He just wanted to say happy birthday, and then he talked forever about how great of a hero I will be and how he is going to tell everyone how he knew me as a kid when I'm famous. Really, he kept you during lunch for that? Yeah, the whole thing was stupid, and he kept glancing at the clock like he was trying to take up my time. 𝐒𝐿𝐻 could tell that Katsuki hadn't put it together. If he had, something would have exploded, but 𝐒𝐿𝐻 knew what was going on. The teacher was tasked with distracting Katsuki so that the students could beat up 𝐒𝐿𝐻. There was no proof, they would all deny it if it came down to it, but 𝐒𝐿𝐻 knew the people at this school, and this is something they would do. The rest of the school day passed without incident. 𝐒𝐿𝐻 was determined to push aside thoughts about what happened at lunch. He was determined to not ruin Katsuki's birthday even more. This was difficult for him to do, however, because every time he moved he would be in pain. His entire torso was a huge bruise. It was really a miracle he wasn't more injured. After the school day ended, the boys headed to the park. 𝐒𝐿𝐻 tried to hide his pain, but he didn't think he was doing a very good job. Deku, we don't have to go to the park today if you are in too much pain. 𝐒𝐿𝐻 was surprised that his friend was willing to skip going to the park for him. but he wasn't going to let that happen. "No, it's okay, I'm fine really." Izuku knew that he wasn't very convincing, but he hoped Katsuki would look past it. "If you say so, nerd." The park they frequented had a wooded area in the corner, blocked off by a fence. A few months before the boys had found a broken part of the fence and gone into the woods, they found a clearing that they had decided would be their spot. It was not far into the woods, it only took a minute or two to get there from the fence, but it was not visible at all from outside the fence, and the thick tree coverage dampened sound enough that explosions wouldn't be heard too well from the main park. It was the perfect place to work on Katsuki's quirk. That was the plan for the day. Katsuki had seen one of Izuku's notebooks not long after they became friends again and immediately enlisted him for help on making his quirk better. Today they were finally going to be working on flying. The boys entered the woods through the hole after quickly looking around to make sure there wasn't anyone paying attention to them. They used to be extremely careful before going through the fence, they would look around thoroughly before entering, but now that they had been going there a few months they were less careful, only looking around for a second. If they had been more thorough they might have noticed the man in the shadows, watching them. Izuku walked right to his usual spot. He sat under a tree at the edge of the clearing and took out his notebook. He watched as Katsuki walked to the center of the clearing. They made eye contact for a second before Izuku nodded. Seeing that Izuku was ready, Katsuki held his hands at his sides with his palms facing toward the ground. Just like Izuku had instructed him when they had originally discussed the idea, Katsuki started with some small explosions. He slowly increased the size until the explosions he was making caused him to lift off the ground. "Go Kaken!" Izuku couldn't help but to cheer as his friend took flight. Izuku watched as his friend tried to fly toward him by changing the angle he was holding his hands at. Within seconds Katsuki was slammed into the ground face first. "Kaken!" Izuku called out to his friend in worry, but before he could jump up Katsuki was already back on his feet. "Teach, I'm fine." Katsuki brushed himself off. "You said that I would be able to move forward if I angled my hands behind me, what the F happened?" "I think you may have angled your hands the wrong way by a little bit. If you angle your hands so they are pointing directly behind you, they will cause you to go directly forward, but gravity would keep you on the ground or pull you toward the ground if you are in the air. If you angle your hands so that they are pointing behind you but slightly up, then you will go forwards and down, which is probably what you just did. You need to find a way to angle your hands behind you and slightly down so that you go up and forwards, or at the least go forwards while counteracting gravity to keep you level and off the ground." "Oi Deku, what's the short version of that?" "You angled your hands so that they were back and up rather than back and down." Izuku wrote down everything that had just happened while Katsuki got in position again. This time he was able to go forward, but he went way too fast. 1 second he was hovering in the air, the next second he was slamming into a tree. Izuku winced in sympathy for his friend, but he saw how Katsuki immediately got up and walked back toward the center, so he didn't go to help him. The afternoon passed with Katsuki trying different techniques to fly while Izuku called out different advice. Neither boys noticed the man in the shadows watching them the whole time. As the sun started to go down, they boys started to pack up to leave. Katsuki was messaging his wrists while Izuku was grabbing his bag. "Kaken, are you okay? We don't usually test your quirk for this long." "I'm fine, my wrists are just a little sore." The way he held his wrists made it obvious to anyone watching that his wrists were more than a little sore, but Izuku decided to not call him out on it for now. There was nothing that could be done about it now anyway. As Izuku reached down to grab the last of his stuff, a dark blur shot out of the shadows toward them. Neither boy could react quick enough. Within moments Katsuki was held captive by a man wearing dark clothing. The man hid his face behind a strange-looking mask, but Izuku could see a deadly look in his eyes. He could tell this was a dangerous villain. Izuku looked over the villain and saw no visible signs of a quirk. He also noticed that the villain knew Katsuki's quirk. He had made sure to grab him in a way that would trap Katsuki's hands against him, so that if he used his quirk he would only burn himself. The hold was a bit awkward. No one would hold a captive like that for no reason. That meant that either the villain had prior knowledge of Katsuki, or he had been watching them. It was probably the second option, because the villain was also putting pressure on Katsuki's wrists, right where he knew Katsuki was sore. Because of that, Katsuki would be unable to break the hold and fight back. Good, your analysis goes beyond just making your friend fly. The villain spoke, startling Izuku out of his thoughts. He hadn't even noticed that he had been muttering. You boys caught my attention. At first I just thought it was strange that two boys would wander into the woods. I thought maybe you were young delinquents in the making. My boss is always looking for new recruits and you boys seem to be the perfect age for what he wants. Sadly you don't seem to be delinquents, just hero wannabes. I was about to leave but after hearing your analysis I couldn't bring myself to. You see, my boss may be always keeping his eye out for new recruits, but he is really after an analyst. People these days think that brute strength is enough, but to truly be great you need to have information. You are exactly what he has been looking for. You're an idiot if you think Deku is gonna be an analyst for villains, he's gonna be a hero. Katsuki struggled in the villain's grip, but Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to break free. But that's where you come in. Either he helps us or we hurt you. Both boys paled at that statement. Izuku looked for any way out of this situation. A million plans ran through his head, but very few had any chance of working. He finally thought of something. It was risky, and if the villain called his bluff it would be all over, but they didn't have much other choice. Izuku swallowed down his fear before he spoke. You seem to think that you have all the power here, even after you have only counteracted Kaken's quirk. You want me to join you, but you seem to have discounted me as a threat. Why is that? Izuku was trying to make himself seem threatening. He didn't think the villain knew that he was quirkless. He could secretly have a super powerful quirk. The villain looked at Izuku for a moment, smirking before he responded. Because Mikumo Akatani, you're quirkless. The boys froze at that statement. Izuku had never told Katsuki what his real name was. He never thought it was important because even his school file was under Izuku. He didn't think anyone except his parents even knew the name Mikumo, but apparently he was wrong. Who the F is Mikumo? Katsuki broke the silence that had fallen after the villain had spoken. Oh, you didn't tell your friend your name. How do you know that name? Izuku ignored Katsuki for a moment. At first I wasn't sure if it actually was you, but you do look like your father. Now come on, we can discuss this later. Izuku didn't move. He knew that if he went with the villain there wasn't much of a chance for them to escape later. Oh, I never told you what my quirk is, did I? How rude of me. I can cause someone to feel unimaginable amounts of pain from just touching them. Don't worry, it doesn't activate unless I want it to. The villain spoke cheerfully, as if he wasn't subtly threatening anyone. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that the villain could hurt Katsuki at any moment. Now come on, we don't have all day, you wouldn't want your friend to hurt, right? The villain started moving towards the exit of the clearing, obviously expecting Izuku to follow. Izuku had been terrified throughout the encounter, but after hearing the villain threaten his friend so cheerfully, rage started to bubble up in Izuku as well. His best friend was in danger. He didn't care that the villain somehow knew his real name. He didn't care that his dad was somehow involved. He didn't care about anything except for the fact that his best friend, his only friend, was being held captive and was being threatened by a villain. Izuku reached forward to grab the villain's arm and pull it away from his friend. He was only inches away from grabbing the villain, when suddenly, there was an explosion. Izuku reached forward to grab the villain's arm and pull it away from his friend. He was only inches away from grabbing the villain, when suddenly, there was an explosion. The explosion wasn't large, in fact it was very small, but because of where the explosion came from, everyone stopped in their tracks. Izuku was confused. He is quirkless. The doctor had found that he had an extra joint in his toe. He had been beaten and abandoned for being quirkless. His life was ruined because he is quirkless. But even with all that, he had just made an explosion in his palm. The quirkless Deku had just created an explosion like Katsuki's. It seemed like the villain and Katsuki had similar thought processes as Izuku because both were staring at his hand without moving. Izuku knew that if he was going to get Katsuki away from the villain he had to act now. Moving quickly, Izuku moved his outstretched hand to aim an explosion to the villain's face while he reached with his other hand to grab Katsuki. The explosion he aimed at the villain's face was still small. It was bigger than the first explosion, but it wouldn't do much damage. However, it did cause the villain to instinctively let go of Katsuki so that he could protect his face. Izuku was able to grab his friend and pull him out of the arm's reach of the villain. After Katsuki got his bearings, he joined Izuku, standing ready to fight if needed. Izuku knew that they should run away, but he also knew Katsuki, and Katsuki doesn't run from anything. Izuku hoped that it wasn't obvious to the villain that he was shaking. Lucky for him, the villain didn't seem to notice. He had recovered fairly quickly, but after looking at the boys for only a moment he stepped back and raised his hands. I know when I've lost, I won't be able to beat both of you if you both have explosive quirks. But Mikumo, I'm sure your father would love to hear about this. The villain smirked as he mentioned Izuku's father, but before either boy could react to it he had already turned and disappeared into the shadows. As soon as the boys realized they were alone, Izuku fell to his knees. He had been holding in all his emotions in front of the villain, but now he was able to let it all out. He stared at his hands and let out a sob. I don't understand. I'm quirkless, I can't. I don't, how? Izuku tried to speak through his tears, but he was too overwhelmed to say much. Izuku barely registered Katsuki sinking to his knees next to him. He vaguely noticed when his friend pulled him into a hug. He didn't notice when the sun set, nor did he notice the temperature start to fall. He cried for hours. Izuku slowly became aware of his surroundings long after the stars came out. As soon as he calmed down he pulled away from Katsuki, embarrassed. He should be celebrating having a quirk, not crying like a baby. The boys got off the ground and grabbed their stuff. Now that they were calm they didn't want to be in the clearing for any longer than necessary. Sorry, Izuku apologized as they left the woods. You've got a lot of explaining to do, nerd. Katsuki was trying to look indifferent, but Izuku knew his friend well enough to see the worry. Yeah, you're probably pretty confused after all of that here. No 𝐻𝐸, why the F did that guy keep calling you Mikumo? What does your dad have to do with anything? How the F do you have my quirk? Izuku sighed before answering. He kept calling my Mikumo because legally that's my name. When my father left for America my mom started calling me Izuku because calling me Mikumo made her sad. My dad was the only person who ever called me that, but I never really knew him. He's been in America pretty much my whole life. So somehow Birdface is in contact with your father who is supposedly in America. Birdface? His mask looked like a fing beak, did you not notice that? I noticed he had a weird mask, but I didn't look at it long enough to realize it looked like a beak. Although now that you mention it, it did look like a plague mask. That could be a major issue. I think I'm pretty sure that I read somewhere that there is a group of villains that all wear plague masks. They stay in the shadows so they aren't mentioned much and the police can't definitively tie them to any crimes. Maybe if we go to the police they will finally have a crime to arrest them for, but he didn't really do much except threaten us and he got away, plus there is no evidence that he was even here. Deku. Izuku cut himself off sheepishly. He hadn't noticed that he had gone off on a mutter storm. Sorry Kaken, your dad has a connection to a villain group, fucking great. Yeah, and now he's gonna know I have a quirk. That's something else that doesn't make sense. No two people have the same quirk, so how the F do you have mine? I don't know. Izuku looked down at his hands and tried to create another explosion. After a few moments of silence Izuku started to cry again. I can't do it, I can't create another explosion. What the F? It's not that hard. Maybe you are useless. Kaken, that's mean. Izuku yelled at his friend angrily, still not able to make an explosion. Ding, I thought that might work. It's easier to make explosions when I'm angry. So you have to feel a certain way to make your explosions. Kinda, at first I had to be angry, now I can make explosions just by thinking about it, but it's taken a ton of practice. Hey. Izuku thought for a moment before he was able to make small explosions from his palms. It's not anger, it's you. What? It wasn't my anger that got me to cause explosions, it was thinking about you. When I made the first explosion I was thinking about how you were my best friend and I couldn't let him hurt you. When I made the second one I was thinking about how I needed to get you away from him. You can make explosions by thinking about how we are friends. What the F? I don't know. The whole time they had been talking they had been walking. Izuku hadn't been paying much attention to where they were headed though, so he was surprised to find himself in front of his house. What are we doing here? You had said earlier that you needed to stop by your house, so we are stopping by on the way to mine. Did you forget? No, I just would have thought we would go to the police first. We were attacked. We need to tell someone. You said it yourself earlier, what good would that do? We have no evidence, we didn't catch the guy. We probably would get in trouble for illegal quirk use and trespassing though. Trespassing? Do you really not see the sign we pass every time we go into the woods, or are you just fing with me? Oh right. I forgot that was illegal. Geez Deku, we were just almost kidnapped because you are so smart. How are you so stupid? Kaken. Come on nerd, my parents are probably wondering what's taking so long. Right. Izuku and Katsuki walk inside quietly hoping that they would not catch the attention of 𝐭𝐽. When they walked into the living room however they were greeted with an unexpected sight. Dad! Earlier that night Torment thought about the information he gathered and what it could do to help his boss. His boss wants to rid the world of filth, of quirks, and Torment would give anything to help reach his goal. He had been found by Overhaul years before, after he was ostracized for accidentally using his quirk on someone. Overhaul gave him a place and a purpose. All Torment had to do in return was follow orders. After years of working together Torment had become Overhaul's second in command. He gave up his old name and took on the name Torment, just as Overhaul had done. In recent years he took on the position of recruiter as well as his position as second in command. The past few months Torment had been failing. He had recruited a few new lower-level thugs but he had not done the main thing that his boss had asked him to do. But maybe this information would help. Boss, I have some information that we may be able to use. Oh. It's about Mikumo Akatani. How could information about All for One's son be useful for us? He's not quirkless, so. All for One doesn't know that. I see, I think we should tell him, for a price of course. That's exactly what I was thinking, boss. Should I see about getting a meeting with him tomorrow? No, that would take too long. I'll see if he can meet with us now. Now. If we wait, someone might get the information first. The Shy Hasaikai had dealt with All for One before. They had asked him for the same favor that they planned to ask for this time. However, last time they did not have anything good enough to trade. Overhaul contacted All for One again, and within half an hour he was meeting with them. I hope you have a good reason for this meeting. I don't usually agree to meet on such short notice. All for One spoke. While his tone was nonchalant, everyone present was aware of the dangers of wasting his time. We have information we would like to trade. Overhaul knew better than to keep the other villain waiting. He plans for everyone to make it out of this meeting alive. Very well, how do you know that I do not already have the information that you mean to trade? I am pretty sure that the only people who are aware of this information is myself, my boss, one other witness, and the person whom the information is about. Torment spoke from his position behind his boss. Very well, if I determine that your information is worth something, what is it you want in return? We want a quirk that will destroy quirks, something we can use to get rid of the filth in society. I do not currently have a quirk that has that ability, but I will be on the lookout for such a quirk, and I will give it to you if I deem the information you have valuable. Overhaul thought it over for a moment. He was hoping for more immediate compensation, but this will have to do. Very well, Torment, please tell All for One what you witnessed. I came across two children in the woods today. One was sitting and analyzing the other's quirk. Through his analysis the other boy was able to use his explosion quirk to fly. I was trying to recruit them to join us, when I recognized the analyst as Mikumo Akatani, your son. Torment paused for a moment as he tried to read All for One's face. All for One, however, was very skilled at making his face unreadable. What does the useless brat have to do with anything? He might not be as useless as you think. I had the other boy in my grasp, when your son reached out and caused an explosion in his hand. What? All for One was unable to keep the shock off his face. Your son isn't quirkless, he seems to have an explosion quirk just like his friend. From their reactions though, I would say that he was unaware until today. I will keep a lookout for any quirks that might help your cause and send them your way. Now if you will excuse me, I must be going. Within a moment All for One was gone. All for One thought that he would have the perfect child with 𝐭𝐽. Combining Paul and All for One had the potential of creating an even stronger version of his quirk. Instead he got a useless quirkless brat. But now, years later, it seems as though he might not be useless. It's about time he visits his son. Dad! Seeing the man standing in the living room, Izuku knew why the villain had made the connection between Izuku and his father. Hisoshi looked like a larger version of him. The only difference was that Izuku had green hair and eyes, while Hisoshi had black. Izuku was broken out of his comparisons between himself and his father by feeling Katsuki grab his hand. In any other circumstance Izuku would be confused about why his friend would hold his hand. Katsuki was not a physical person, but after the day they were having he was just grateful for the support. They both knew from the villain earlier that Hisoshi was connected to villains somehow, and they figured that him showing up so abruptly was not a good sign. "Ah Mikumo, how nice of you to join us. I see you brought your explosive friend along as well. Why don't we sit down and talk for a while?" As Hisoshi spoke, Izuku noticed that his mother was sitting on the couch. Izuku and Katsuki walked over to the couch together, their knuckles turning white because they were gripping each other so tight. Only after both Izuku and Katsuki were seated did Hisoshi sit as well. "Isn't it nice to have the family all together?" Now that they were closer, Izuku could see that his mother was very out of it. She didn't look drunk but stared at Hisoshi as if he was the only person in the room. Izuku wasn't sure whether she even knew they were there. It was like she had been drugged or something. Gathering courage, Izuku spoke, "We would have been all together all this time if you hadn't left." "Ha, that's true, but really who could blame me? Having a family was exhausting. Thankfully 𝐒𝐭 never checked to see if I was actually in America or I would have been forced to spend even more time here. When you were diagnosed as useless I saw no reason to stick around." Izuku tensed as Hisoshi mentioned his diagnosis. He was about to defend himself when Katsuki surprised him by responding. "Quirkless, he was diagnosed as quirkless, not useless." "Same thing really. It doesn't matter though, I heard some interesting news today." From what I heard, the diagnosis was incorrect. Izuku and Katsuki both tensed. Their eyes widened as they made eye contact for a moment before looking back towards Hisoshi. Izuku was grateful that his friend was still holding his hand. It was the only thing keeping him from panicking. "Why don't we verify that?" As Hisoshi spoke, he reached forward until his hand rested on Izuku's shoulder. In a blink, Izuku, Katsuki, and Hisoshi were no longer sitting on the couch in the living room. They found themselves standing around a ball of green light in a black void. "I didn't expect your friend to come along too." Izuku tightened his grip on Katsuki's hand. Hisoshi looked over the green light for a moment. "It looks like my information was not incorrect. Why don't we take a closer look?" Hisoshi reached out to touch the light. When he did, the light exploded out and a voice that sounded similar to Izuku's spoke. "Unnamed quirk, manifested by Mikumo Akatani, age 5, on October 27, 2xxx. Allows the user to pull on bonds that he has created with other people, giving him access to their quirks." After the voice finished speaking, the green light shrunk down into itself, leaving the three people standing in the black void. After a moment, lights exploded out again and created thousands of strings. The strings disappeared into the void on both ends. Most of the strings hung limply on the ground, as if they had been cut. Almost all of the strings were thin, they were more like thread than anything else. One string, however, could be better described as a rope. The rope was green on one end and orange on the other, with the colors connecting in the middle. It wasn't the sturdiest rope, it had slightly frayed parts and it wasn't very thick, but it was easily the strongest out of all the rest. Izuku didn't know how he knew it, but he knew that these strings were a physical representation of his bonds with people, and the rope was his bond with Katsuki. Izuku was in awe looking around at all the strings, however, that slowly turned to sadness. There were so many strings. There seemed to be one for every person that he had ever met, yet only one was actually substantial. Out of everyone in his life, he really only connected with one person. Suddenly Izuku was seated back on the couch, as if nothing had happened. He felt Katsuki squeeze his hand. He squeezed back, acknowledging that he was still there. "What was that?" Izuku spoke up after a moment of silence. "Quirk vision. It is a useful quirk to understand other people's quirks. I use it often to decide if I want to take a quirk for myself." Hisoshi answered absent-mindedly. He had been lost in thought since they had returned to reality. But I thought your quirk was fire-breathing. Izuku's accusing voice brought Hisoshi back to the present. Ah, that is one of my favorite quirks. It was the second quirk I ever got, but my actual quirk is a lot more interesting. I am the villain known as All for One. I can take and give quirks as I see fit. Izuku tightened his grip on Katsuki's hand. He had heard of rumors of the symbol of evil before. He had never paid much attention to the rumors, he never thought that a quirk like that would be possible, but now he knew that his father was telling the truth. They were sitting in front of the most dangerous supervillain of all time. I see you have heard of me. Hisoshi smirked at the fear on Izuku's face. Now I have a question for you. Supposedly you manifested this quirk years ago, how was no one aware of it? Izuku looked at his lap as he spoke. You saw how few substantial bonds I have, the only sturdy one only was formed in the past few months. Izuku was looking at his lap so he didn't notice the change in his father's eyes. He did however notice the change in his voice as he spoke again. Hisoshi's voice was cold and angry. Well, I think we need to continue this family meeting in private. Mikumo, why don't you see your friend out? Izuku and Katsuki stood up and walked to the door. They knew that the sleepover wasn't going to happen. Are you going to be okay? Katsuki whispered as they got to the door. I don't know, but you have to leave. Izuku tried to get Katsuki to let go of his hand as they reached the door. To his surprise, Katsuki refused to let go. They stared at each other for a moment. Suddenly Katsuki let go of his hand and pulled him into a hug. Stay safe, I'm going to call the police when I get home. Katsuki whispered in his ear before he let go. Izuku watched as his friend walked out the door. After he closed the door behind him, Izuku turned back to his parents. He was surprised to see that his mother no longer looked drugged. In fact, she looked more sober than he had seen her in years. Izuku was even more surprised to see the position she was in, and the look on his father's face. Before, Hisoshi had been calm and had kept a blank face. Now he looked murderous as he stood above his ex-wife who was kneeling on the floor. He had grabbed a fistful of her hair, keeping her in place. How are you so useless? If you had been a better mother, he would have found his quirk years ago. Izuku watched in fear as Hisoshi slapped his mother. He didn't feel any sort of connection to his mother, but it was terrifying to watch. I'm sorry. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was a mess as she tried to apologize, but Hisoshi didn't let her finish. He threw her down onto the floor, but there was a table in the way. She hit her head and was unconscious instantly. With her down, Hisoshi turned toward his son. You're coming with me, you have 30 seconds to grab whatever you need. Izuku stood frozen in fear for a second before his brain caught up with what was happening. He ran to his room and grabbed whatever he could, shoving it into his bag. After years of barely having enough money to survive, Izuku didn't own much. Everything that was important to him managed to fit in his backpack. When Izuku entered the living room 30 seconds later, he saw that his mother was lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't see where the blood was coming from, but he couldn't take his eyes off of her. He barely noticed the hand on his shoulder that pushed him out of the apartment. He could vaguely smell smoke as his father set fire to the house as they left. Izuku felt as though his life was crashing down around him. Katsuki walked out of his friend's house terrified and angry. He didn't want to leave Izuku with his family, but he didn't see any way around it. Only a moment after the door closed behind him, he heard yelling start. He heard what sounded like a slap before he took off running. He was never able to convince his parents to get him a phone, so he would have to use the phone at home to call the police. He just hoped he wasn't too late. Katsuki almost broke his own door down rushing into his house to find his parents seated in the living room already talking to police. Katsuki, you should have been back hours ago. We were just reporting you missing. Mitsuki stood to scold her son. She spoke before she could take in her son's panicked appearance. Help! Deku, father. Katsuki could barely get words out, he was breathing so hard. He had run as fast as he could the whole way home. He was too busy trying to breathe to notice how worried the adults all looked. Katsuki! His parents walked over to him and tried to lead him to the couch. Help him! Katsuki yelled as he pulled away. At this the officers spoke up. Help who? Deku, I mean Izuku, Mikumo. His dad came back. I shouldn't have left him. At the last sentence, Katsuki broke down in tears. As he sobbed, the police officer's radio went off. Fire at 123 Street, Akitanis address. Possible homicide. All available units requested. The Bakugos all froze while hearing the radio. Mitsuki pulled Katsuki toward her as the officers rushed out the door. Katsuki pushed her away and ran after them. Katsuki didn't care whether his parents followed him or not, he needed to get back to his friend. By the time he got back to his friend's house, there was a crowd standing along the barricade that had been put up on the street. He pushed his way through to the front, looking everywhere for his friend's bushy green hair. At some point his parents came up to him, but he paid no attention to them. He was too busy looking at the stretcher they were wheeling out. There was a sheet covering the body on it. Katsuki's heart stopped for a moment when he thought that the body under the sheet was Izuku, but as the stretcher moved past he caught a glimpse of the longer green hair of Inko. He didn't know how long he stood there. It could have been minutes or it could have been hours. At some point an officer came up to him. He was led to the side where a different officer asked him some questions. So you were close friends with the Akitanis? Yes, Izuku is my best friend, Izuku. Mikumo, I guess, he goes by Izuku. When was the last time you saw him? Right before the fire. He was supposed to stay at my house tonight, but he forgot something, so we stopped by his house to get it. His dad was there. Katsuki tried to keep talking, but as he started to tell the officer about Izuku's quirk and all for one, he couldn't make a sound. Why can't I talk? You seem to be talking fine now. What were you saying? Katsuki attempted to tell the officer what he was trying to say before, but again, no sound was coming out. All right, kid, it's been a long night, you're probably going through a lot. We will be in contact with you if we have more questions. Katsuki was lost in thought as his parents led him away. He didn't find out until the next morning that, although they didn't find a body, Mikumo Akitani was presumed dead. The next few days blurred together for Katsuki. He went to Izuku and Inko's funeral. He was questioned again by the police, but he still couldn't make a sound when he talked about all for one or Izuku's quirk. He tried to tell his parents what happened, but he couldn't make a sound when talking to them either. After a few days his parents decided that his inability to speak about it was due to trauma, so they found him a therapist. Mitsuki also decided to go to a therapist after hearing what happened to her friend. Life continued for Katsuki, but nothing made sense to him. Izuku couldn't be gone. Katsuki was finally beginning to make up for what he had put Izuku through for being quirkless. He couldn't be dead. Katsuki held on to that belief. No matter what anyone tells him, Izuku is his best friend, not was. Mikumo woke up and started his day like any other day. In the 2 years since he had been forced away from his old life, he had been forced into a routine. Wake up at eat a small breakfast. Be ready to train by 6, train on hand-to-hand combat for 2 hours. Work on schoolwork until 10, stealth and agility training from 10:30 to noon. Lunch. More schoolwork from 12:30 to quirk training from 2 to analysis from 5 to dinner. 2-mile run. Free time until he goes to bed at 10 unless he falls asleep earlier. Mikumo started getting ready for the day. He couldn't help but think about Katsuki, his best friend that he was forced to leave exactly 2 years ago. For a short while he held on to the hope that a hero would save him and he would be able to see Katsuki again. But he had found an article a few months in that announced that Mikumo was presumed dead. No one was looking for him. Pushing his thoughts aside, he stepped into the gym where he trained on hand-to-hand. He couldn't be distracted. His trainer liked to take advantage of any distractions that he might have, especially as he enters the gym. Sure enough, a fist came flying at him from beside the door. Mikumo dodged and made his way farther into the room. As he reached the center, he stood ready to fight. His trainer was a rather short, thin man. In the 2 years that Mikumo had been training with him, he had never said a word. Mikumo had never even been told a name to call him. Mikumo didn't know for sure, but he guessed that the reason for him not speaking had something to do with his quirk. His trainer had never used a quirk in battle, so Mikumo assumed that it wasn't an offensive quirk, but he had no idea what it was. Their training sessions were always the same. They would start out by sparring until Mikumo made a mistake. At that point his trainer would stop the fight and show him the correct form. Mikumo would repeat the correct form a few times until he got it, and then they would continue the spar. Originally 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 would leave every session covered in bruises, and they would stop every couple seconds. However, now 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave more bruises than he got, and they rarely stopped in the middle of a fight. His trainer rushed at him and soon they were just a blur of flying fists and feet. Today 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was doing especially well. They hadn't stopped once to correct anything and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had managed to win 7 out of 10 spars. The training lasted almost 2 hours. Usually it lasts the full 2-hour slot, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's trainer had been advised ahead of time that he needed to be ready for his schoolwork at exactly 8:30 today. Usually the timing doesn't matter much. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is enrolled in online classes that are self-taught and largely self-paced. Originally he was scheduled to have a normal amount of time for his schoolwork, but he quickly got too far ahead. In response to that, the amount of time he spent each day on schoolwork was cut down. Now at 10 years old he was so far ahead that today he was taking his finals to finish middle school. Usually there was an age requirement in middle school, students had to be 12 years old to enter, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had managed to get around that. He didn't think that he would be able to do the same for high school though. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 finished his finals easily. He was scheduled to have finals during both schoolwork slots in his schedule, but he finished them all in the first slot. By 10:30 he had finished middle school. Next in his schedule is his stealth and agility training, or in other words, parkour, hide and seek. The facility that he is being kept in has multiple gyms. The gym where he does his combat training is the smallest. For his stealth and agility training he uses the largest gym. This gym is set up like an obstacle course. Each day he has a different person trying to catch him as he goes through the course. His goal is to reach the end as many times as possible before his time is up. Each time he is caught he is sent back to the start. Today he has 𝐒𝐻𝐽o trying to catch him. Out of everyone at the facility, 𝐒𝐻𝐽o is the person that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 spends the most time with. He was the hardest person to evade, but he was the kindest to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. In the hour-and-a-half-long session he had only managed to finish the course twice. Against anyone else that would be a horrible score, however against 𝐒𝐻𝐽o it was better than usual. After his stealth and agility training was done he sat to eat lunch. He found himself thinking of what his school work slots in his schedule would become. He knew better than to think that he would be allowed any free time. He just hoped that whatever would replace it would be as enjoyable as his classes were. His classes had always been the favorite part of his day, along with his analysis training, but only when his father wasn't there. He didn't mind his morning training as much. It was tiring but it could be fun, but his afternoon training was the worst part of his day. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 never saw his father outside of quirk training and the occasional analysis training, and that was already too often. Quirk training with his father started out okay. The first few months were just spent on figuring out how exactly his quirk worked. However, now 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 just tries to survive with the least amount of injuries possible when his father inevitably gets mad at him for only having limited access to Katsuki's quirk. After 2 years 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 still only has one bond and it is getting weaker every day. They figured out early on that the stronger the bond he had, the stronger version of the quirk he could use. They also know that the bond strength has to do with how strong of a relationship he has with the other person. After not seeing Katsuki for 2 years, their bond is held together by pure willpower. He refuses to stop thinking of Katsuki as his best friend, and if his theory is right, Katsuki is doing the same. His theory stems from his bond with 𝐒𝐻𝐽o. One of the first things he learned about his quirk was how to go into it to see his bonds. His bond with 𝐒𝐻𝐽o is interesting. It is half green and half purple, but the green end is thicker, while the purple end is still a thread. If he tries to pull on the bond to use 𝐒𝐻𝐽o's quirk, he can create a portal for a second before the bond breaks apart, just like if he tries to pull on any of his other thread-like bonds. When that happens he gets a migraine and he has to wait a few days for the bond to repair itself. His theory is that the bond isn't just from how he sees his relationships with people, but also how they see relationships with him. He has started to trust 𝐒𝐻𝐽o a bit, but 𝐒𝐻𝐽o is indifferent towards him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was disrupted from his train of thought by someone entering the room. He could tell immediately it was his father. He kept his head down so as to not antagonize him. It was one of the first things he learned when dealing with his father, as well as to always refer to him as sensei. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, I heard you finished middle school early. Yes, sensei, I finished this morning, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, still looking down. Good, perfect. that leaves you free to accompany me this afternoon. Mikumo finally looks up. Accompany you? Yes, I notice that you seem to still think that heroics is the path for you. You still idolize that blonde oaf. Maybe if you watch me put him in his place you might finally change your mind. Mikumo froze. He would finally get a chance to leave the facility. He will have an afternoon off from quirk training. But he will have to watch his father fight All Might. His father seems to think that he will definitely beat All Might, but All Might is the strongest hero ever. If All Might can't beat his father, no one can. He doesn't really want to watch that fight, but maybe he can get away. Maybe this is the way out that he has been looking for since he got here. After a moment All for One started walking towards the door. Come on, we don't have all day. Mikumo got up and followed his father toward a door Mikumo hadn't gone through in 2 years. They stepped out onto the street and Mikumo couldn't help but look around. To his surprise the world seems the same as it was 2 years ago. He wasn't familiar with the area that they were in, but the street was just like any average street that he remembered. He loved it. He was so caught up in looking around he barely noticed his father getting in a car. His father had to grab him for him to realize that he needed to get in the car as well. Throughout the car ride he refused to take his eyes off the window. He didn't want to miss a second more. He vaguely registered his father talking to him, but he didn't care enough to listen. All too soon they arrived at a beach, or at least, what used to be a beach. Now it was a trash dump. Mikumo looked around confused. Why would his father want to beat All Might here? Mikumo followed his father through the mounds of trash until they reached the water. They stood just out of reach of the waves, and looked out on the horizon. I have fought every holder of One for All on this beach. One for All. I never told you about that. All for One paused before continuing. I used to have a quirkless brother. I loved him, we were close, but when I started getting powerful he didn't approve. I thought that I could convince him to change his mind if I gave him a quirk, so I picked one out specifically for him. It was a stockpiling quirk, allowing him to stockpile power to make him stronger. However, I was wrong. He didn't change his mind, and he wasn't actually quirkless. He had a quirk that allowed him to pass on quirks, the quirks combined creating One for All. He had the quirk to rival mine, so thought he could stop me, but he failed. Before he forced me to kill him, he passed on the quirk to someone else. All Might is the 8th, he is going to die the same way the others did, except the quirk will die with him. They give me no choice, it's my life or theirs. They stood in silence for a long time. Mikumo was trying to process what he had just heard. There was a quirk that could be passed on, and All Might was the 8th user. His father has killed every previous user of the quirk, including his own brother. And now his father was planning on killing All Might. There was something, though, that didn't make sense to him. How would All Might know to come here to fight you now? All for One laughs before responding, because I told him to, not directly of course. He has been looking for me since he got back to Japan, investigating anything that could possibly have any connection to me. I just left a few breadcrumbs for him to follow, leading to this beach, today. After that discussion they stood there silently for a while, Mikumo getting more anxious as every moment passed. Suddenly his father turned toward him. Go hide behind that trash pile over there. All for One pointed to a large trash pile that was far enough out of the way that he wouldn't be in too much danger from the fight. Don't make a sound, don't let him know that you are here. Mikumo listened to his father without question. Not long after he hid, a figure landed in the center of the clearing they had been standing in. The ground shook and the sand created a cloud around the figure. All Might had arrived. All Might, I'm glad you finally decided to join me. I have been looking forward to your reunion with Nana. As the sand cloud cleared, Mikumo saw that All Might was not smiling. He had never seen the number 1 hero go into a fight without his signature smile on his face. Mikumo had been hopeful that All Might could win, but that hope was dwindling looking at his grimacing face. I won't be the one reuniting with Nana today, I'm afraid. Your reign as the symbol of evil has gone on for far too long. It ends now. The two men stared each other down for a moment before they each dashed forward. They each exchanged powerful blows, neither holding back. With each punch piles of trash were being blown over. Mikumo was terrified that his hiding spot would be next. He cowered even further into his hiding spot, not taking his eyes off the fight that was happening in front of him. At the beginning of the fight it looked as though All Might would be the winner. He was dodging every punch that was thrown his way, while he was landing most of his punches. However, he paused for a moment. All for One said something to him that caused All Might to hesitate, but Mikumo couldn't hear what was said. In that moment All for One punched through All Might's side. The tide of the battle turned. Mikumo Akatani is terrified. He has felt fear many times before, more than most 10-year-olds, but never to this extent. He has never before been so scared that he couldn't move, but now he is helpless, only able to watch as his father rips out the stomach of the symbol of peace. He can't even make a sound as he realizes that hope is lost. He knew at the start of the battle that there were only two possible outcomes: the defeat of the symbol of peace, or the defeat of the symbol of evil, better known to Mikumo as Dad, Hisoshi Akatani. Mikumo had already watched as his father murdered his mother. He had seen the building he had lived in be turned to ashes. He witnessed his father's cruelty for almost 2 years as he was forced to train to be his father's successor. But it wasn't until this battle that he truly saw his father's power, and he was terrified. He thought that All Might would be able to win. He thought that after 2 years of training he would finally be free. He thought he would finally get to leave Mikumo Akatani behind and become the person he has always wanted to be. But as he watched All Might fall, his dreams shattered. All hope was lost. The silence was deafening. It seemed like the whole world stopped. And then All Might got up and his father didn't. Mikumo couldn't believe his eyes as the symbol of peace defeated his father, even as he was so injured. Mikumo knew better than to believe that his father was dead, but he knew that this would be the only chance he would get to escape, so he did. Mikumo Akatani stopped existing as soon as he left his father behind, but in his own mind, Mikumo Akatani never existed at all. Mikumo. No, Izuku turned and ran. He didn't run towards his father, or toward All Might, but instead he ran off the beach. All he could think about was getting away, away from his father, away from the life he had been forced to live for 2 years, away from being Mikumo. It wasn't until he was far from the beach that he realized that he had just left an injured All Might on the beach with his injured father. He should have helped All Might, he should have at least made sure that he was getting medical attention. But instead he just ran. Izuku came to a stop. While looking around the busy street he found himself on, he happened to find a hero patrolling. The hero had just debuted not long before Izuku had been taken by his father. Judging by the way people kept going up to the hero, it seems like they had become pretty popular. Still out of breath from running, Izuku went up to them with the intention of possibly sending help toward the beach, as well as possibly getting help for himself. Now that he was free from his father, he had nowhere to go. His mother was dead and it wasn't like she would want him anyway. Maybe the Bakugos would want him, but he had no way of getting to them currently. Beach. All Might. Izuku was out of breath as he spoke. He tried to say more but words stopped coming out. What? Who are you? Doesn't matter. All Might, Izuku tried to SEK in a breath, was injured at the beach. Again he found that he couldn't say more than that. What? Kid, don't joke about that. The hero moved away from Izuku, not believing that All Might would be hurt. Izuku watched as the hero moved on, stopping to talk to his fans every so often. He still had no idea where he was, so he wandered for a bit, hoping he would come across a hero or police officer that could help him. He figured at this point All Might probably got help. He was still standing when Izuku left after all. But even if All Might was fine, Izuku wasn't. After a while Izuku finally came across a police officer. "Officer," he yelled out, hoping to get his attention. It worked. The officer started walking towards him, but as he got closer Izuku realized he didn't know what exactly he was going to say. "Hello," the officer said to him as he got close, "can I help you?" Izuku's mouth continued to move but no sounds came out. "Please help me." "Kid, I can't help you if you don't tell me the problem," the officer said kindly. Izuku tried to repeat himself but he only managed to say what he had before. The officer looked at him sadly before his phone rang. "Yes, this is Detective Tsukochi speaking. All Might. Is he okay?" "Thank God. Did they catch the guy?" "I'm on my way." The officer looked back at Izuku after he hung up his phone. "Sorry kid, I can't help you if I don't know what the issue is. I have to go." Without another word the officer turned and rushed away. Izuku was relieved to hear the phone conversation. From what he heard, All Might was getting medical help, and from the officer's reaction, he was going to be okay. However, it sounded like they hadn't managed to catch his father. Meaning his father could still come after him. Seeing how his father was unresponsive when Izuku left, he probably wouldn't be going after him anytime soon, but he needed to find somewhere safe. His first thought was again of the Bakugos, but he quickly pushed that thought aside. He couldn't even tell anyone what had happened. How was he supposed to get there? Also, he didn't want to put the Bakugos in any danger. His mother had already been murdered by his father. He didn't doubt he would do it again. Izuku found himself wandering the streets. Before long he was starting to shiver. He was dressed for training, not for wandering the streets as the sun set. He knew he couldn't wander forever. The stress of the day was catching up to him. He just wanted to curl up and fall asleep. Just as the sun set, Izuku came across an old abandoned apartment building. He remembered seeing it in the news 3 years ago. There was a villain fight. During the fight, Endeavor accidentally set the building on fire. The building was so old that even though it was mostly cosmetic damage, they had decided not to repair it. From what Izuku could see, it had been untouched since then. He made his way into the building to realize that his initial thought had been incorrect. The building had not remained untouched. He walked inside to see that the lobby area looked like someone had set up camp there. He almost turned around and walked out. He didn't want to disturb anyone that was already living there when he heard a voice. "You looking for something, kid?" I didn't realize this place was lived in," Izuku stammered as he waved his hands in what he hoped was a non-threatening manner. It's been a while since someone called me. Why are you here?" Izuku had finally found the source of the voice. It was an old woman sitting in the corner. The woman was thin and hunched over. She was wearing dirty, ragged clothes and her hair was thin and messy. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself. "I don't have anywhere to go. I was hoping to find a safe place to stay." As he spoke, he found himself looking down at the floor. "Well, you're in luck." Izuku's head shot up to stare at the woman. 302 just moved out. I don't know what state he left the place in, but you can take it if you want." "What? I don't have any money or anything." Izuku was confused. It sounded like he was being offered a place to stay, but why would anyone offer anything to him? "Kid, none of us paid to stay here. Who would we pay anyway? This place was abandoned a while back. A group of us moved in not long after. There isn't any clean water or electricity, but it's safer than the streets. Why would you invite me to live here then? You don't even know my name. You're just a kid, and you look like you could use some help. You can call me Miss Hannah, by the way. Everyone else does." "I'm Izuku." Izuku tried to say his last name as well, but no sound came out. If Miss Hannah noticed, she didn't mention it. "Come on, I'll show you around." Miss Hannah got up and walked over to the stairs. Izuku followed behind her. "I'm vouching for you living here, so you better behave. We don't have a lot of rules, but be courteous. Most people living here prefer to be left alone. That being said, we do look out for each other. Most of us have lived here since the place was abandoned. Also, as I said earlier, there is no clean water. However, there is still water. It is extremely low pressure, it is a bit off color, and it is not safe to drink, but there is water. Really, it isn't good for much except flushing the toilet. The lamps in the hallways stay in the hallways, don't mess with them. If you want your own light, you have to get it yourself." By the time Miss Hannah had finished talking, they had reached the 3rd floor. They stepped out of the stairwell to see a hallway with a few doors. There was a camping lantern on the floor in the middle of the hallway. From what Izuku could tell, it was meant to stay there so that the hallway wouldn't be pitch black. He noticed the door labeled 302 had a key left in it. "Here we are. If you ever want to chat, I live down in the lobby." Miss Hannah turned to walk away. "Wait, you live in the lobby? Why don't you take this apartment then? Having people walk through must get annoying, plus it's not as safe." Miss Hannah turned around to respond. "I had an apartment when we first all moved in, but I couldn't handle it. I had been on the streets most my life. I couldn't handle being closed in alone. The lobby took a while to get used to, but it's better. I'm safer than I would be on the streets, but people still walk by all day, and I can get outside easily." "Okay, well, if you're sure." "Thank you." Miss Hannah just smiled at him and walked back down the stairs. 𝐒𝐿 took a second to look at the door. It was a bit beat up and the paint was peeling, but it looked pretty sturdy. He turned the key and entered the apartment. Looking around, he noticed that it was in similar condition to the door. Paint was peeling a bit off the walls and he couldn't help but notice some interesting stains and dents scattered around the place. There was light being let in from the window. The sun had already set, but the window was right by a street lamp. He was surprised to find that the apartment wasn't completely empty. It was obvious that there was no one living there now, but the last resident hadn't left the place empty. There was an old beat-up stained couch in the center of the main room. Off to the side there was a bathroom. It wasn't clean, but it wasn't disgusting either. Over in the corner there was a kitchen. Most of the appliances looked unused, which makes sense seeing there was no power. However, the gas stove looked well used. 𝐒𝐿 guessed that it still was hooked up somehow. There was a closed door next to the bathroom that 𝐒𝐿 assumed was the bedroom. Opening the door, he found a mess. The rest of the apartment was relatively clean, but this room was full of junk. It seemed like whoever lived here last liked hoarding random things. Luckily, the trash seemed to be all stuff and not all food or things that would smell, but the room was packed. There was no room to walk around in it. In a glance from the doorway, 𝐒𝐿 could see half of a broken bike, an old car tire, and a car door. Overwhelmed, he just turned around and shut the door. That was a problem for future 𝐒𝐿. He had bigger issues to deal with now. First on his list, dinner. He started searching through the cabinets in the kitchen, hoping that the last resident had left something. Lucky for him, there were a couple cans left in one of the cabinets. Taking them out, he saw that they were canned beans. Not the best meal, but it would work. In another one of the drawers, 𝐒𝐿 found a can opener. After he had the can opened, he turned on the stove. Sure enough, the gas was hooked up, however there was no way to light it. He turned off the stove to look around. He didn't find anything to light the stove within his initial search, so he decided to try and use Katsuki's quirk. In 2 years of training, he had gotten pretty good at using his friend's quirk. He could pull on it easily. However, as he tried to light the stove, nothing was happening. He tried to go into his quirk, but he found that he couldn't. For the first time in 2 years, he couldn't access his quirk at all. He was quirkless again. With that last revelation, he couldn't help but to fall to the floor in tears. He finally managed to escape his father, but he had lost everything. He can't tell anyone what had happened. He can't even tell anyone his last name. He is living somewhere that didn't even have clean water. And now he doesn't even have a quirk. He is a failure, a nobody. He is useless. He couldn't help All Might. He can't even help himself. It is because of a woman's kindness that he wasn't sleeping on the streets. He didn't know how long he sobbed on the floor. It could have been minutes, or it could have been hours. By the time he stopped crying, he was lying in a puddle on the floor. After a while, he finally calmed down and started to get up. When he saw the can of beans, he almost started crying all over again. Instead, his stomach grumbled. 𝐒𝐿 started looking around the apartment again for something he could use to light the stove. He didn't find anything, but he did come across a fork. Resigned to the fact that he wouldn't be finding anything useful, he took the fork and the can of beans to the couch. As he sat there eating, he thought over his inability to talk about himself. He decided to see if he could say anything now. My dad is a villain. He killed my mom 2 years ago and took me away to train me. I escaped today after he fought All Might. 𝐒𝐿 said the exact thing that he had tried to say to the officer earlier today, except this time every word was said. 𝐒𝐿 was confused for a moment before he remembered a conversation he had with his dad not long after he was taken. 𝐒𝐿 had asked his father how he could be sure that Katsuki wouldn't tell anyone about who he was. In response, his dad told him about a quirk he had. He called it Secret Keeper. It made it impossible to share the secret with anyone that didn't already know it. 𝐒𝐿 guessed that his father had made all information about All for One and Mikumo a secret. If that was the case, there was no way that he would even be able to tell anyone his real name. He can say whatever he wants when he is alone, but when someone can hear him, he can't say anything. Now that he had figured out that, he thought about his quirk, or now lack of quirk. 𝐒𝐿 was well aware that his father could take quirks, but he was pretty sure that wasn't what happened to him. First of all for One needed physical contact to take a quirk, and his father hadn't touched him. Second, his father had tried to take his quirk before, but couldn't. All for One didn't want Izuku's quirk, he had no use for it. But he got angry one day and tried to take the quirk. He didn't manage it, but Izuku got a massive migraine. The theory was that because the quirk is genetically related to All for One, he couldn't take it. It was a weak theory, but there wasn't much else that made sense. If All for One hadn't taken the quirk, then what happened to it? Izuku fell asleep that night trying to think of an answer. When Izuku woke up the next morning, it took him a moment to recognize where he was. He had fallen asleep on the dirty old couch that he had found in the living room, so the first thing he saw when waking up was a huge stain. He didn't want to think about what had caused it, but he was pretty sure it was BLD rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He sat up and looked around the room. His eyes stopped on the now empty can of beans he had left on the floor. Izuku decided that one of the first things that he needed to do was find a lighter. Cold beans are not appetizing at all. As Izuku stretched, he began to make a list in his head of what he needed to do. He needed to first talk to Miss Hana. He couldn't believe that he would be allowed to just have this apartment. There had to be a catch, and Izuku needed to figure out what it was before he started settling in. Second on his list was to find clean water. He was getting thirsty, but Miss Hana had mentioned that the water was not safe to drink. Next, Izuku needs to find a lighter and possibly more food. Further down on his list, he needed to get some warmer clothes and something to hide his identity. He didn't think his father was going to be looking for him, but he could be wrong. Thinking over his list, Izuku realized that the only thing that didn't require money was talking to Miss Hana. He could shoplift, but he really didn't want to do that. Determined to get at least one of the things on his list done, Izuku headed down to the lobby. As he walked in from the stairs, he noticed Miss Hana sitting in the same spot she was in yesterday, sipping a cup of coffee. "Good morning," Izuku called when he saw her. "Good morning," she said with a kind smile. "What brings you down so early?" "I actually wanted to ask you something." "Oh. You never mentioned it yesterday, so what's the catch?" "The catch?" "Yeah, what's the catch for living here? Am I signing away my soul, my firstborn child? You already told me that I don't need to pay anything, but nothing like this is free." Miss Hana looked at him sadly for a second before sighing. "There isn't one, not really." Miss Hana looks at him for a moment before continuing. "All of us that live here work together to make sure we are all safe. We listen if someone starts screaming. We come to each other's aid when we are attacked in the building. We make sure that only people we allow live here. We don't let in just anyone. We don't let in villains, just good people that need somewhere to stay. There is no catch to living here. It's just expected that you be a decent human being." "How do you know that I'm a decent human being? I could be a villain for all you know." "You're a kid. If there are villains your age, then the problems in the world are much bigger than any of us are willing to admit." "I guess you're right." Izuku smiled at her. He still felt like he owed something for living there, but it was nice to know that there wasn't anything he actually owed. He started to walk back up to his apartment before he remembered something else he meant to ask her. "Is there anywhere near here that buys scrap metal?" Miss Hana looked surprised at the question, but she still answered. "Just down the road there is a place that buys it, I think." "Why?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck as he responded. "Well, I don't have any money for food or anything, but one room in the apartment is full of junk, so I was going to see if I could sell any of it." "That's a good idea. Be careful though. I don't want to bother you though, so is there a different exit I can use because I will be taking many trips?" "The other exit was destroyed. Don't worry about it though. I am about to go out for the day anyway, thank you." Izuku smiled at Miss Hana before heading up to his apartment. Izuku was thirsty. He had been all morning, but he knew that to get clean water he needed to buy it, and for that he needed money. He had some work to do. He looked over the junk-filled room and tried to decide on what to take down. He was planning on using some of the materials to make things for his apartment. He had always been interested in inventing and tinkering. Because of that, he didn't want to get rid of all the junk, so he had to choose what would get the most money while also not being useful to him. As Izuku started to move things around, he came across an invaluable item, a red wagon. After looking through the piles, he managed to fill the wagon a sufficient amount. He hadn't touched 3/4 of the room, but hopefully what he had decided to sell would give him enough money to get him some much-needed supplies. He wheeled the wagon out of the apartment and into the hallway before realizing one major issue he had overlooked with the wagon: stairs. He filled a wagon with junk to sell, but he forgot to figure out how he was going to get it down the stairs. Izuku stood in the hallway brainstorming for a bit. He had seen that there was an elevator in the building earlier, but if there was no electricity it wouldn't work, so that wasn't an option. He could just try to pull the wagon down the stairs, but that would be loud, probably cause things to fall out, and might hurt him or someone else. The most obvious option would be to just carry each thing individually, but that would be tiring and take a while. He could try carrying the wagon, but he was pretty sure that he wasn't strong enough to do that. He couldn't figure out any other way to do it, so Izuku carried each thing down separately, and then the wagon, before refilling it and heading out. He followed the directions that Miss Hana gave him. He found the place and walked in. It was an older-looking shop, like most in the area, but the inside was filled with all kinds of stuff, new and old. There were piles of metal everywhere. A lot of it was just pieces of old broken things, but in the corner there was a table that was covered in blueprints around it. There were all kinds of half-finished things. Izuku was distracted by looking around the shop, so he only vaguely paid attention to the lady in the shop. In his defense, she looked distracted as well. He managed to sell all of the scraps he bought relatively easily. Izuku wandered the streets, still pulling his now empty wagon, looking for a place he could buy what he needed. He finally found a little corner store that would hopefully have what he needed. He walked in with his wagon and looked around for what he needed. The scrap metal had given him a bit of money, but it wasn't going to last long. The first thing Izuku grabbed was water. He put a few cases on his cart before moving towards the food. He grabbed some canned foods and some other cheap, easy-to-make, non-perishable foods. Wandering the store some more, he found a lighter, which he added to his items to purchase. As he was walking to the counter, he found a small display of cloth medical masks. Deciding that they would be perfect for hiding his face so his father can't find him, he added a 3-pack to his purchases. Izuku was right, the money barely managed to pay for everything, but he should be able to survive for a bit longer on what he had bought. As soon as Izuku left the store, he stopped off to the side of the sidewalk and drank one of the water bottles he bought before he put on one of the masks. He didn't have much else he could do to hide his identity, but hopefully this would be enough. When Izuku arrived back at the apartment building, Miss Hana was back as well. Hello. Hello, it looks like your scrap metal idea was a success. Yep, now I just need to get all of this stuff upstairs. By the way, do you mind if I leave this wagon down here? It's not very useful on the stairs and it's a pain to get up and down. Izuku realized that he might be asking too much of her, so he continued, "It's okay if I can't, I just thought it wouldn't hurt to ask. I mean, this is your home, so you probably don't want my stuff here. I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry, I don't mind if you leave it down here really. Yeah, it doesn't take up a lot of space. Although, would you mind if I borrow it occasionally? It would make errands easier." "Thank you, feel free to use it as much as you like." Izuku carried everything he had bought up to his apartment before he stashed the wagon away in the corner. Now that he had finished everything that he had meant to do that day, he realized that it was late afternoon, and he hadn't eaten all day. He decided to have the same thing he had the day before, except this time he could heat it. After he ate, Izuku went back into the room full of junk to see if there was anything he could use to tinker with. He spent the rest of the evening tinkering and building things with the stuff he found in the room. The next few days all went similarly. He spent a lot of time in the junk room finding different things to tinker with, as well as pulling out things that would be useless to him but that he could sell. The first thing he worked on building was a water filter purifier system. He realized pretty quickly that the water in the building was pretty disgusting. He had to use his water bottles to wash dishes, take a shower, and cook, as well as to drink. He spent many of his mornings at the public library learning about how to make what he needed, before heading back to his apartment to spend the afternoons actually building. Within a few weeks he had finished it. He decided to hook it up to the whole building's water supply rather than just his own, so that everyone could get clean water. After Izuku installed his water purifier, he finally met some of the other people that lived in the complex. He went around to each person's apartment to tell them about the water. Majority of the people were wary of him at first, and after meeting they still didn't interact much, but they were very happy to find that they actually had clean water. Izuku also found that after giving the whole building clean water, He no longer felt like he owed anything to live there. Now that he was able to spend his money from selling the junk on other things, he went out and bought himself more clothes. He started making sure that he wore a hoodie and a face mask everywhere to protect his identity. Every once in a while Izuku would attempt to pull on his quirk, but there was nothing there. Izuku still didn't know why he couldn't use his quirk. His top theories are that Katsuki gave up on him, or that when he decided that Mikumo no longer existed, all the bonds that he had no longer existed as well. He had no idea if either of these theories were correct, and he really had no way of knowing, so he tried not to think about it too much and instead just worried about surviving. Izuku never meant to become a vigilante. Ever since he was little, his feet had moved to help people before he could think about it. His father tried to train that out of him, but it didn't work. No matter what, Izuku would always help whoever needed it. His first act of vigilantism happened about a month after he escaped his father. He had recently finished the water purifier, so he was walking around outside the building trying to think of the next things he was going to build. He already decided that he was going to create some sort of generator, probably a solar-powered one, but he wanted to make things for fun as well. As he was walking past an alley, he heard a scream. He couldn't stop himself from running in to help. In the alley, he found a woman pressed against the wall with a man holding a knife to her throat. He wished he had a way that he could call the police for help, but he didn't, so instead he got closer ready to intervene. "Give me all your money," the man growled, so low that Izuku barely heard. The woman was shaking as she reached for her money. She fumbled with her pockets trying to get her wallet out. It was obvious the man was getting impatient. Izuku took action and snuck up behind the man. He hit a spot on the man's neck that caused him to go unconscious immediately. Izuku looked the woman over quickly. Seeing that she wasn't hurt, he left the alley. He knew that he should have stayed to talk to the police, but after realizing that he wouldn't be able to tell the police who he was, or anything about himself, he decided that it would be more trouble than it was worth. He also wasn't sure if what did was legal. He knew that there were vigilante laws that made it illegal to use quirks, but he didn't know how those work if no quirks are used. But Izuku was going to find out. Izuku spent the rest of the day in the library, researching laws surrounding what he had done. He didn't plan on becoming a full-fledged vigilante, but he wasn't going to just stand by when someone was being hurt. Looking into the laws, he found that as long as he didn't use a quirk, and if he didn't attack first, it could qualify for self-defense, making it legal. Technically, what he had done in the alley had been illegal. The man had not attacked him before he knocked him out. Good thing Izuku had left, and that he had been wearing his usual hoodie and face mask so he couldn't be recognized. A few days later, he was walking to the store when he heard a groan from a blind alley. Entering the alley, he found a disturbing sight. Hunched against the wall, there was a boy about his age. He had purple fluffy hair and a bruised lip. He was holding his stomach like it hurt, and he had blood dripping from his nose. Surrounding him were 4 boys who also looked to be around the same age. It was obvious they were beating up the purple-haired boy. "What's going on here?" Izuku spoke in a low, threatening tone. He had spent long enough around his father to learn how to conduct himself in a way to make himself intimidating, so he used everything he could hear. The boy in the middle turned slightly toward Izuku as he sneered. "Just doing our duty to society, making sure this villain doesn't hurt anyone." "Oh." Izuku stepped closer, staring down the leader. What did he do to be considered a villain? "He's got a villainous quirk," a different boy answered. "A quirk doesn't make someone a villain, only someone's actions can. I had to teach someone that same lesson when I was 5. I'd bet I've become a better teacher since then though." Izuku continued to step forward toward the group who he now had the full attention of. As he spoke, he kept eye contact with the leader. He tried to sound as threatening as possible, and from the boys' reactions, it seemed to be working. Only the leader wasn't shaking. "Oh, so you probably have a villainous quirk too. Now we have 2 villains we need to punish." The leader charged Izuku as soon as he finished speaking. As he moved, his arm got bigger and more muscular. With that arm, he threw a punch with as much force as he could. One punch would most likely be enough to knock a man out. Izuku dodged it easily. Emboldened by the leader's attack, the other boys moved forward with attacks of their own. The purple-haired boy looked to escape, but the fighting blocked the only exit. Now that all 4 boys were attacking Izuku, he could legally fight back. He dodged another punch aimed at his face as he threw a punch at his attacker. The punch connected with his jaw and knocked him out, one attacker down. 𝐒𝐿 kept dodging powered-up punches from the leader when suddenly he took a hard hit to the stomach. He barely even saw which boy had hit him. From what he could tell, the boy had some kind of speed quirk. Now that 𝐒𝐿 was paying attention to him, he saw that the boy would stand in one spot for a moment as he slowly blurred, until he shot forward to attack. He would be a blur for a moment until he stood still in a different spot to repeat. Meanwhile, the leader didn't ease up on his powered-up punches. The last boy was occasionally throwing his own punch, but he focused more on his friends. Every 30 seconds or so he would put his hand on one of the other two boys. That boy would have a light blue aura around them for their next attack, and their attack was stronger. After taking the first hit from the speed quirk, he was able to dodge him, but only barely. He was getting hits thrown at him so quickly from his attackers that he could only dodge them. Since taking out the first boy, he hadn't managed to counter-attack. Finally, the leader started to get tired, giving 𝐒𝐿 a chance to counter-attack. He started with the boy that was powering up the other two. The next punch the powering-up boy threw, 𝐒𝐿 was able to duck under and retaliate with a strike to the neck like he had used against the mugger. He just had the leader and the boy with the speed quirk left. The next time the boy with the speed quirk started to get ready to attack him, 𝐒𝐿 maneuvered so that he was directly in between the two remaining boys. Watching the speed quirk in action, he had noticed that the boy could only travel in a straight line while his quirk was active. The boy sped towards 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 moved out of the way at the last second, allowing the boy with the speed quirk to run straight into the leader who was in the middle of throwing his own punch. The 𝐒𝐿 managed to knock both boys out. 𝐒𝐿 double-checked that all the boys were unconscious before he made his way over to the purple-haired boy who was sitting on the floor against the wall, hunched over as much as possible. "Are you okay?" 𝐒𝐿 spoke softly. The purple-haired boy looked at him in surprise. "Did you mean it? You don't think my quirk is villainous?" 𝐒𝐿 let out a small laugh. "I don't know what your quirk is, but there is no such thing as a villainous quirk, only villainous people." "My quirk is brainwashing," the purple-haired boy whispered. He tried to make himself smaller, as if he expected 𝐒𝐿 to decide that he actually deserved what the other boys had been doing. "Oh, that's so cool, that could be so helpful in heroics. You could take down a villain with absolutely no collateral damage, or you could calm someone down if they are panicking. There are so many different ways that could be used. What's the trigger for it? Is it eye contact? No, those boys would have done something to your eyes if that was it. Physical contact? No, beating you up wouldn't have worked if that was it. Voice? Response? That might be it. You seem to have a lot of scars on your throat and mouth. If it was something to do with your voice, that would be the obvious place to attack." 𝐒𝐿 trailed off once he realized he had probably freaked the boy out. Meanwhile, the purple-haired boy just stared wide-eyed at him. After a moment he spoke up. "Yeah, it's a verbal response. If someone responds to me verbally, I can take control of them if I want to." "That's so cool. Use it on me." The purple-haired boy just looked at him in shock. "Please, I want to see it in action." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." As soon as he spoke, everything faded out. He was only vaguely aware of his surroundings. It was calm and quiet. He felt all his worries fade away. Just as suddenly as the world had faded out, it was back. Whoa! That was so cool. The purple-haired boy just looked at 𝐒𝐿 in awe. He had never had someone willingly under his control before, nor had he ever had someone call his quirk cool. They sat in silence for a moment before the purple-haired boy spoke. "So, have you become a better teacher?" he said jokingly. "What? You said you have taught that lesson before, but you bet that you've become a better teacher." "Oh," 𝐒𝐿 laughed. "Yeah, last time I just said that a quirk couldn't be considered villainous after I got beaten up, so I think this time went a bit better." The purple-haired boy looked at him incredulously. "You made it sound like you beat someone up." "Well, yeah, I was trying to sound intimidating." "What the F?" the purple-haired boy exclaimed, still looking at 𝐒� in shock. 𝐒� just laughed before heading towards the exit of the alley. "Well, if you're okay, I should be going. I'll leave it up to you whether you call the police on them or not. If I were you, I would choose soon. They won't stay down for too long." "Wait, what's your name?" The purple-haired boy yelled after him, but 𝐒� was already gone. After that incident, it became an almost daily occurrence. Izuku wasn't searching out crimes to stop, but when he would go somewhere, he always found himself choosing the route that would lead him through the more dangerous areas. He justified it to himself that those routes were quicker or shorter, but he knew that wasn't the real reason. He never had been able to turn away when he knew someone was being hurt. It wasn't until one day as he was leaving his apartment that he realized what he was doing. He had been about to leave when he saw a metal rod in the junk room. It was about 50 centimeters, about 20 inches long, and it had a diameter of about 3 centimeters, about 1 inch, and it was made of solid steel. He grabbed it to take with him, just in case he needed it as a weapon. He made it out the door and halfway down the stairs before he realized what he had done. He was preparing for a fight before he even left his apartment. He had grabbed a weapon before he left. He couldn't deny any longer that he was looking for criminals to stop. At that revelation nearly dropped the rod, but at the last second he remembered that he was on the stairs and dropping a metal rod would be loud. Instead, he ran back into his apartment. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it, sliding down to the floor. With his head in his hands, he started to think about how he ended up in a position where he thought bringing a metal rod on a walk was a good idea. Izuku was scared that somewhere along the way he had started to like fighting people, that he had started to want to hurt people. Why else would he bring a metal rod with him? One hit from that could do a lot of damage to a person. He thought about it for a while before coming to the conclusion that it wasn't fighting that he liked, but rather saving people. He thought back to the looks on the faces of the would-be victims after he saved them. It was just like back in school, when he stood up to bullies, except now he could fight back. He wasn't just taking someone else's beating for them. If he was going to purposefully go out to save people, a weapon would be a good idea, and although it was convenient, the metal rod was definitely overkill. With that though, Izuku got to work. He decided that if he was going to be a vigilante, he might as well go all in with it. His usual outfit of a mask and a hoodie wouldn't cut it. He also needed weapons, and probably a device to contact the cops. He put all of his time into finishing the project he had already started, the solar generator, so that he could be able to work on his new projects easier. Within a week, he was moving on to his vigilante project. Izuku's first goal was to make vigilante gear that would hide his identity and protect him. He went to a thrift shop that he had found a while back. It wasn't very close to his apartment, but it was the cheapest place to buy clothes. He wandered the store for a while looking for anything that could work. The first thing he found was a pair of black combat boots. They were similar to the boots his father would have him wear for training, so they would work perfectly for him. Finding a jacket was more difficult for him. He was about to give up and just grab a generic black hoodie when he found a black leather jacket with a dark gray hood tucked into the back of a shelf. It was a quality biker jacket. It had been worn to the point that the leather was flexible, but it still looked relatively new. It was perfect. Now that he had a jacket, he just needed a shirt and some briefs. For the briefs, he decided on dark gray cargo briefs. The shirt he had a little more trouble deciding on. He wasn't sure whether he wanted there to be any color in his outfit or if he should wear all black and gray. After spending way too long debating between two t-shirts that were identical in everything except color, he decided that a little bit of color would probably be a good thing. Putting the black t-shirt back, Izuku brought the clothes he decided on, including a dark green shirt, to the register. His next order of business is to make himself something to hide his face. He decided that a mask like one that he wears regularly would be too easy to connect to him. Izuku looked into getting a full face mask from a costume store, but none of the masks there had space for him to modify and add things to. He didn't just want a mask that covered his identity, he also wanted it to protect his face and modify his voice. He did find a display of tinted glasses in the costume shop though. They were shaped like hawk's goggles, although in all different colors. The sign next to them mentioned that the tint was a quirk effect for aesthetic purposes only, it wouldn't affect the wearer's vision at all. Curious, Izuku tried on a pair and was delighted to find that his vision wasn't affected at all. Looking at himself in the mirror on the stand, Izuku came up with an idea for how to hide his face. Instead of a one-piece full face mask with a voice modifier, he could wear the dark green tinted glasses which would hide the top half of his face, and he could create a metal mask for the lower half of his face that would have a built-in voice modifier. Excited, Izuku grabbed a few pairs of the dark green glasses. The next few days Izuku spent working, trying to make his voice modifier, but he came across a problem. He ran out of materials. Building the solar generator and the water purifier had taken up a lot of the stuff that was in the junk room. Everything else that had been in the room had either been sold or turned into furniture. As soon as there was enough space, Izuku had built himself a sturdy table and slowly turned the room into his building space. He had been lucky that up until this point he had found everything he needed in that room, including tools, but his luck had run out. At this point he was pretty familiar with the area surrounding the building he lived in. He knew that there wasn't anywhere near that could have what he needed. He was about to give up when he remembered the beach that his father had fought All Might on. Izuku didn't really want to go back there. He didn't want to see the aftermath of the fight, but it was the only place he could think of where he might be able to get the materials he needed for free. Early in the morning Izuku headed out toward the beach, pulling his wagon behind him. He had found out that it wasn't nearly as far away as he had originally thought, but he didn't know how long it would take him to find useful parts, and he didn't want to walk back at night. The walk was peaceful, not many people were out in the morning, but by the time he got to the beach the world had woken up. The beach looked similar to how he remembered, except it seemed like there was more trash. Izuku hadn't looked too carefully the first time he was here, but now that he had the chance he noticed all sorts of strange things littered across the beach. There were quite a few big items that he wasn't sure how they got there, such as a truck and some old appliances, and a lot of smaller items. Some things he knew would be useless, they were too broken or rusted, or they had spent too long in the ocean, but a lot of the stuff on the beach could become very useful to him. Izuku spent most of the day at the beach. He sorted through the piles, grabbing things that could be useful, slowly filling his wagon. He even found a couple old broken phones. He took those in hopes that he would be able to create a working phone from it. When his wagon was full he walked back to his apartment and worked on his vigilante gear. He spent the next few days with the same routine. Once he had enough supplies to last him a while he stopped going to the beach, instead spending all his time on his gear. After he finished his mask he worked on making himself a simple weapon and phone. He was impatient to start going out as a vigilante, but he knew that he needed a way to get the police to arrest the criminals. In the past he always just had the victim call the police, but that wasn't going to be possible all of the time, especially if he was out at night like he planned to be. For a weapon Izuku decided to make an extendable staff. He had plans to add more to the design later, but for now it would just be a simple hollow metal staff that could extend from 15 centimeters to 1.5 meters long. While he was with his father he had been forced to train with many different length staffs, so having one that could be whatever length he wanted would be great. He designed the staff so that in the middle of it there was a button. If the button was held down the staff could change lengths. As soon as the button was released, the staff would stay at whatever length it was. Out of everything he had made, the staff was the simplest. It took Izuku a lot of research to be able to build a phone that could work. But he found that building the phone was actually the easy part. Making it so that the phone was able to send and receive calls and messages was much more difficult. He didn't want any connection to a phone company, so he had to find a different way to get the phone to work. He spent days researching and learning to code. After a lot of trial and error he was able to use the phone to send and receive messages and calls. Finally, weeks after starting his projects he managed to get everything to work. He was finally ready for his official debut as a vigilante. Izuku is excited and nervous. He is about to go on his first patrol. He doesn't know what to expect. When he had wandered the streets during the day he usually only came across only 1 or 2 minor incidents, but now that he had decided to actually go looking for crimes to stop, he figured nighttime would be better. Since he had been on his own he had avoided the streets at night. Miss Hannah had told him a few days after he had moved in that the streets were full of villains and criminals after dark. This was the poorer section of town, so there were less heroes that patrolled during the day, and practically no heroes patrolled once the sun set. Izuku carefully put on all his gear. Even though he hadn't been out in it before, it wasn't the first time he was wearing it. Not long after he bought the clothes he made it a habit to work out in it daily. He wanted to make sure that he wouldn't get tripped up by his outfit when he was fighting. The leather jacket was something he was especially worried about, but after all the time he had spent wearing it, he could move in it easily. Before pulling on the hood to cover his hair, he pulled it back with a headband that he created so that none of it would get in his eyes. He had made the headband specifically for his outfit. It had a few attachments to the top of it that would allow it to connect to the inside of the hood. This would keep his hood on no matter how much he moved around. Once that was on, he put on his mask and glasses. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror for a moment. Just by looking at him it was impossible to tell much about him. The only thing that might clue someone in on his age was his height. His face and hair are completely hidden. His voice changer makes his voice sound androgynous and robotic. He could be anyone. He grabbed his phone and his staff, putting the staff in its holster that was on his belt. Checking the time on his phone before he left, he noticed something. It was July 15th, his 11th birthday. It had been less than 3 months since he had left his father. In those 3 months he hadn't used his quirk once, although he did try. At first he tried every day, but as time passed he tried less and less. He thought that he might be able to use Miss Hannah's quirk after he became closer to her, but after a while of knowing her, he found out that she is quirkless. When she asked about his quirk, he told her that he was quirkless too. After all, he has no bonds, not even the thin weak bonds that he would form with people upon first meeting them. He originally tried to tell her the truth, but no words came out. Apparently his father decided that his quirk was a secret. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Izuku headed toward the window. When he decided to become a vigilante, he knew that he would not be able to enter or exit the building through the main lobby. He didn't want Miss Hannah to be pulled into his vigilantism. Finding a way around that, he had fixed up the fire escape that was out of his window. To avoid suspicion, he fixed up all the fire escapes and told the other residences that it was so they would have a second escape route in case of an emergency. Izuku climbed out the window into the night. Instead of climbing down to the street, he decided to climb up to the roof. All the buildings were close enough that he could run and jump between them. He figured it would allow him to move around better without being caught, and it was just like his stealth and agility training he used to do. He didn't miss the facility, but some of the training he did was fun. Without a set route, Izuku ran across the rooftops. He felt so free, there was no one chasing him, no one could recognize him. He forgot why he was running across the rooftops, he just enjoyed the feeling of the wind on his face. A gunshot brought him back to the present. He was on patrol, he was supposed to be saving people. Hoping that he wasn't too late, Izuku ran towards the sound. He stopped on the edge of a building, looking down into an alley. From the roof he could see a group of men fighting. From what he could tell, the men were from 2 different gangs. There was a gun on the ground a few feet from them. It looked like it had been dropped when the fight broke out. Izuku dropped down to the ground far enough away from the fight that none of the men would notice him. He snuck around to the gun and picked it up. Izuku carefully unloaded and cleared it as he spoke. "Oh, y'all are fighting and you didn't invite me. How rude." When the men heard the gun being unloaded, they froze and turned toward Izuku. As soon as Izuku finished speaking, he looked up at the men and put the weapon aside. He figured that the gangsters would turn their attacks toward him after that statement, and he was correct. The gangsters all ran to attack Izuku, no longer caring that they were fighting each other a few moments before. The fight ended quickly. None of the gangsters were experienced fighters and they had beat each other up quite a bit already. Within a few moments all of the gangsters were left unconscious with their hands zip-tied behind their backs. Izuku called the cops to inform them of the incident before climbing back onto the roof to continue patrolling. The rest of the night went similarly. Izuku would find a crime, he would goad the criminal into attacking him, then he would take them out, and before he left he would call the cops. He expected it to be difficult, but after all the training he had done, he found that being a vigilante was actually pretty easy. Most of the people he fought didn't have much experience, and Izuku had enough experience fighting against weapons that they didn't cause him any problems anymore. It helped that after the first gang fight he didn't come across any more guns. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he came across anything different. None of the crimes he had stopped throughout the night had involved a victim, someone who had done nothing wrong but ended up involved anyway. He had broken up gang fights, attempted robberies, and a car theft, but nothing that involved saving someone. That changed when he came across an attempted mugging on his way home. Izuku handled it the same way that he had handled all the rest of the crimes that night, but before he left the victim stopped him with a question, "Are you a hero?" Izuku froze before answering quietly, "No." "Then who are you?" It was silent for a moment before they could faintly hear sirens in the background. The police would be here soon, but Izuku didn't know what to answer. He couldn't say his name. Beside the fact that he can't say any of his name other than Izuku out loud, he couldn't tell the world his identity. But he had never thought about what he would go by, he never thought it would matter. After all, he wasn't really anyone to anybody. He could die right here and no one would care, no one would know. I'm nobody, Izuku answered almost to himself, before turning and running off. Detective Naomasa Tsukochi is tired. He was an already overworked man and now he is being handed a vigilante case. In one night the vigilante had racked up 15 arrests. The cases all seemed different, but they all had one thing in common. The criminals were found unconscious with their hands zip-tied behind their backs with dark green zip ties. Once they came to, they all told similar stories of a person sneaking up on them committing a crime. They remember the person taunting them, but then nothing. The only person who had any other information to give was the victim of the last incident. He told of a fairly short hero wearing dark clothing coming in and saving him. As far as he could tell, there wasn't any quirk use, and the person made sure that the criminal threw the first punch. The most useful information that the detective got from him was their short conversation. The vigilante called himself Nobody. That was just the first night the vigilante patrolled. It was now a week later and there were already 90 arrests that could be accredited to the vigilante. The fact that they called themselves Nobody was just icing on the cake. It caused every conversation to have some confusion. Was someone saying nobody was seen, or were they saying that nobody was seen? To make the whole situation worse, the media had caught wind of the situation. Some of the people that had been saved by Nobody posted about it online. Before long, Nobody went viral. So now Tsukochi was NSNG a headache and a cup of coffee as he scrolled through Twitter, looking for any information that could help. He was surrounded by his team that were all scrolling through different social media platforms. Majority of what was said was positive. Nobody was working in the part of town that nobody else would patrol. They were taking out criminals effectively without much damage to them. The vigilante was considered a hero by many people, but legally they still needed to bring them in. Tsukochi was reaching his breaking point when he came across an angry rant. F Nobody at 𝐼𝐼 July 22nd. Why the F is everyone freaking out about a short but vigilante? He calls himself Nobody for FS sake. Who the F does he think he is? A knockoff Odysseus. I'm tired of hearing about him. The actual heroes are the ones who we should be talking about. This was just one tweet in the midst of thousands, but it gained a lot of attention. It also explained why Odysseus was also trending. F it, we are calling the vigilante Odysseus. Tsukochi exclaimed to the surprise of his team. They all immediately started questioning him. What? You mean Nobody is also Odysseus? Wait, why Odysseus? Tsukochi sighed before explaining. Someone tweeted sarcastically comparing Nobody to Odysseus. It caught on, now there are people calling them both. F, I thought Odysseus was someone else, so I've been ignoring all those posts. Same, wait, but why are we switching to calling them Odysseus? Are you seriously asking that? It has been so confusing saying Nobody. Right, I honestly forgot that Nobody was a word for a second there. You've been reading too many tweets, maybe it's time for another cup of coffee. If you're making coffee, make a whole pot. I think we could all use more now that our workload just doubled. There was a chorus of groans from the team as they all went back to work. A few hours later they were interrupted by the arrival of an underground hero. Eraserhead, what are you doing here so early? Tsukochi asked the tired-looking man that had joined them. Early? It's my normal patrol time. What? Tsukochi looked over at the clock. Wow, when did that happen? That seemed to have woken the rest of the team out of their trance. Slowly they all started to blink and stretch, coming back from their deep dives into social media. What were you working on that kept you from noticing the time? Tsukochi just sighed and let his face fall into his hands. He let another member of his team answer for him. We were looking into social media because the vigilante Nobody Odysseus is trending. If the vigilante is trending, why haven't heroes been called in to capture them? Tsukochi groaned as he answered, because they have only been active for a week. 1 week. They already have 90 arrests accredited to them. We hadn't called in a hero until today because they hadn't been active long enough to build a case on them. So you have called in a hero to capture them. That's why you're here. Tsukochi looked up at the hero. Welcome to the case, Eraser. Eraserhead groaned. Did you find anything useful on social media? Online, the vigilante is mainly referred to as a male. However, there are many arguments about that because there is absolutely no evidence pointing to either gender. The vigilante refers to themselves as nobody. Most people went along with calling them that, but now there are many people who refer to the vigilante as Odysseus because of a tweet. Many people think that they are young because of small comments they made and their height, but no one has any idea what age they would be. They are quick and efficient, taking out the criminals so fast that the victims can't say much about his fighting style. But, Tsukochi sighed, honestly we aren't finding much more than what we already knew. Whoever this vigilante is, they managed to hide all information about them pretty well. We don't even have a clue what their quirk could be. Do they have an area they mostly work in? Anything that could narrow down where I would find them? Sorry, there doesn't seem to be any pattern to where they work. They stay in Musutafu, but so far they have been involved in incidents all over the city. Sorry, Eraser, I was hoping to have more information before we put you on this case, but we really don't have much. We can't wait any longer to go after him though. We all know how dangerous a vigilante can be when we don't know their motivations. Izuku never thought that he would be recognized for what he did as a vigilante. Majority of the crimes he stopped didn't have any witnesses that could tell anyone about him. And even if they had, he was nobody. He even told them that, so why would they tell anyone about him? He was just doing what anyone would do if they had the ability to. For the most part, being recognized didn't change anything. The people that recognized him were usually just the people he saved. They would ask for an autograph or a selfie, thank him, and then he would go on to look for more crime. What really threw him off was when he was called Odysseus for the first time. He had just saved a teenager from being mugged when the teen called out to him as Odysseus and asked for a selfie. Odysseus. Yeah man, that's what people have been calling you online. Why? I don't know dude, I think it started cause you call yourself nobody, which apparently some ancient Greek named Odysseus did too, but recently I have seen some stuff comparing you because you're like a hero but not quite. I'm not sure man, I don't know ancient Greek essay but the name caught on. The teenager paused for a moment before continuing, by the way, are you a guy or a girl? Everyone on Twitter has been arguing like crazy. Izuku wasn't sure how to answer that. He had gone for an androgynous look on purpose. Does it matter? The conversation was cut short by the sirens in the distance. In a blink, Izuku was gone. He wasn't sure what to think about that new information. He was just getting used to people recognizing him as nobody. It wasn't that he didn't like the name Odysseus or anything, it was just too important for him. Izuku wasn't too interested in ancient Greek mythology, but he was familiar with the story of Odysseus. Odysseus was a king who could think his way out of any situation, but he had done many things that made people unsure of awarding him the title of hero. Izuku is just Izuku, the functionally quirkless, homeless, 11-year-old, with no friends or family. Nobody is a better descriptor for him. Over the next few days he got over the strangeness that came along with being recognized. He focused on trying to stop crime instead of worrying about what he was called. It didn't matter to him much anyway. Almost a month into his vigilante work he stumbled across something much bigger than anything he had dealt with previously. He was running and jumping across rooftops at random like he had been doing every night since he had started his vigilantism when he came across a drag deal. It was far from the first drag deal he had witnessed, but this one was different. At first it looked like any other drag deal, but Izuku noticed the extra people watching from the shadows. He couldn't see any faces, the shadows covered them in a way that only their hands were visible. As he watched, money changed hands, much more money than Izuku had ever seen in a drag deal before. What finally clued him in on exactly what was going on was the small box that was exchanged. If Izuku hadn't been around his father for as long as he wouldn't have recognized it. But he had been, so he did. The box was the usual carrying case for Trigger. Trigger was a drag used to enhance a person's quirk. It was very illegal and dangerous. Izuku knew what it was because his father had some around, not because he needed it, but because he worked occasionally with the people that distribute it, the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾. Izuku wasn't aware of how they worked together exactly, he was just aware that his father owed them for some reason. He really didn't know much about the group either, just that they are a Yakuza group that has their hands in drugs. As much as Izuku wants to go down there and get all of them arrested, he knows his limits. There was no way he could take out everyone down there, especially if they had access to Trigger. He was about to turn away and continue on his patrol when the men started to disperse. He watched as the man who sold Trigger stepped into the light. Izuku froze in recognition. He had seen that mask before. Pieces clicked into place as he realized why his father owed the group. The man in the mask had sold his father the information that ruined Izuku's life. Izuku had known that, he was aware since the beginning that that was how his father had found out about his quirk, but he hadn't known that the man in the mask was from the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾. On that rooftop, Izuku decided what his next goal is going to be. He is going to take down the group that ruined his life. He is going to take down the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾. The days immediately following Izuku's decision to take down the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 was spent mostly in the library, researching on the computers. He knew that Yakuza groups were tight-knit enough that none of the members would leak much information online, but he didn't really have any other place to start. To his surprise, he did actually find a mention of the group online. The 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 had been brought up in an article about Trigger. In the article, the author called the group a Yakuza group, which they technically are. This led to a comment thread about how the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 were a disgrace to the Yakuza. Commenters argued about whether the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 could even be considered a Yakuza group if they go against the ideals that Yakuza follow. The commenters were knowledgeable enough about what Yakuza ideals were that Izuku was convinced that they were people from other Yakuza groups, but the information they gave was invaluable. He found that the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 embrace villainy more than other Yakuza groups. The higher-up people even have villain names. The leader is 𝐿𝐻𝐻, he is the one that led the group to be more villainous. His quirk allows him to take apart and put back together anything he touches. His second-in-command is called Torment. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 doesn't like getting his hands dirty, so he has Torment act in his stead with anything that requires contact with other groups. This would mean that Torment is the one that would actually be selling Trigger. A shiver went down Izuku's spine when he realized that he had come across the second-in-command of the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 that day in the woods. The next highest in the group were Chronostasis and Mimic. Either the commenters didn't know more about these two members or they didn't think that any information would help argue their points because Izuku couldn't find anything other than their names throughout the whole thread. The 8 bullets were also mentioned a few times, but without any more context the vigilante couldn't figure out what that was referring to. Unsurprisingly, there wasn't much more information about the group to be found online. Like most Yakuza groups, the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 was skilled at staying out of the limelight. This meant that to get more information, he had to get it directly from the source. His mind went back to his father's methods, the few afternoons they spent going over interrogation tactics instead of quirk training, but that was not the person he wanted to be. Even if he was willing to go to such lengths, he knew better than to think that he would get any information out of even the lowest-ranked 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 members. They might be barely Yakuza, but they still had that same sense of loyalty. Every member would die before giving up anything. Luckily, Izuku had extensive stealth training from when he was with his father. He just needed to find another Trigger deal and then follow the Yakuza from there. It was risky, he didn't even want to think about what would happen if they found him, but he couldn't think of any other plans. Since his birthday, he had spent every night running around on rooftops, stopping crime. Now that he had a new goal that didn't stop, but he did become more systematic about it. He identified different places that were similar to the one that he originally saw the Trigger deal in and made sure to check on them each at least once during each night. The first Trigger deal had been in a dimly lit alley. Surrounding it were many places where people could hide in the shadows. The alley was far enough out of the normal walking path that no random passers-by would come through, but close enough to the busy clubs on the main streets that they could disappear into a crowd if necessary. In between checking each spot he identified, he would keep his routes completely random. He was starting to think that maybe no one would come after him, not his father, and not the heroes. Maybe he was so much of a nobody that no one was looking for him. Even if that was the case though, he was not going to risk making it easy for whomever might end up going after him. Plus, The random routes made it more fun for him. About a week into his investigation, he finds a trigger deal. The vigilante had been about to call it a night, but before he did, he decided to check the possible alleys one last time. He was checking the last one when he caught a glimpse of the distinctive mask. He got as close as he could on the roof without risking being seen, and then hid in the shadows. Izuku watched as money traded hands and the distinctive box got handed over. He was close enough to hear what they were saying, but they didn't say much other than a quick greeting. The whole transaction lasted about 5 minutes at most, just enough time to determine that the money and drags were the real thing. Neither parties wanted heroes to stumble upon them, so they were sure to keep unnecessary conversation to the minimum. As Torment started to leave the alley, the vigilante moved to follow, however he was distracted by a blur of grey in the corner of his eye. He was barely able to duck in time as a strip of fabric was whipped out toward him. He ducked and dodged, dancing along the rooftop, avoiding the grey weapon. Thoughts of following Torment were forgotten as he focused on avoiding the weapon that was intent on capturing him. In between dodges he would get glimpses of a man in all black directing the weapon, the end of it being wrapped around the man's neck. Occasionally he would see a flash of yellow, and rarely a flash of red. The vigilante decided that his best chance at getting away would be to run. He had never been so thankful to have practiced stealth and agility against Kurogiri. At first the mysterious man had managed to keep up with him fairly well, but it didn't take long for Izuku to lose him. Even after he was confident that the man had lost him, he continued to run. He needed to be absolutely sure that the man would not catch up to him. By the time he was satisfied that there was no way he was being followed, the sun was starting to rise. Exhausted, he made his way back to his apartment. As he walked home, it occurred to him that even after all of that, he had no new information on the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼. He also thought about the man that attacked him. For some reason he seemed familiar, which was probably a very bad thing. Confident that he wouldn't get any more information about the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 through the library, he spent his days working on his gear. Each night he still went out to fight crime, and he still checked on the spots he figured the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 most likely to show up, but he knew that beyond that there wasn't anything that he could do to directly help his investigation. Rather than just sit around, he decided that he would make some new gear. His first order of business, his staff. When he first made the staff, it was with the intention of upgrading it later. His first adjustment was going to be making it electrified. The plan was to make it have an electrical charge down the entire thing, not enough to cause serious damage, but enough to stun. The charge could be turned on and off through twisting a band located near the center of the staff, right next to the button that allowed the staff to change lengths. When he wasn't working on the upgrades, he was practicing getting used to his new addition to his costume. With the addition of an electric component to his staff, it became apparent he would need protection in his hands, otherwise he would only be shocking himself. To fix the problem, he added black electrical gloves. Because they were meant for protection, the gloves are thick and hard to maneuver in. The first few times that he attempted to use them, he struggled to hold on to things, but after more practice he was able to fight with them without a problem. Before his upgrades were finished to his staff, he came across another trigger deal. It was only a few days after his failed attempt at following Torment, when he came across him again at one of the alleys that he had been watching. Sadly, he only witnessed the end of the transaction, so he wasn't able to listen for any information, but it gave him the perfect opportunity to follow them. Unfortunately, Torment seemed to be aware that he was at risk for being followed because he made many large illogical turns, essentially going in circles and adding unnecessary zigzags. If Izuku hadn't been trained so thoroughly during his time with his father, Torment would have lost him. Roughly a half hour into following Torment, the vigilante was surprised by a familiar-looking cloth shooting out at him. Just like the first time, he was forced to give up on chasing Torment to instead focus on avoiding being caught. He was thankful that out of all the places where he could be chased, he was being chased in this area. Most of the alleys that he monitored were fairly far away from each other, but there were two that were within a few blocks of each other. Due to that, he spent more time in that area, meaning he knew the area pretty well. Usually that wouldn't matter, but he was being chased through there by a man who seemed intent on capturing him. Knowing the area meant that he could hide. After leading the man away, the vigilante found a small space to hide in behind a dumpster. It didn't smell great, but after everything that he had been doing recently, he was used to it. Thankfully, The years of stealth training had made him skilled at disappearing. The space he was in wasn't too hard to find, but he hoped that it would be enough. He held his breath as he heard someone walking around in front of the dumpster. Only once it was completely silent did he breathe, but even then he kept his breath quiet and didn't move. It wasn't until an hour later that he finally left his hiding spot and continued his patrol. It was a bit more than a week later when he found another trigger deal. Just like the first two, before he could find out any information, the man with the grey weapon appeared. Izuku still had no idea who this man was, but he was getting very annoyed with him. The man only ever appeared when he was following Torment. At first the vigilante didn't think that the man and the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 were connected. While he hadn't managed to get a good look at his face, it looked more like the man was wearing goggles rather than a mask. But after running into him exclusively when attempting to tail Torment, the vigilante was changing his mind. Maybe this mysterious man was connected to the 𝐒𝐻𝐻, maybe that was why he seemed vaguely familiar. Just like the previous two times he managed to evade the man, but only after losing sight of Torment. Each time it got a bit more difficult to get away from the man, but it was still manageable. The next time he came across Torment he had his staff finished. It was only a few days after his third attempt to follow Torment, but those few days were enough time for him to be able to finish his weapon even if he added more than he meant to. Instead of just adding electricity, he also added an extra meter in possible length. Now it could be anywhere from 15 centimeters to 2.5 meters. He had no plans to use it, but it did become helpful when the man showed up again. A slight tap from the lengthened staff gave off enough of a shock to stop the man for a moment, just long enough for the vigilante to get away. The fifth time he attempted to follow Torment he was prepared. In the days following his last attempt Izuku had worked on making a set of grenades. These grenades weren't destructive, but rather a distraction. He made 3 different sets of grenades. One set was smoke grenades. When the pin was pulled on these, thick green smoke would billow out, filling the area immediately around it. The smoke wasn't harmful unless a lot of it was inhaled, but it was likely to dissipate before that became a real issue. Another set were flashbangs. They could be useful to stun an enemy, but he had yet to incorporate anything into his costume that would protect him from also being affected. Because of that, he decided to leave those behind for now. The last set was created more as a joke than anything else. He had found a giant container of glitter on the beach, so, being unable to resist, he made glitter grenades. When the pin was pulled on, these glitter exploded out. Glitter was never really his thing, but he figured that it fit with the snarky persona that he was creating as a vigilante. He had found out quickly that the best way to get a criminal to go after him instead of continuing what they were doing was to be snarky and sassy with them. At first he had a hard time sassing criminals, but after he had been a vigilante for 2 months, it was like second nature. When the man inevitably showed up to attempt to capture him while he was following Torment, he planned to use one of his smoke grenades to blind him. Hopefully that would stop the man long enough that he could continue to follow Torment. This plan also would allow him to test whether the man had connections to the 𝐒𝐻𝐻. If he had connections to the group, he would be able to find the vigilante again by just going to wherever Torment was. This plan was far from perfect, but it was all he could think of. Just like he expected, the man showed up. He tried to go through with his plan, except he made a mistake. Instead of using the smoke grenade like he meant to, he accidentally grabbed the glitter grenade. Now he and the man looked like they were attempting to cosplay as Disco Ball. Maybe later he would laugh at how ridiculous he looks, but he didn't have time for that. As the man froze in shock at suddenly being sparkly, the vigilante ran off. He decided that there was no use trying to be stealthy while being covered in glitter, so instead of following Torment, he made his way back home. The 6th time it happens, Izuku is fed up. It had been a full month since he had tried following Torment the first time, yet he still had not managed to get any information about the 𝐒𝐻𝐻. It didn't help that he had spent the past week attempting to get all the glitter off of him and his vigilante outfit. The first few days after he had covered everything in glitter, he hadn't even bothered to check the alleys. There was no point in trying to be stealthy when he practically glowed when any light shined on him. Surprisingly, he did still manage to get some valuable information during that time. 2 days after the glitter bomb went off, he was settling a drunken fight, when one of more sober of them had asked him, Did you and Eraserhead fight a glitter villain or some SHT together? Neither of you look like the type to sparkle like that willingly. Apparently the man had been taken in for a public disturbance the night before. I guess you're not allowed to just start screaming outside your own house at 1 a.m. while drunk even though it's your own thing house. The underground hero that took him in went by the name Eraserhead. He wears a black jumpsuit, yellow goggles, and a grey capture weapon. According to the man, he also had glitter on him. At first he was relieved at that information. The man that had been attempting to take him in was a hero, not some man sent by his dad. But the relief only lasted a moment. Two things hit him at once. First, there is a hero after him. If one was sent after him, that means that before long there will most likely be more. He had gotten lucky so far not having run into any other heroes, but that will probably change very soon. Second, the hero only ever tries to catch him while he is after the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼. He wasn't able to test the theory after his mix-up with the grenades, but he has suspected for a while that the man was connected to the Yakuza group. If he was correct, that would mean that the group has a pro-hero on their side. Not only would that be bad news for him, but it would be bad for society in general. He really hoped he was wrong. Now he was faced with his sixth opportunity to follow Torment. He started to follow him, just like he had done the 5 previous times, but that was not his main objective for the night. His actual plan was a lot riskier. He is going to confront Eraserhead. It took a while for Eraserhead to show up. He had been following Torment for at least a half hour before the hero appeared. But as soon as they got close to the alley that the vigilante first had a run-in with the hero, Eraserhead struck. As the cloth shot out towards him, he didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he grabbed his staff, at its shortest length, in one hand, and a smoke grenade in the other. As the capture weapon wrapped around him, he took a moment to double-check that he was actually holding a smoke grenade. After the glitter fiasco, he had added distinctive textures to each so that he wouldn't make the same mistake twice, but it was good to have visual confirmation. To his surprise, Eraserhead kept him at a distance. He was sure that once he was caught, he would be pulled in closer so that he could be better restrained, but it seems that the hero has no intention of getting within range of his staff. Before the vigilante could say anything, Eraserhead spoke. "Why are you doing this?" Izuku was confused for a second. What did he mean by this? Was he talking about vigilantism in general, going after the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼, or something else entirely? Rather than answer him, he asked his own question. Why is an underground hero protecting the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼? He was surprised to feel the capture weapon loosen as the hero processed his words. He was even more surprised when the hero didn't answer, but instead just muttered faintly, "What?" Determined, he repeated his question as he freed himself from the weapon. "Why are you protecting the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼? You're a hero, you're supposed to be locking up criminals, so why would you work with them? Why would you protect them?" The vigilante watched as the hero's eyes narrowed. The hero and the vigilante stood there for a moment in a silent stare down. Both were holding weapons, but neither had any plans to use them. Slowly, the hero answered, "I'm not." The vigilante exploded. "I call bullshit. What do you mean you're not protecting them? I patrol every single night, but the only time you ever come after me is if I'm following them. Do you expect me to believe that is just a coincidence? I would be more inclined to believe you if you hadn't shown up every single time I tried to tail them. Every time I find Torment, you show up and keep me from following him. How can you stand there and say that you aren't protecting them?" He hadn't meant to go off on the hero, but he had reached his breaking point. After the past month of failed reconnaissance, he couldn't handle being lied to. Eraserhead paused for a moment before slowly responding. "After a month of investigating you, we were getting nowhere. There were no patterns to your patrols. You never stayed in one spot long enough for anyone to even catch a glimpse of you. We didn't think that we would have any hope of catching you, and then suddenly there was a pattern. There were some areas that you made sure to be in every night. We weren't sure why you kept going back there, but I began to frequent them. Every night I would check each spot multiple times a night, making sure to not be seen in the area, as to not scare you away. I had noticed that you were following someone, but I was never able to get close enough to tell who they were. I have no connections to the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼. I was unaware that they were even in the area." Izuku looked for any sign of a lie, but he couldn't find any. He thought back to all his run-ins with Eraserhead, and sure enough, They all happened at one of the alleys he visited, or at most one street away. The hero had used his own tactic against him, and it had worked. That brought up a question that the vigilante was curious to the answer to. Why are you so intent on catching me? Why are you so intent on following the shy Heiseikai? Eraserhead asked instead of answering. Not wanting to give out the whole truth, the vigilante answered, they are criminals, what they do is illegal. Eraserhead looked him in the eye as he said, technically. So are you. The vigilante just laughed as he pulled the pin on the smoke grenade, tossing it between them, but technically, I'm not. By the time the smoke cleared, Eraserhead was left standing alone, staring at the spot that Odysseus had left. Somehow, he felt like he knew less about the vigilante than he did before. The weeks following the confrontation went by slowly. Odysseus was making headlines as the vigilante that was everywhere, being involved in incidents all over the city each night. No one could figure out where he could be next, he made sure of it. After hearing how Eraserhead found him, he was careful, he visited the alleyways less, he made sure to never stay in one place for too long, and he kept an eye out for any movement in the shadows. While these new precautions meant that no one could find him, it also meant that he had more difficulty finding the Yakuza. When he started his search, he would visit the alleyways multiple times a night. Now he visited each one once a night. Cutting back on the amount he visited the alleyways was the best way he could make sure not to be found by Eraserhead, but it came with consequences. Even though he checked every night, he hadn't managed to get a glimpse of the Yakuza since the night he confronted Eraserhead. He had, however, come across villains leaving the alleyways with the boxes that contained trigger. By the time he got there, the Yakuza was long gone, but the buyers were slower to leave. In those instances, he followed the buyer until they were far enough away from the alley, and then he captured them and called the police on them. He didn't want to make the Yakuza think that the alleyways were unsafe for them, but he also couldn't let the villains have trigger. About a month and a half after his run-in with Eraserhead, he ran into him again. Nobody had been running along the rooftops when he heard the sounds of a fight in the distance. When he got there, he found Eraserhead fighting 6 villains. At first it looked like Eraserhead wasn't going to need any help. Right as nobody was about to turn around and find other crimes to stop, he noticed a 7th villain waiting to join the fight. Nobody watched as the villain waited until Eraserhead was completely distracted before launching his attack. Without a second thought, nobody jumped down and intercepted the attack with his staff. After the vigilante was able to push the villain away for a second, he spared a moment to look over at Eraserhead. Red eyes met green and it seemed like the world paused for a moment. With a quick nod they came to an agreement and continued the fight. Nobody and Eraserhead moved around each other stiffly. They had come to a quick unspoken agreement that they would fight the villains, but they didn't trust each other at all. The fight dragged on as they kept accidentally stopping the other's attack. Eraserhead would lash out with his capture weapon at the same time nobody would attack with his staff. The weapons would clash and neither would find their target. Luckily, the villains were not skilled enough fighters to be able to use their disconnect against them, but it did cause the battle to drag on longer than it would have otherwise. As the last villain was being handcuffed by Eraserhead, nobody moved to leave. He was not going to wait around for the hero to capture him as well. Just before he ducked away, Eraserhead asked him, "Why did you jump into the fight?" Nobody looked at him like he was crazy. "Because that 7th guy was about to take your head off," he said slowly. "Yeah, but it's illogical that you would willingly put yourself in harm's way to protect someone that is trying to capture you." "I don't do what I do because it's logical, I do it because I want to save people, regardless of their thoughts towards me." As he finished speaking, nobody ran off into the shadows, leaving Eraserhead alone with the villains. A few nights later, nobody came across Eraserhead again. Eraserhead was fighting 4 villains, but he seemed to have it handled, so rather than jumping in, nobody decided to just watch instead. While he knew a small amount of information about Eraserhead from previous analysis, he really was in the dark about the hero. Determined to find out more about the hero that was set on capturing him, nobody pulled out his notebook that he keeps for analysis and started taking notes. The fight ended quickly, but the vigilante was still writing. He sat on the rooftop and wrote down everything he could think of while mumbling to himself. Unfortunately, his mumbling caught the attention of the hero in question. Odysseus. Nobody jumped into a fighting stance after hearing a familiar voice behind him. In his shock, the notebook fell into the space between the vigilante and the hero, open to the page that was just being written on. The hero and the vigilante stared at each other for a moment before Eraserhead broke eye contact to look down at the notebook. Utilizing the distraction, Nobody snatched his notebook and ran off, leaving a confused and slightly worried hero. Shouter Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, is not the type of person to obsess over a case. He has too many jobs and way too many responsibilities to worry himself over a case, especially a case like the one he is working on now. But somehow, this vigilante is the exception. Vigilante cases are usually fairly short, simple cases. More often than not, the vigilante just turns out to be someone that thought they could be the next #1 hero if they had just been able to make it into a hero school. These vigilantes get caught fairly quickly. They usually didn't get into a hero course for a reason. The more complicated vigilante cases usually involve someone trying to send a message. Occasionally, someone will decide that the best way to point out flaws in the hero system is to be an illegal hero. A lot of the time, this type of vigilante ends up going villain, usually when they realize that their message wasn't well received. While these vigilantes are harder to catch, because they want to send a message, they usually end up giving away a lot of information. This new vigilante, Odysseus, or as he calls himself, Nobody, doesn't seem to be either of those types of vigilante. He is good, well-trained, he has lasted months without getting caught. If he had tried to get into a hero school, he probably would have ended up with his license. Normally, this would indicate that he is the second type of vigilante, the type that wants to send a message, but he hasn't come forward with any messages. In fact, he seems to be doing the opposite, like he doesn't want the world to know he exists. Shouter Aizawa is not the type of person to obsess over a case, yet that is exactly what he is doing. His eyes are barely staying open as he looks over the files in front of him again. He has been looking for hours, trying to find anything that could help him catch Odysseus. He replayed every interaction he has had with the vigilante in his mind more times than he could count. He analyzed every word that was said, every action that was made, every detail he could think of. Yet he still knew practically nothing. He knows without a doubt that the vigilante is smart, his gear all seems handmade, and the analysis in his notebook was incredible. Shouter only got a glimpse of it, but what he saw blew his mind. His quirk and fighting style were broken down so thoroughly that Shouter was sure that if the vigilante was able to spend any more time watching, or if he was able to ask questions, Odysseus would come up with things that Shouter didn't even know. To be honest, Shouter wouldn't be surprised if the vigilante already knew things about his quirk that he didn't know. With that thought, the hero couldn't hold back a groan as he fell face first onto his stack of papers. "Babe," the sleepy voice of Hisashi rang out from the bedroom. "What's wrong?" Shouter could hear footsteps as his husband walked over to join him at the table. A gentle hand was placed on his shoulder and he couldn't help but to sigh and lean into it. Picking his head up off the table, he answered, "Odysseus, I've been chasing him for months, but I still know so little about him. Meanwhile, he knows so much about me." The vigilante. "It's your day off. I thought you were staying up to grade papers. Why are you working on the vigilante case?" "I can't stop thinking about it. Zashi, it's been months, but I'm no closer to catching him. Hell, I'm not even sure the vigilante is a him." Shouter took a moment to just breathe and calm down before continuing. "Odysseus has the capabilities and the knowledge to take me out without a second thought, but he jumped into a fight to save me. The only time he ever really seemed to want to go against me was when he thought I was Yakuza. I want to believe that he really is just trying to help people like he said, but I'm not that naive." Hisashi just looked at him for a moment. "If he told you that he is just trying to save people, why don't you believe him? No one puts themselves in that much danger for such altruistic reasons." "Shouter, why are you a hero?" "I want to help people that can't help themselves. I want to help make the world a better." "Oh, the general idea behind heroes is that we want to help people. Maybe you should think more on why he chooses to help people illegally, even though he is skilled enough to get his license." "But he told me he isn't doing anything illegal." "Wait, what?" "He said he was going after the Shy Hasaikai because they are criminals. When I said that he is a criminal too, he said that technically he is not." Shouter groaned before continuing, "Nothing about him makes sense. We aren't sure what his gender is, we don't know his quirk, we don't know his motives. The only thing we know is that he is going after the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐾. Maybe start by looking into the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐾, maybe he has a history with them or something. If he is so intent on taking them down, it probably is for a personal reason. Xiaota brightened at his husband's logic. Of course. Thank you, Zeshi. Xiaota gave his husband a quick peck on the cheek before moving towards his computer, ready to start his research. Not so fast. Hisashi moved the computer away from him. It's too early in the morning for this, you can research tomorrow, right now we are going to bed. Xiaota huffed in annoyance, but he didn't argue. Who was he to turn down sleep? Nobody's next noteworthy encounter with Eraserhead was only a few days after he had last seen him. The day started off normally. His most recent project that he had been working on was going well. He was focusing on making a multigun. Originally the idea had been to just make a normal gun, but he didn't want his only option to be to cause serious damage, so that idea was scrapped. He also thought of making a gun that would shoot RBB bullets, or beanbags, something that could incapacitate without fatal injury. But that wouldn't be effective against every quirk. After some brainstorming, he decided why not make a gun that could fire both, plus whatever else he could come up with. He came up with a design that was similar to a revolver, but each chamber held different types of ammunition. So far the gun works consistently with RBB bullets, normal bullets, and tranquilizer darts. He is working on adding explosives, a taser, and nitrogen capsules. He put on his vigilante get-up and went out patrolling at his usual time, and for the first 5 minutes it seemed like it was going to be a normal night. However, 5 minutes in at exactly the same time he heard screams for help from at least 5 different places at once. The night was spent racing from horrific crime to horrific crime, doing what he could to help the victims and stop the villains. It hadn't taken him long to figure out what was happening, but knowing why the crimes were all happening at once was not helpful to stopping them. It was a tradition in the local gang. For initiation, each member must commit at least one violent crime. Every year the gang plans it so that all the new members are initiated at once. The idea behind this is that the heroes who were patrolling couldn't be everywhere at once. They change which night to hold the initiation every year so law enforcement can't prepare for it, but it always makes the news as a night of bloodshed and pain, and somehow nobody forgot all about it. This year also seemed to be worse than usual, which, with a feeling of dread in his stomach, nobody realized was because of him. With the vigilante around it became harder for individual criminals to operate, so they all flocked to the nearby gangs. It happened in every place that a hero or vigilante showed up. Most gangs, however, don't have initiation night, so there isn't usually such obvious backlash from the hero or vigilante arriving. Nobody ran from crime scene to crime scene, slowing down slightly after each. Usually he had no problem running around all night, but the high level of crime was slowing him down faster than he was used to. Luckily after a few hours the crime slowed. The initiation was ending, but it wasn't over yet. Nobody knew from the news in prior years that the end of the night is always the worst. In the beginning of the night each new member is supposed to go out individually, but as some are captured they tend to group up. By the end of the night the whole gang groups up and goes on a rampage. At that point there are usually no civilians out, they had either already been attacked, or they had realized what night it was and had gone inside. For the final rampage the gang usually finds an apartment building and absolutely destroys it. In the past few years, there have been no survivors. Nobody had no intention of letting that happen tonight. As the night was coming to a close nobody kept a close eye on the area, ready to jump into action at the slightest hint of the gang. After how crazy the night had been, the silence on the streets was unnerving. Nobody ran across the rooftops, hoping that he could find the gang before it was too late to stop them. In the distance he heard a shout, so he ran toward it faster than he had ever run before. As he got closer he slowed down a bit to get a better idea of what he was running into. Sure enough he had found the gang, but instead of trying to take down an apartment building like they had done in past years, he found them trying to take down a hero. Not just any hero either, they were trying to take out Eraserhead. Eraserhead was fighting hard and taking out many of the gangsters, but his style of fighting was not great for long drawn-out group battles, and he was slowly being overtaken. Without a thought nobody jumped into the fray. It took a moment for Eraserhead to register that nobody was helping him, but he couldn't hide the relief on his face when he realized that he was no longer fighting alone. Eraserhead, please tell me you called for backup. Nobody shouted over the fight. The vigilante normally wouldn't want any more heroes to show up, but any help would be appreciated at the moment. This fight was not going to be an easy one. I tried, but no one is available. Nobody could barely hear the returning yell before it was drowned out by the many gangsters they were fighting. Unlike the first time that Eraserhead and Nobody fought together, they worked together well. Faced with as many opponents as they were, they had no choice but to trust each other. They knew that they had to watch each other's backs, because the only way they were going to get out of this was together. Together they knocked out a good amount of their attackers, but more kept coming. Their movement slowed as they tired. Both of them had been running around all night before ending up in this brawl. It was because of his tiredness that Nobody allowed a gangster to get a good hit on him. He saw the fist coming towards his face, but he was too tired to dodge. The fist connected with his mask almost in slow motion. The mask shattered and Nobody fell to the ground. He used his position on the ground to his advantage, knocking his attacker off his feet before getting back up. Realizing that his mask was now more of a liability in battle, he ripped off what remained of it and threw it aside. Still paranoid about being recognized, he quickly pulled out a fabric mask that he carried around everywhere with him and got back to fighting. The next time Eraserhead caught a glimpse of him, Nobody noticed that his eyes widened while looking at the fabric on his face, but the vigilante didn't have time to think more about that. They still had what seemed to be a never-ending stream of attackers. The fight continued for a while and Nobody thought for a moment that they might get out of it fine. Of course that moment had to end. There were only about 10 gangsters left in fighting condition, all the rest were either knocked out or restrained in some way. However, the 10 that were left seemed to be the most dangerous, and the hero and the vigilante were tired. It was a miracle that they were even still able to fight. The gangsters attacked relentlessly until Eraserhead fell. Nobody didn't see what had happened, he was too involved with fighting for his own life, but he heard the gasp that Eraserhead let out, and he knew that it couldn't be good. Turning towards the hero, he couldn't help but let out a shout, "Eraserhead!" The hero was bleeding from a stomach wound. He had been stabbed by the quirk of one of the gangsters. Nobody used the last of his energy to run toward the fallen hero. Forgetting about their attackers, he put pressure on the wound, hoping the hero wouldn't bleed out. He only remembered that the gangsters were there when he had to duck to avoid the kick that was aimed for his head. Panicked, he pulled out the multigun and started firing at the gangsters, without even looking to see what rounds he was shooting. He hadn't planned on bringing the gun with him, but he had grabbed it at the last second as he was leaving for his patrol. Being unfinished, it only had 3 types of ammunition that worked so far, and while it was shooting consistently, Nobody still didn't trust it enough to use in battle. Because it was made out of trash, he wasn't sure how well it would hold up, and he planned to put it through rigorous testing before ever using it. Grabbing it had been impulsive, but as he knelt on the ground over Eraserhead, putting pressure on his wound while shooting the gangsters with his other hand, he was so glad he had grabbed it. The gangsters fell one by one, but Nobody barely noticed. He just kept shooting. It was only after the last gangster fell that he dared to pay full attention to the hero he was kneeling over. To his surprise, Eraserhead was still conscious. Knowing that this injury was something far beyond what he could help with, Nobody took out his phone and called for an ambulance. Unfortunately, he found that all the ambulances were busy. They didn't expect one to make it to him within the next 20 minutes. Even mentioning that he had an injured pro hero didn't speed up the amount of time. Eraserhead, hey, Eraserhead. By this point Eraserhead was drifting in and out of consciousness. Eraserhead, you need medical attention. Do you have someone I can call? Zashi, Eraserhead slurred, not fully there. Who's Zashi? Eraserhead. Eraserhead. As Nobody asked, Eraserhead's eyes started to close. Zashi, Eraserhead slurred again as his arm moved, knocking his phone onto the floor. Nobody grabbed the phone with the hand that wasn't putting pressure on the wound and searched for Zashi in his contact list, and as soon as he found it, he pressed the call button. A sleepy voice answered the phone. Show. Babe. What's going on? This is the vigilante Nobody. Eraserhead was stabbed in the stomach and is bleeding a lot. I am putting pressure on the wound, but he needs medical attention fast. I am sending you the location. Please hurry. Not wanting to waste any more time, Nobody ended the call and sent his location to Zashi. Hopefully he would be quicker than the ambulance. Not too long after that, a car comes screeching around the corner. It pulls up to them and a blonde man jumps out, immediately followed by a very short woman. Nobody grabbed the gun he had discarded not long before, but before he could point it at either of the newcomers, he recognized the woman as the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. A moment later he got the answer to who the blonde man was when he screamed as soon as he saw the bloody hero. As far as he knew, only present MIC could yell that loud. Both newcomers rushed over to where nobody was still putting pressure on Eraserhead's wound. Recovery Girl did not waste a moment, planting a kiss on Eraserhead as soon as she was close enough. Nobody was a bit unsettled feeling the wound under his hand close, but he was grateful for it nonetheless. Realizing that he was no longer needed there, nobody moved to leave. He didn't get far before he felt the familiar feeling of Eraserhead's capture weapon wrap around his wrist. He looked back to see Eraserhead sitting up between Recovery Girl and present MIC. All three of them were looking at him. "Problem child, you're injured too," Eraserhead said softly. Nobody froze in confusion. How did Eraserhead know that he is a child? Where was he injured? It took noticing the glint off his shattered mask a few feet away from him to realize. Reaching towards his face, he touched the now damp fabric mask he was wearing. Looking down at his fingers, he noticed that they came back red. When his mask was destroyed, it must have injured his face. That was also why Eraserhead knew he was a child. His voice changer was destroyed in the mask. They had heard his actual voice. With that realization, nobody wanted to run. The whole time that he was around Eraserhead, he took comfort in the fact that the man knew nothing about him. Now that wasn't true. In addition to that, there were three heroes that all could bring him in for vigilantism. The only reason that he didn't run was because now that he was made aware of his injury, it started to hurt. The bottom half of his face was throbbing in pain. He wasn't sure what his face looked like, but he knew that it wasn't pretty. The idea of being healed by Recovery Girl was enticing. This type of injury would take a while to heal on its own, and in that time, he probably couldn't wear a mask. Surprisingly, it was present MIC that brought him out of his internal debate. "Little listener, we won't arrest you, we just want to make sure that you're all right." That statement was enough for nobody to make his way over to the heroes. Once he got over to them, Recovery Girl moved to take off his mask, but nobody flinched away. Looking frantically between the three heroes, he asked in a small voice, "Can it stay on, please? I can't heal you if I don't see what I'm healing." Nobody started backing away, preparing to leave instead of allowing the heroes to see his face. "Kid, if you're worried about us seeing your face, it probably will be too covered in BLD to be recognizable. Also, it's only the bottom half. The rest of your face will still be covered by your visor. Don't be illogical." Eraserhead spoke from where he was, now leaning on present MIC. He looked exhausted and just done with the whole situation. Nobody was surprised that he was still awake. "Oh, okay, but don't take too much of my energy, I need to get home." With shaking hands, nobody removed his mask. "You don't have much energy to begin with, but I'll see what I can do." Recovery Girl spoke kindly, not wanting to scare the already worried vigilante. After pulling any remaining metal pieces from his wounds, she leaned over and planted a kiss on him. Immediately he felt the majority of his remaining energy leave him. He thanked her before shakily standing up to leave. "Kid," Eraserhead started to speak, but he waited until nobody was looking at him before he continued, "Thank you, stay safe out there." Nobody nodded before responding, "You too, and maybe call someone to pick up all these gangsters." Nobody motioned to all the gangsters that were still all around them. Majority of them were still unconscious, but a few of them started to wake up. Almost as soon as he said it, sirens were heard in the distance. The police were finally coming. Slowly nobody began his long trek home. Unlike usual, he stayed on the ground, not wanting to risk falling off a rooftop because of his tired state. He found himself falling asleep as he was walking, but he couldn't stop. Using the last of his energy, he made it to the front door of his apartment complex. Normally he entered and exited through the window so as to not bother Miss Hannah, and so that she wouldn't know about his vigilantism, but in his tired state he didn't even think about that. He pushed open the door and stood there for a moment, swaying with tiredness. He vaguely was aware of Miss Hannah jolting awake across the room from him. After taking one step inside, nobody collapsed. The last thing he was aware of was Miss Hannah rushing towards him, but that is a problem for tomorrow. For now, all he could do was sleep. Nobody was very confused when he woke up. First off, he noticed that he was on the ground in the lobby, which was weird enough on its own, but he also was still in his vigilante outfit except for his visor and mask. Looking around, he saw his visor on the ground and next to it was a bloody fabric mask. As soon as he saw the BLD on the mask, all the events from the night before came rushing back to him. He couldn't hold back a groan as he sat up, realizing just how much explaining he had to do. His groan caught the attention of Miss Hana, who he now realized was sitting in her usual corner. So, Izuku, care to explain? Nobody had been planning out his explanation since he realized that he would need to come clean to Miss Hana, but everything left his mind as soon as he heard himself being called Izuku. It had been so long since he had thought of himself as anything other than nobody, since he had been called anything other than Odysseus, that he forgot that he had been called anything else. After he started leaving through the windows for his patrols, he started using the window to leave almost all the time. It had been a couple months since he had last seen Miss Hana, or anyone else that lived in the complex, and at some point during that time, he forgot that he existed outside of his vigilante persona. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing, but it threw him off enough that he froze. The silence must have stretched on for too long because Miss Hana questioned him again, Izuku. Startled, nobody tried to laugh off his distraction. Haha, sorry, it has just been a while since anyone has called me that, it threw me off for a second. If you haven't been called Izuku in a while, then what do you go by? Haha, yeah, that's part of what I need to explain to you. I go by nobody, or Odysseus, most of the time now, if I go by anything at all. So you are the vigilante that has been running around here recently. I had hoped that you just were a week late for Halloween. She shook her head and sighed softly. I should have known that you were up to something when you stopped coming by. I figured you just got bored of me. No. I'm not bored of you. I just got busy. I also didn't want to drag you into anything. Well then, why did you decide to sleep on my floor last night? You scared the SHT out of me, kid. I was just sleeping, minding my own business, when you came in and passed out on the floor. I had no idea who you were or what was going on. You were covered in BLD. I thought I was under attack for a second. Yeah, sorry about that. Nobody started sheepishly. Last night was initiation night. I got injured after fighting all night and then got healed by Recovery Girl. It took all of my energy just to get here. Is that how you got those scars on your face? I have scars on my face. Nobody looked around for a mirror. He didn't think that his injuries from the night before would scar, but he hadn't had any scars on his face before. Miss Hana noticed his attempts to find a mirror, so she pulled one out from where she kept it in her things. Nobody made his way over to it and looked at himself. Sure enough, he had a scar on the bridge of his nose, right where his mask would sit, and another on his cheek. He was upset that he scarred at all, but he was glad that it was only a couple scars. He was pretty sure that he had gotten more cut up than that. Nobody sighed and stood up, collecting his visor and mask from the floor. He turned to Miss Hana. Sorry for scaring you last night. Thank you for allowing me to stay on the floor here. Well, I didn't really have a choice, Miss Hana said good-naturedly before chuckling. Be safe, kid, she yelled after him as he trudged up towards his apartment. Nobody took the week off from patrolling, both to fully recover and to work on his gear. He had to completely remake his mask from scratch because he hadn't thought to pick it up before he made his way home, and he also had to work on his multigun. His mask didn't take too long to make. When he had made the first one, he assumed that he would end up needing another, either because he grew or the first one was destroyed, so he made sure to have the materials he needed handy, and like everything he makes, he made sure to have a detailed blueprint on hand. It was a pretty simple design compared to what he had been working on recently, so it was an easy build. After he finished his mask, he looked over the gun to find that he was completely out of tranquilizer darts. He breathed a sigh of relief at that discovery. In his panic to get the gangsters away from the bleeding out hero, he hadn't checked to make sure he wasn't firing live rounds at them, but he still had the same number of bullets as when he was left, only missing tranquilizer darts. Only after he made his multigun able to fire RBB and normal bullets, tranquilizer darts, minor explosives, tasers, and nitrogen capsules, did he go back out on patrol. His first night back he took it easy. He slowed down and even took breaks occasionally. Even after a week of resting, he still felt quite a bit more tired than he usually would be. It was during one of his breaks that he came across Eraserhead, or rather, Eraserhead came across him. Nobody was sitting on a rooftop, overlooking the lights of the city, enjoying the breeze, when he felt a presence behind him. He jumped up, ready to fight or flee, when Eraserhead stepped out from the shadows. "Kid, I'm not gonna arrest you, I just want to talk." Eraserhead sounded tired as he walked forward with his hands up, moving to sit on the edge of the rooftop, about 5 feet from the spot that nobody had claimed. Nobody moved to sit back down and look over the city again, but he kept track of the hero from the corner of his eye. After a while of silence, nobody finally spoke. "So were we gonna talk, or did you really just want to enjoy the view?" Eraserhead sighed and looked out over the city before he finally spoke. "Thank you, you saved my life the other night. You could have just left me there, it would have been more logical for you to just leave me there, but you risked being caught to make sure I was okay." "Of course I did, I've told you before, I just want to help people." "But why? You're a kid, you should be worried about whatever you teenagers are worried about these days, not saving people." "Teenager? How'd you get to that conclusion? From your voice you are obviously young, but there is no way that anyone younger than a teenager would be able to be as effective a vigilante as you are." "Oh, you think I'm effective?" Nobody didn't want to give away his actual age, and Eraserhead thinking he is older helps hide his identity, so instead of reacting to the age part of the statement he focused on the other part. "Kid, you fought an entire gang that night and won. By the way, what did you knock the last few guys out with? The police are still trying to figure it out." "Oh, I'm just a mild tranquilizer, I might have shot them more than once though, I was a bit distracted." "Problem child," Eraserhead huffed. They sat in silence for a long time, watching the city beneath them. Nobody doubted that Eraserhead was going to say anything else, but he enjoyed the silent company. Because of that, he was not expecting it when Eraserhead spoke. "Why Odysseus? You could have come up with a million things to go by, but you chose Odysseus." Hiding his surprise at the sudden question, nobody answered. "I didn't choose Odysseus, I'm not sure who did, I call myself Nobody." "Why Nobody then? That makes even less sense than Odysseus." Nobody thought for a moment before answering. "If you don't matter to anybody, can you really be considered somebody?" he sighed before continuing. "I may have been someone once, but I haven't been anyone for a while now." They let the silence hang for a moment, but Eraserhead's curiosity wasn't satisfied. "Does the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 have anything to do with that?" Nobody looked surprised for a moment that Eraserhead made the connection, but he hid it quickly and answered nonchalantly, "They were the catalyst for it." Eraserhead sighed. "Kid, I don't know what happened to you, but I do know that you are somebody, and you are important. Whatever happened with the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 doesn't change that." "Maybe, maybe not, either way, the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 shouldn't be allowed to exist any longer. I can't argue with you on that, but it's too big of a job for a single vigilante to take on. You will just end up getting yourself killed. Then help me." Eraserhead turned to look at Nobody fully for the first time the whole conversation. Casually Nobody turned to look back at him. "I'm not going to stop going after them, but you're right, I can't take them down alone, so please, help me." Eraserhead stared at him for a moment before sighing and turning back towards the city. "Fine, meet back here tomorrow night with whatever information that you have, I'll see what I can find out from the police." As soon as he finished talking, Eraserhead turned back towards Nobody, only to find an empty space. Eraserhead looked up to find Nobody on another roof nearby. "See you tomorrow, Eraser." Nobody yelled with a wave before disappearing in the distance. Nobody spent the entire day planning for his meeting to share information with Eraserhead. He pulled together all the information he had and did some last-minute research to see if he could find anything else. He was hopeful. The case he has been working on almost since his start might finally go somewhere after tonight. Even if it turns out that Eraserhead doesn't have any more information, Nobody would be able to follow the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 without worrying about getting arrested. By the time evening came, Nobody had hyped himself up so much that he couldn't help but to leave early. Along the way to the roof where he had been told to meet Eraserhead, he came across a couple small skirmishes. They were just a couple drunken fights, nothing that took very long to resolve, but it meant that Nobody showed up to the roof a bit later than he meant to. He had planned to be the first one there, but to his surprise there were already 2 people waiting for him. Not expecting the second person, nobody stayed hidden as he got closer. As he neared the two people, he recognized one as Eraserhead, but he only vaguely recognized the other man. The other man was wearing a long tan trench coat, but he was otherwise pretty plain looking. As far as nobody could tell, he wasn't a hero. Readying himself to run, he called out to Eraserhead, "I wasn't aware you were bringing a friend." Eraserhead, to his credit, did look apologetic at that. He insisted once I told him what we were doing. Eraserhead motioned to the man standing beside him. "This is Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. He is the lead detective on your case." Nobody readied himself to run at the slightest hint of danger. He didn't like the sound of having a detective around. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 spoke up after his introduction. "Hello, I should let you know that I have a lie-detecting quirk. Eraserhead told me that he didn't think you were in danger of becoming a villain. I am here to hopefully confirm that and, if all goes well, assist you on your 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫 case." After hearing his reasoning for being there, nobody relaxed a bit. He had to bite his tongue to keep himself from asking more about 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's quirk. He couldn't relax that much around him yet. Moving closer so that they were no longer yelling, nobody spoke. "This is actually perfect. You have a lie-detecting quirk, so you can confirm that what I am doing is not illegal. I haven't used a quirk at all, so I haven't technically committed any acts of vigilantism, and I make sure that everything I do can be counted as self-defense." The more nobody spoke, the more shocked 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked. By the time that nobody had finished talking, the detective looked astonished. That was all true. Well, of course it was. Why would I lie? "Problem child," Eraserhead groaned. "If you had said this from the beginning, it would have saved a lot of time trying to catch you." "Yeah, but would you have believed me?" Eraserhead groaned again. "Probably not." "Well, then there really was no point in me telling you earlier." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 finally got over his shock to interrupt whatever comeback Eraserhead was going about to say. "Alright, since you aren't technically doing anything illegal, why don't we all get on the same page about the 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 couldn't help but continue talking under his breath. "Although if this isn't at all illegal, why did we have to have this meeting on a roof? An office is a perfectly reasonable place to have a meeting." Nobody laughed. "We'll keep that in mind for next time, detective." Gathering the papers that he brought with him, nobody took on a more serious tone. "I have been able to find out some information, but I would bet that you have more, so why don't you start us off?" The three of them sat on the roof and began to look over the information that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Eraserhead had been able to find. The 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫 was led by a man known only as the Boss until a few years ago. At that point, 𝐭𝐚 Chisaki, more commonly known as Overhaul, took charge. His quirk is registered as Overhaul. He can disassemble and reassemble anything he touches. He also seems to be germophobic, which is why we believe that he wears masks and gloves all the time. Unfortunately, he makes everyone else wear masks as well, so we don't know any other identities. When Chisaki took over, he got the group into drag distribution. We know that they are the main distributor for Trigger, but we have been unable to find where they got it from. After 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stopped talking, there was silence for a moment before nobody exploded. "That's it. That's everything you have. I found more than that by searching the internet." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed. "This isn't exactly an active case. I was surprised we had a file on them at all. The Yakuza have always been elusive. They rarely break the law blatantly. Instead, they hide behind loopholes and legal gray areas. The 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫 are more blatant with their law-breaking, but because they are a Yakuza group, they have been left alone for the most part. That's why I wanted to help actually. It's about time we cut off Trigger before it reaches the villains who are using it." Nobody calmed a bit hearing 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's explanation. He couldn't argue it. After all, it was why he hadn't gone to the police after his interaction with Torment. Groups like the Yakuza were notorious for being able to get out of legal trouble. "From what it sounds like, kid, you know more than we do. Are you gonna share anytime soon?" Eraserhead spoke up, wanting to get this meeting done with. "Right. So you know that the leader is Overhaul. His second-in-command is called Torment. I haven't found anything that mentions his real name. From his own description, his quirk can make the person he is touching feel extreme pain. He is the one that deals with other people outside the group, meaning he does all Trigger deals. Chronastasis and Mimic are two other high-ranking members of the group, but I haven't figured out their quirks." Wait, back up. From his own description. You've talked to this guy. Eraserhead looked surprised. Nobody was going to answer, but he was instead brought back to that day. He could practically smell the sweet scent of caramel that would fill the air every time Katsuki would let off an explosion and that would hang in the air for hours afterwards. He felt the fear that he felt when Torment grabbed the only friend that he had ever had. He could feel the shock that he felt from seeing his quirk for the first time, and the awe that he felt when he learned what it was. He felt the sadness that he felt when he realized that he only had Katsuki. He could almost feel his best friend's hand gripping onto him. He heard the screams from his mother, he felt the heat from the flames. And then he heard someone calling out to him. Odysseus. Nobody. Kid. Are you back with us? Coming back to himself, Nobody was grateful, not for the first time, for the visor that hid most of his face. Because of it, the two men he was with couldn't see that he was crying. Sorry, I would prefer to not talk about that. Nobody took a breath before continuing, ignoring the concern on the men's faces. As I was saying, I haven't figured out the quirks of either of the other top leaders. Next in the hierarchy are the 8 bullets. I don't know anything about them other than their roles. They are a step above the common thugs that are often associated with the Yakuza. They are the main fighters of the group, the people that Overhaul trusts to protect them. Like most Yakuza groups, they all have an unyielding loyalty to the group. As Nobody was talking about each person, he had pulled out a photo of them. Now he searched through his papers to pull out a map. The spots marked on this map are where they are likely to conduct a trigger deal. Each of these locations are out of the way yet close enough to crowded streets to provide a quick getaway. Eraserhead and Tsukochi took a moment to look over the map and the images Nobody laid out. Nobody gave them a moment to look over the information before adding more. From what I have been able to gather, they are always on the lookout for new recruits. Nobody flinched behind his visor. They are especially looking out for analysts. Dropping his voice to a whisper, Nobody added to himself, or at least they were 2 years ago. The two men looked like they wanted to question Nobody about that statement, but they must have thought better of it, because they stayed silent. Eraserhead finally broke the silence to ask a question: how effective was following them? Nobody just stared at him. For a moment before answering, "You are seriously asking that? I was completely unsuccessful because you kept trying to catch me. I meant other than when I was chasing you. I know that there were a few times where I didn't catch up to you until you had been chasing them for a while. Did you get any information from that?" Nobody sighed in defeat. No, they just went around in circles for a while. It was like they knew they were being followed. It is the only thing I could really do on my own without resorting to anything illegal, but I don't think following them is going to be really helpful. Anything illegal? Tsukochi raised his eyebrows. Yeah, like going undercover and buying trigger or something like that. You know that's not a terrible idea. Eraserhead spoke up looking thoughtful. I don't know, I think buying trigger is a pretty bad idea. Tsukochi looked at Eraserhead like he was crazy. No, not that. Going undercover. You know, that isn't a terrible idea. You could go undercover to get more information that we can then use to take them out from the inside. Nobody spoke up in agreement with the plan. I would agree, but you can't just abandon your students like that, Eraser. Tsukochi was the voice of reason. Eraserhead groaned. I forgot about them. Wait, you teach? I teach class 1A at UA, where you should be, problem child. Ignoring Eraserhead's comment, Nobody started brainstorming their plan of action. We could keep following them, but they aren't likely to give much information that way. They are too smart for that. Buying trigger might also be an option, but they don't seem to interact with their buyers much. In fact, they seem to purposefully avoid them as much as possible. We could wait for them to trip up, but that could take ages, which would make this whole investigation pointless. The only other options would be Tsukochi or I to go undercover. Tsukochi could be really effective undercover because of his quirk, but his quirk could also make him useless undercover. I don't know how exactly his quirk works, but most lie-detecting quirks also make it difficult for the user to lie. If that is the case, then he would be a liability undercover. Kid, slow down. Nobody was pulled out of his mumbling by Eraserhead. You were right though, I can't lie, I would be useless undercover. Tsukochi paused for a moment before speaking again. That leaves you, Odysseus. If you want to take the Shy Hasaikai down, I don't see any other way than you going undercover. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was immediately met with protests. "We are not sending a kid undercover. That is a terrible idea. If they recognize me, I am dead." Nobody's comment caught the attention of both of the men. "They know who you are," both men questioned at once. With a sigh, nobody explained, "They know of me. I am not going to explain my past, but just know that nothing ends well if they figure out who I am." "Well, kid, I don't know what to tell you. We don't really have any more options. This case isn't going to go anywhere without more information, and we have no way of getting any more information without someone infiltrating the group itself." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked resigned to the fact that the case wouldn't be going anywhere. He had gotten his hopes up that something would be done about the trigger dealers, but there wasn't anything that could really be done. "It might be the only idea we have, but I don't like the thought of sending a kid undercover, especially if he really is in as much danger as he said he is." Eraserhead was decisive with his decision. "Nobody thought for a moment, if I could just be sure that they wouldn't recognize me, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I already spend a lot of time analyzing, so I could easily have an in as an analyst. I could dye my hair and I would already be wearing a mask because everyone there wears one. I would just have to worry about making my eyes and the rest of my face unrecognizable. I could use color contacts, but those will be hard to come by, they are expensive and I doubt I could make them out of trash. I could use makeup to hide the rest of my face." "Maybe, you are not wearing trash contacts, problem child," Eraserhead spoke up. Nobody looked up at the detective and the hero. "Well, if I am going to go undercover, I need something." "I thought we just agreed that you weren't going undercover." Tsukakuhi looked confused. "If my choices are either to go undercover and have a chance to take down the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 Hasaikai, or give up, there is no way I would choose to give up." Nobody looked between the two men, determined. After a moment of silence, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 spoke. "Well, I guess I should look into some color contacts. What color do you want?" "Brown would be good, I think." Eraserhead looked between the other two. "Problem child, are you sure that this is what you want to do?" "I told you before that I'm not going to stop going after them. If this is what I have to do, then yeah, I'm sure." The meeting didn't last long after that. Nobody handed off the papers that he had brought with him to the detective. He had copies of all of it anyway. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had offered him the file that he had brought with him, but there wasn't anything in it that nobody didn't already know, so he refused it. All three of them spent the rest of the night in thought. Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wondered what exactly had happened to the vigilante to cause him to go after the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 Hasaikai so adamantly, while nobody spent the night thinking of how he would disguise himself. Only nobody's thought process got him anywhere. Tsuyoshi Yamaguchi is an inconspicuous girl in her early 20s. She has never cared too much about her looks, instead focusing on practicality. She keeps her brown hair up in a ponytail all the time so it wouldn't get in the way. She wears minimal makeup, mostly just to hide the dark circles under her dark brown eyes. Paranoid about diseases, she never removes her face mask. To anyone she would pass on the street, she was unremarkable. Her intellect, however, was a different story. She was born with a love of learning, and a quirk that allowed her to understand a person's quirk after seeing them use it once. She took full advantage of her quirk and got a degree in biology, focusing on quirk genetics. She attempted to go for her doctorate in the subject, however, right as she was about to have a major breakthrough, her funding was cut, and she was kicked out of the program. She had tried to find a job that would allow her to continue to study quirks, but being kicked out of the program had blacklisted her from the field. She managed to get a retail job to pay the bills, but she was not satisfied in the slightest. Tsuyoshi Yamaguchi is the perfect candidate to join the 𝐻𝐻 Hasaikai, or she would be, if she existed. In 1 week nobody was able to transform himself to become her, and create a solid enough backstory that it wouldn't be possible to tell that she wasn't real, no matter how deep anyone looked. A week after the meeting, nobody was ready to go undercover in the 𝐻𝐻 Hasaikai. He got dressed in simple loose clothing that he found for cheap and pulled his newly dyed hair into a ponytail. He struggled at first putting on makeup, but after watching numerous tutorials he was able to make it look like he was just wearing concealer while actually he was wearing enough to distort his facial features. Finally he donned the last and most important part of his disguise, his mask. From the outside it looked like a normal fabric mask, but built into it was a voice changer, not too different from the one that he had in his vigilante mask. Unlike his other mask that just made his voice sound more robotic, he made sure that this mask sounded like a woman's voice. The first time he wore it, he surprised himself with how realistic it sounded. Once he was ready, he made his way to the roof that they had their meeting on. Nobody was not surprised to find Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 already there waiting for him. They had exchanged numbers after their last meeting so they could all stay updated about everything regarding the case. Nobody had shared that he had been able to create a cover for himself, but he hadn't wanted to spoil the surprise, so he didn't let them know anything more than that. "Hey guys, how do I look?" Nobody asked as he walked up to the two surprised men. "I thought you said that Odysseus is a teenage boy, not a young woman." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 hissed to the surprised Eraserhead. Eraserhead ignored him and instead spoke to Nobody. "That's not your voice." "Well duh." Nobody reached into his mask to flip a small SWSH. When he spoke again, it was his real voice that was heard. "My real voice would kinda ruin the whole thing." Not wanting to risk anything, Nobody reached back into his mask to flip the SWSH again. Eraserhead just sighed and shook his head. "Problem child." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 stared at Nobody for a bit longer before shaking his head as well. Nobody spoke again when neither of the men said anything. "Okay, I don't have much time. The meeting is going to be in about an hour. I'll try and keep you updated, but that might not be the most realistic. You are not going no contact while undercover." Eraserhead didn't let Nobody finish before voicing his dissent. "If you would let me finish, you would know that that's not the plan." Nobody tossed Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 each a little black device. It was about the size and shape of a bottle cap, with a button and a light on one side. The other side had a slider with 3 words written next to it: light, vibrate, and beep. After examining the device, both men looked at Nobody, clearly questioning what he had just handed to them. Nobody held up an identical device and started to explain. "These are rudimentary communicators. They only connect to each other, but they are discreet and simple enough that they can be used to request immediate aid. If you press the button once, it sends a signal to the other 2 communicators. They either light up, vibrate, or beep based on whichever setting it is set on. The light color and length of beep or vibration is based on who presses the button. Pressing my button will cause your communicators to light up green or vibrate or beep for the shortest time. Eraserhead's button will have the second shortest beep and vibration or will light up yellow. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's is the longest and blue." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked at the device in his hand. "I don't see how this does anything but give you a way to annoy us." "That's because I'm not done explaining it. Pressing the button once doesn't mean much. I figured it would be more of a way to just check in, let you guys know that I'm still alive if I can't text you while undercover. Pressing the button twice within a minute of each other would let you know that everything is not okay, but I have it handled. Pressing it any more than twice within a minute would let you know that I need immediate backup, and my location would be sent to your phone automatically. If you designed these specifically so you can check in with us or ask for backup, why do ours have buttons too?" Eraserhead looked at Nobody in confusion. "That was my original thought, but I figure that if this goes well, then hopefully this wouldn't be the end of our collaboration. A device like this could have helped a lot on initiation night." Eraserhead looked at him for a moment before moving on. "Would it jeopardize your cover if we were to press the button?" "No, I plan on having it set to vibrate in my pocket the whole time. I made sure that the vibrate setting would be completely silent." "Good. If 𝐒𝐭𝐴 or I press our buttons once, we expect you to press your button within a few minutes. If you don't respond, we will start heading to your last known location." "Sounds good, Eraserhead." Nobody stopped to look at his watch for a moment. "I gotta head out, my meeting is in just a few minutes." "Stay safe, problem child." Nobody didn't answer as he ran off the roof, leaving the hero and the detective watching after him. The meeting that he was going to had been set up after he decided to go undercover. After searching for hours, he had found something like a recruitment ad online. The ad was for a quirk analyst for a new company, but what caught Nobody's attention was that the ad seemed to be designed to not get any applicants, and their wording was very peculiar. If he hadn't been introduced to similar ads by his father, he would have missed the key words and phrases that indicated the job to be less than legal. After that realization, it didn't take him long to connect the job to the 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐼. From there, he created the perfect applicant and applied to the job. After sending in multiple examples of his analysis, they agreed to a meeting. Just like all the trigger deals, this meeting was going to be in one of the alleys that nobody had been keeping an eye on. He walked into the alley a few minutes before the designated meeting time, unsurprised to find that he was the only one there. He did his best to look out of place and a bit anxious to be there. While he felt at home on the streets at night, he hadn't made 𝐒𝐲𝐵 a person that would feel the same. At exactly the designated meeting time, Torment walked out of the shadows. "You must be 𝐒𝐲𝐵 Yamaguchi. I'm glad to see that you are punctual. Although I do question your sanity. Young women like yourselves usually know better than to meet for a job interview in an alley at night. I figured it was usual for a job like this. The job ad didn't paint the most legal picture. Yet you showed up anyway. I want to analyze quirks, but I am blacklisted from the industry. There isn't a legal way for me to do my dream job, so I'll settle for what I can get. Are you sure you are willing to go that far just to analyze quirks? This isn't known to be a safe line of work. There isn't such a thing as a safe line of work when it comes to analyzing quirks. Even the most mundane quirks can be dangerous when someone isn't in full control. I don't think you understand me." Torment rushed forward and grabbed Nobody's wrist in an instant. Nobody struggled to fight back instincts that 𝐒𝐲𝐵 wouldn't have and allowed Torment to grip his wrist. Quirks are dangerous, yes, but even more dangerous are the people that have them. Torment looked into the vigilante's eyes and activated his quirk. Pain traveled up his wrist like fire was in his veins. His whole body burned. His vision blurred before going white, then black. All he felt was pain. It could have only lasted a second, it could have lasted a year. Nobody didn't know, nor did he care, he just wanted it to stop. Slowly the pain lessened, leaving just a dull ache through his whole body. His vision came back to find that Torment was still staring into his eyes. Nobody flinched away, alerting Torment that he was coherent again. You won't be analyzing quirks that are dangerous because the user doesn't have full control. You will be analyzing quirks that are dangerous because the user has full control, and you will be helping make them even more dangerous. If that is what it takes to be able to analyze quirks, then that is what it takes. Ever since I was kicked out of my program, I have been lost. Nobody sniffed and wiped at his eyes as if he was holding back tears. My whole life has always been about learning about quirks. I don't know anything else. Well then, welcome to the 𝐒𝐲𝐵 Hasaikai. Even after the interview where she was officially welcomed into the 𝐒𝐲𝐵 Hasaikai, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 was not immediately accepted. Unlike every other member of the group, she was not found and saved by Torment or Overhaul, so there was a bit of distrust there. Although she did move into the main base with everyone else, she was the only person there that didn't have to. The Yakuza thrived because of the undying loyalty that the members showed, and this loyalty was almost always because the Yakuza gave them a home and a purpose when they had neither before. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 claimed to be gaining a purpose by joining the 𝐒𝐲𝐵 Hasaikai, but the other members were not convinced. To gain their trust, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 started with the lowest level thugs, the ones that would be least likely to reject her advice, and did a full analysis of their quirks, giving them advice to make even the weakest quirks strong. She was scouted mostly to work mostly with the higher-ranked bullets' quirks, but without their trust they wouldn't get anywhere. She also heard rumors about quirk genetics research, but she was not trusted nearly enough to hear anything more than rumors. It took a while, but after a couple weeks, and working through every low-level thug, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 was able to start working with the 8 bullets. She worked with each bullet extensively, spending multiple days on each one. Their quirks were incredibly underutilized before she got to them. The first bullet she worked with was a man who calls himself Rocky. His quirk is crystal. He can create crystals off of any part of his body. He mostly would use his quirk to add crystals to his knuckles when he punched. That tactic is what caused him to be taken in by the 𝐒𝐲𝐵 Hasaikai. After the emergence of quirks, there was a large debate on whether or not quirks would be allowed in sports. Most sports kept the original league quirkless, but created a separate quirked league. The quirkless league was less popular in most sports, and after a while there wasn't much viewership. Boxing was one of the few sports where the quirkless league remained as popular as its quirked counterpart. Rocky was an up-and-coming boxer in the quirkless league. His crystals were not strong enough to hold up in the quirked matches. In the most important match of his career he was losing. Panicked and desperate, he activated his quirk. The end result was disastrous. The crystals broke through the glove right as he landed a punch to his opponent's face. Rocky pulled away from his punch, threw up, and then passed out. When he woke up he found that he had seriously hurt his opponent. Because of that, he had been disqualified and kicked out of the league. Not long after, he was evicted from his apartment because he no longer had a source of income and his girlfriend broke up with him. Torment found him sleeping on the streets. When Chiyoshi first encountered his quirk, she could immediately tell why he wasn't able to do anything impressive with it. He was only ever able to make small crystal structures. If he made them too big he would get sick. He had always known that he had a limit, but he never thought of why. The reason, however, was apparent to Chiyoshi. Rocky's crystals weren't quartz or anything like that, they were salt, formed from the salt in Rocky's body. His limit was the amount of salt he had in his body, and using too much of it causes hyponatremia. Some of the symptoms of that are nausea, fatigue, and headaches, all of the symptoms that Rocky would normally have. Chiyoshi had him up his salt intake every day by a lot, and suddenly he was able to create larger and stronger crystal formations. He also started carrying salt around with him. While it wasn't pleasant to eat straight salt, in an emergency it would be helpful. Within a few days his quirk went from being a weaker form of brass knuckles to something that could actually be useful. Next Chiyoshi moved on to a man who goes by 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵. He called his quirk Tear Control. It allowed him to control tears. When his quirk first came in, his peers all called him evil. He needed someone to cry to be able to use his quirk. Rather than argue, he embraced it. He became a bully. If he needed tears to be able to use his quirk, then he would make people cry. He went through all of his school like that, and he continued to be a bully when he entered the workforce. However, that was not as accepted. 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵 found himself unable to keep a job for more than a couple months. At some point he ran out of places that would hire him. After years of being a bully, he had driven everyone out of his life, so when he was kicked out of his apartment he had nowhere to go. Torment found him controlling his own tears, leaving another failed job interview. Chiyoshi knew that her analysis would not be well received once she realized more about his quirk. 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵's quirk manifested by him controlling tears, so no one ever thought to test what about the tears he could control, or if he could control anything else. If he had thought more critically about his quirk, or if he had a competent quirk specialist when he was younger, it would have been obvious that he doesn't control tears, he controls salt water. She was right. 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵 was upset when he realized that he could have been controlling any salt water all along. His weak quirk wasn't actually as weak as he had thought. Cursing the fact that it had taken so long to figure out his quirk, 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵 threw himself into training his newfound abilities. Through training and more tests, they were able to figure out that the more salt that was in the water, the easier it would be for him to control. This led to the obvious conclusion of teaming 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵 up with Rocky. With both of their quirks relying on salt, it made sense for them to work together. Moving on to the next bullet, Chiyoshi worked with Needlepoint. Up until Chiyoshi was recruited, Needlepoint had been the only girl in the Shy Hasaikai. She didn't mind too much usually, but it separated her from everyone else. However, she still fit in better here than she did anywhere else she had been. Needlepoint had been born into a very high-class family. She was expected to act and look a certain way at all times. Her quirk made that a bit difficult. Her quirk is called Needle Hair. Needlepoint is able to shoot her hair as needles off of her head. This meant her hair was naturally metallic and incredibly straight, sticking out like spines on a porcupine, not lending to what her family thought a proper daughter should look like. She also, like most people, wanted to use her quirk. This also did not fit into her family's idea of a proper daughter. Proper daughters should not shoot needles at anything, they should not want to shoot anything at all. They don't want to practice their aim. They don't want to spar. Proper daughters did not want to do anything Needlepoint wanted to do, so rather than give in and give up using her quirk, she ran away when she was the streets were rough for the 15-year-old, but she survived for a year before Torment found her. She initially refused the offer, she had no plans to become a villain, but after a rough month, she had no choice. It took her a while to truly find her place in the Yakuza group, but after seeing the danger she had avoided on the streets, she owed her loyalty to the men that saved her. Because Needlepoint was never expected to use her quirk, she had not been able to learn about it in her family's house. After running away she had planned to learn more, but she was too busy trying to survive. Once she joined the Yakuza, she no longer had the drive to learn more about her quirk, it was functional enough as it was. This meant that Tsuyoshi was the first person to really work with her on her quirk. The first thing that Tsuyoshi brought up about her quirk is that it works on more than just the hair on her head. She could shoot any hair from her body, giving her many lengths of needles to choose from in a fight. Needlepoint had always gone on the assumption that she could only shoot the needles straight out from where they were, but it turned out she could actually control their trajectory a bit more than that. Once she shot a needle, she couldn't change the forward momentum it had, but she could change the aim a bit. Another thing that Tsuyoshi brought up was that there was a good chance that the strength of the needles was reliant on the health of needlepoint. Unlike the other bullets of the �ㄗ Hasaikai, Tsuyoshi actually liked working with needlepoint. She wasn't there to do anything other than survive. To Tsuyoshi, she seemed to want to be more of a hero than a villain, but her life pushed her into the �㗱 Hasaikai. Unfortunately, Tsuyoshi's work did not end with needlepoint. She moved on to the next bullet, Viper. Viper is an unsettling man with an even more unsettling quirk. He called it snake bones. He could force his bones out of his body where they would turn into snakes. He has complete control over the snakes, including what type of snake his bones turn into. To regain his bones, he can call the snake back into his body. If the snake is destroyed, the bone will slowly and painfully regrow. Viper knew that his quirk was creepy, and he capitalized on that. He was a loner whose main source of entertainment was scaring anyone who made the mistake of approaching him. Due to that, he was left alone, just how he liked it. No one knew how he came to be a part of the �㗱 Hasaikai. He just showed up one day and no one was willing to be around him long enough to find out more. If it was up to Tsuyoshi, she wouldn't work with him at all, or at least she would work with him last, but she had no choice on the matter. He had a pretty good understanding of how to use his quirk, but he didn't utilize it to its full potential. He mostly used his quirk to intimidate, choosing to use the scariest looking snakes, rather than ones that would have traits that would help him. Tsuyoshi pushed him to put more thought into the snakes his bones would become. He could find a snake that had better eyesight or vision and use it for reconnaissance. She also pushed him to use different bones. He could use any bone in his body, but he would most often use his fingers. While this did make sense and work well, by using other bones in his body he would open himself up to different options. Not wanting to spend much time with Viper, she rushed through her analysis. Before long she was moving on to the next bullet. The next bullet goes by Recluse. He is also creepy, although he is much more sociable than Viper. His quirk allows him to create thread from the tips of his fingers, not unlike a spider. This is paired with some spider-like mutations. He has 8 eyes and his whole body is covered in a layer of hair, just like a spider. His history is not unlike most people with obvious mutations. He wasn't accepted anywhere he went until he joined the �㗱 Hasaikai. Even his own family ostracized him because they still all at least looked normal unlike him. Once he was accepted into the group, he embraced his spidery looks. He allowed himself to act more on his instincts, creating webs, and eating what was caught. Not allowing herself to be unsettled, Tsuyoshi was thorough in her analysis. The first thing she found was that while Recluse thought that he is a brown recluse spider, an incredibly venomous spider found in North America, he is not. He is instead a southern house spider. Southern house spiders are not nearly as dangerous as a brown recluse, meaning Recluse was not happy to learn about it. But it explained why his webs weren't sticky and he had 8 eyes instead of 6. Tsuyoshi also helped Recluse learn more about his hair. Spiders don't have great vision, but instead they can feel vibrations through the hairs that cover their body. Recluse had been trying to rely on his eyesight, rather than his more spider-like senses, because that is what he had been taught his whole life. With a bit of training he was able to much better tell what was happening around him. Moving on from Recluse, Tsuyoshi helped Shield. Shield is a man of very few words, no words really. He is mute. No one knows whether he was born unable to speak, he has selective mutism, or if he just doesn't feel like talking, but he never says a word. If he finds himself needing to say something, he writes it down or uses sign language, but he rarely ever finds himself in a situation that requires a response. Tsuyoshi was glad for the break. After working with all the rest of the bullets, working with Shield was a dream. He wasn't creepy or trying to scare her, but he was receptive to her analysis. His quirk, called solid wave, allowed him to create a solid shield wherever he waved his left hand with it stretched out as if he was giving a high five, and erase the shield with his left. This shield he created was solid and transparent, but slightly cloudy, so that it was just barely visible. It could take a substantial amount of damage before breaking, and it would last for quite a while. The main suggestion that Chiyoshi had for him was to change up the shape and placement of his shields. Rather than waving in a circular shape, create different shapes that might allow for different uses. Sadly, because Shield was so receptive to her suggestions, she didn't get to work with him long. Moving to the next bullet, Chiyoshi started working with a man who goes by the villain name Freezeburn. Freezeburn's quirk is a bit unusual. He calls it frozen fire. He can create and control normal-looking fire, however the fire is not normal at all. Rather than being hot like normal fire, it is cold. His quirk freezes instead of burns. In fact, his quirk was very much like his personality, cold and sharp, fueled by burning hatred. He had dreams to be a hero, but after failing to get into any good hero school, he found himself at what was widely considered the worst hero school in Japan. From there he failed the hero exam over and over again, until finally, they stopped letting him take it. His multiple failures fueled his hatred for hero society, allowing his anger to burn until he couldn't take it anymore. His final straw wasn't anything big. In fact, it was relatively mundane. He saw a hero out on patrol, helping get a cat out of a tree. He had seen that hero once before. In the last hero exam they let him take, Freezeburn had been standing next to him when they got their results. While Freezeburn was told that he had failed for the last time, that he was no longer able to take the test, the other was officially becoming a hero. Seeing him out on patrol was too much for Freezeburn to handle, so he attacked. He threw all his anger and hatred at the hero, but there was a reason the other had passed while he had failed. The fight did not last long. Freezeburn was defeated easily, but rather than allow himself to be arrested he ran. Luckily for him he found Torment, who helped him get away. Freezeburn had more formal quirk training than any of the other bullets, but Chiyoshi was still able to help him. He had always focused on attacking as if it was hot fire, hoping that his target would be fooled and dodge it. He didn't see how dangerous his own fire could be. The cold can be painful and dangerous to the human body. Extreme cold, for even short amounts of time, could be deadly. He also could make different objects brittle by burning them with his freezing fire. Making objects brittle could be useful for breaking in or out of things, or for destroying an enemy's weapon. Finally, Chiyoshi moved on to the last bullet, Monotone. Monotone's quirk, Sleep Talker, has made his life difficult. He talks people to sleep, literally. The sound of his voice slowly lulls whoever hears it to sleep. Unfortunately, Monotone was unable to figure out how to talk without activating his quirk, so unless he wants everyone who hears him to fall asleep, he can't talk. Being unable to talk without everyone around him falling asleep did not go well for Monotone in school. Everyone was too scared of the power he could have over them to bother to try and communicate with him. So he lived his life in silence. The event that led him to the Shy Hasaikai wasn't on purpose. He didn't mean to make the bus driver, along with everyone on the bus, fall asleep. He didn't even mean to open his mouth. But he was tired, and someone called him on the phone. While he had been unable to figure out how to stop his quirk from working on anyone that was able to hear him in person, he had learned that a recording of his voice did not have the same effect. After he figured that out, he loved talking on the phone, as long as there wasn't anyone around. He had a long day at work. He had to work overtime because a coworker was too worried about his quirk to even talk to him on the phone, forcing them to email back and forth about the paperwork they had to fill out. His coworker misunderstood part of the email, causing all of the paperwork to be done incorrectly. His coworker blamed it on Monotone because his quirk kept them from talking about it outside of emails, so Monotone was left to fix it all. Annoyed and tired, Monotone got on the bus. As they drove, he started to drift off, until he noticed that his phone was ringing. Without realizing where he was, he answered the phone and began talking to the person that called. He didn't notice when everyone in the bus fell asleep, including the driver. It wasn't until he woke up in the hospital days later that he realized what he did. His mistake had killed 10 people, including the bus driver and the majority of the family that was in the car that the bus hit. The only survivor of the other car was a 7-year-old girl. Both her parents and her twin brother had been killed. After that day, guilt ate away at Monotone. He wasn't charged with anything because it was obviously an accident, but it didn't matter. To Monotone, his life was over. He quit his job and stayed in bed all day. He gave up. At some point he was evicted, but he didn't care. Not long into living on the streets, he attempted suicide. However, before he could die, Torment saved him. He got him medical treatment and brought him into the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾, giving him what he had been missing since the accident, a reason to live. It took a few too many naps for Chiyoshi to figure it out, and even more for Monotone to get the hang of it, but eventually, Monotone was able to talk without putting anyone to sleep. They both almost cried tears of joy after Monotone had his first ever in-person conversation without anyone falling asleep. She also worked with him to figure out that if he sings, people fall asleep faster, but if he yells, they fall asleep slower. After she finished working with Monotone, Chiyoshi was given a few days to relax. Sadly, that time passed quickly and she found herself being called to talk to Overhaul himself. Nobody was not having a good time. He thought going undercover as Chiyoshi would be easy. He had years of experience of quirk analysis and he had always been good at acting, but acting full-time and faking an analysis quirk was exhausting. He also didn't really realize until he started his analysis that he would be helping make villains more dangerous. Logically, he knew that was what the job was for when he applied, but it only really hit him after he started. Unwilling to make the villains too much stronger, he held back some of his ideas. He didn't mention to Tearjerker that he could potentially control the salt water inside people, and he refused to mention anything about acupuncture to needlepoint. If he wanted to, he could have helped the bullets all become even more terrifying than he did, but he absolutely did not want to do that. He did, however, keep all his ideas in his notes. Lucky for him, the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾 didn't see any issues with Chiyoshi typing up all of the analysis for each bullet. The excuse of having a working file to go back to for future growth was enough to convince them. This meant that nobody was able to discreetly get the analysis to Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐴. He implanted a virus in his laptop that would allow remote access to the computer. He was sure to hide it carefully in case anyone checked for it, but the thought of him sending the information out didn't seem to cross their minds. Somehow he had gained their complete trust. Even with the trust of the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾, it was difficult for nobody to stay in contact with Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐴. He didn't dare use his phone unless he was sure he was completely alone, and he wouldn't risk using his laptop to contact them. At the beginning of his mission, he was able to contact them a bit in the evenings and mornings, while he was going to bed or just waking up, but after analyzing Needlepoint, he no longer had those opportunities. For some reason, Needlepoint had decided that Chiyoshi was going to be her best friend. She would come over whenever she felt like it to hang out and talk, meaning that nobody was rarely alone. The button that he made proved to be very useful at that point. He didn't really expect Eraserhead or 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to use them much, or at all, but they were buzzing him every couple of hours to check in. Every time the button buzzed in his pocket, he got a fuzzy feeling in his chest. They were probably just wanting to make sure the mission hadn't gone bad, but to nobody, it felt like they cared. After a few days of being undercover, nobody expected them to decrease the frequency of their check-ins, and he was only partially correct. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 buzzed less, but Eraserhead made up for it by checking in more. In the few days that Chiyoshi was given off, nobody was able to contact the hero and detective a bit more. In that time, he finally found out what chronostasis and mimic's quirks were. Chronostasis can use his clock-like hair to slow people down. Mimic can take control of any object as if it is his body. Without wasting a moment, nobody added their quirks to his notes on the laptop so that Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 would be aware. Nobody debated planning the raid now. He got information about all the quirks as well as the location of their base. They had enough information to plan a raid that could be successful, but he still felt like he was missing important information. In the time that he had been with the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾, Torment and occasionally a bullet or two went out for trigger deals, but they were always selling. Nobody had yet to figure out where they were getting it from, so he held back on setting up the raid. Now, after having a few days off, Chiyoshi was called in to talk to Overhaul, and nobody was scared. Right from the beginning, Torment had said that Chiyoshi wouldn't be expected to work with Overhaul, Torment, Chronostasis, or Mimic on their quirks. Supposedly they all had figured out their quirks well enough. If that was the case, Then why would Overhaul have any need to talk to Chiyoshi? As he walked toward Overhaul's office, he tried to think of any reason that he may want to speak to her. He worried that he had looked on the laptop and found that he hadn't told the bullets all of his theories, or worse, he had found the laptop. Or maybe he had a way to hack into Nobody's phone. Nobody was a ball of anxiety as he walked, but he refused to show it as Chiyoshi. Chiyoshi had no reason to be worried. Too soon Nobody found himself in front of the office labeled to belong to Overhaul. After taking a deep breath, he reached his hand out and knocked. Nobody stood in the silence of the hallway for what seemed like forever, but it was really less than a minute before the door was opened. He walked into a fairly spacious office. Overhaul sat in a large office chair behind a large desk while Torment stood to his side, slightly behind him. Chronastasis lounged on a couch in the corner with an open spot next to him that was filled by Mimic after a moment. It seemed that Mimic had been the one to open the door for him. "Ah, you must be Yamaguchi," Overhaul said instead of a greeting. "Yes, sir," Nobody responded while bowing. After a moment he stood back up. "You must be wondering why I called you here," Overhaul noted. "Yes, sir, I was told that you and the rest of the men in this room had no use for my analysis. I am not aware of any other reason that you require my presence." Overhaul chuckled before responding, "True, we have no use for your analysis, we are well acquainted with our quirks." Overhaul began to remove one of his gloves as he continued talking. "Why don't I show you?" Nobody felt a chill go down his spine as he moved to step forward. Chiyoshi had no idea what Overhaul's quirk was, she would have no reason not to move toward the villain. But Nobody knew, and Nobody was scared. He wasn't sure how his quirk worked exactly. Would it hurt? Would he come back the same? Will he be reassembled as Overhaul thinks he is, a girl? Will Overhaul even reassemble him at all? Nobody was barely able to disguise his fear as he walked forward. In an attempt to distract himself, he looked around the room. The excitement that he saw on all of the other men's faces just made it worse. Finally stopping just in front of Overhaul's desk, Nobody watched as Overhaul slipped off his gloves. He forced himself to fake excitement as he spoke. "I always want to see new quirks. I'm going to guess you have some sort of contact-based quirk, right?" Overhaul sounded almost bored as he responded, "Yes, I can disassemble and assemble anything I touch." Unable to hide it anymore, Nobody finally let his fear show on his face, but it was only there for a second until Overhaul touched him. Suddenly he felt as though his cells were being ripped apart and then there was nothing. Coming back into existence was disorienting. He kept his eyes closed, but he was still overloaded with the smells and sounds. Since he had begun living in the base, he blocked out the constant hum of machinery and people and the strong chemical smell that lingered, but now he couldn't avoid it. It was only when he felt a buzz from the button in his pocket that he realized where he was and how much danger he was in. Focusing on the vibration, he noticed that it was unusual. At first there was just the usual medium-length buzz that signaled that Eraserhead was checking in on him, but immediately following it there was the long buzz that signaled Tsukochi. The timing of the vibrations were so close together it was almost as though they pressed it at the same time. Moving for the first time since being reassembled, Nobody opened his eyes to look into the expectant faces of the villains in the room. "Wow, that is quite a quirk," Nobody began talking as he reached his hand into his pocket to respond to the buzzing. "It's really interesting that you can take something apart and then put it back together without knowing everything about it. You put me back together perfectly, even the things that you can't see and had no way of knowing about." As soon as Nobody finished talking, he knew that he said something he shouldn't have. The men in the room had all tensed and were now looking at him suspiciously. "And what wouldn't I know about?" Overhaul asked threateningly. Nobody hid his panic as he answered, "Oh, nothing too important really. I just have some scars and stuff that I can tell are still there, even though you would have never seen them." He wasn't completely lying, he could still feel the scars that were under his mask, but he wasn't entirely truthful. He couldn't tell the villains that he was referring to the fact that he was put back together as a boy, instead of as the girl he was pretending to be. The villains thought about his response for a moment as their eyes searched him for any signs of a lie. Apparently satisfied, they relaxed back into their seats, except for Overhaul. He seemed to have another question to ask. "What beeped when you were reassembled?" Nobody didn't bother to hide his confusion. "Heh. Something beeped." When I use my quirk, it resets any electronics that are on the person. So what do you have on you that would beep? Overhaul said threateningly. The other men in the room also tensed again, suspicious of Tsuyoshi. Going through a mental tally of all the electronics he currently had on him, nobody was so glad he had used the designs he did. He thought about just adding a setting to the voice changer he used for his vigilante work, but he decided that it was too risky. If he accidentally changed the setting while undercover, it would put him in a lot of danger. Instead, he made a voice changer that only had one setting and that didn't turn off. His final design works like normal after a hard reset. The other design would have had him speaking in his normal voice. Other than the voice changer, he only had his watch, his phone, and the communicator. His phone had died right before he came to the meeting. He had forgotten to charge it last night, so he could rule out that as the culprit. His watch was a pretty basic watch that he fixed up a while back. It worked well enough, but it didn't even have a speaker, so he was pretty sure that wasn't it either. That left the communicator. Nobody cursed to himself when he realized it. When he first set it up, he had it beep, vibrate, and light up all at the same time. It must have done that when it was reset. Thinking quickly, nobody thought of a cover for the beep Overhaul had heard. Oh, that was probably my watch. It has an alarm on it that beeps when it gets reset. Nobody lied. He hoped they wouldn't look too closely at his watch to see that it wasn't possible for it to make a sound. Satisfied with his answer, they moved on. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, why don't we move on to the real reason that we called you here? The past few minutes had been so nerve-wracking that nobody had forgotten that he wasn't there for quirk analysis. He nodded, eager to figure out why he was there. As you probably have already realized, there isn't anyone else here that needs their quirk analyzed. I'm sure you can see why that would be a problem. That's why you are here after all. While Overhaul spoke, nobody subtly put his hand in his pocket, tracing the button, ready to press it if it came to that. He didn't know where this conversation was headed, but so far it didn't sound good. Nobody looked at Overhaul's hands, ready to react at a moment's notice, but he was surprised to find that the villain had his gloves back on. But that isn't the only thing that caught our attention on your resume. We have a more. Overhaul pulled at his gloves but kept them on, secretive operation that we think you would be a good fit for. Nobody was putting all his effort in remaining calm. He didn't bother hiding his fear. It would be unusual for anyone to not be at least a little afraid in this situation, but he refused to show just how scared he was. Tsuyoshi would be a bit nervous and uncomfortable, but she wouldn't have much to fear. Nobody, however, had a lot to fear. He understood the threat placed in front of him. Anyone who shares the secret will be disassembled. Unfortunately, nobody's whole goal is to share every bit of information he can. Nobody was so lost in his mind that he almost missed Torment talking. Don't worry, we think you will like working on this. Nobody looked at him with confusion, but before he could question anything, Overhaul was talking again. It is pretty well known that we distribute Trigger, however we have managed to hide our supplier well. Overhaul got up and waved for Tsuyoshi to follow him. Nobody followed Overhaul as he walked out of the office to a door that nobody had yet to see open. Pausing before opening the door, Overhaul continued speaking. That is because we manufacture it here. Nobody was shocked as he followed Overhaul into a completely different side of the building. He would have never guessed that the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 Saikai was able to manufacture something like that. There are many different strains of trigger, but all of them leave the user blind with anger and only work for short periods of time. We are working to create a longer-lasting boost that would allow the user to keep their head. But that is not the only thing we are developing. Quirks are a plague on society. They have brought with them a society filled with heroes and villains. It's all worthless. I plan to bring the world back to before quirks existed. If we can create a drag that boosts quirks, why can't we create one that destroys them? The more Overhaul spoke, the more nobody was shocked. A man who just used his quirk without much of a reason, whose entire defense was his quirk and the quirks of his men, and who is trying to improve Trigger, wants to get rid of quirks. Nobody thought that Overhaul was a bit off before, but now he had proof that he was unhinged. How do I fit into all of this? Nobody asked, feeling like he already knew the answer. Your background in quirk genetics should be a great addition to the team who is currently working on this. If not, then I imagine boosting an analysis quirk could have interesting results. Nobody barely noticed when 𝐒𝐿 introduced him to the lead developer. He didn't register when 𝐒𝐿 left and the developer started giving him a tour. He didn't even register when he was led out of the lab and back to his room. Nobody wasn't sure how long he sat on his bed, but he only really came back to himself once he felt buzzing in his pocket. The whole time he was zoned out, he was panicking, cursing himself for giving 𝐒𝐻𝐲 the background that he did. It got her into the 𝐒𝐻𝐲, just like he knew it would, but nobody knew very little about quirk genetics. In one night he needs to go from a novice in quirk genetics to an expert, or risk his cover crumbling around him. Odysseus had been undercover for over a month, and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was getting worried. Undercover work was hard for anyone, but Odysseus is young and he had been undercover consistently for so long. It was only a matter of time until he slipped up. Even the most seasoned heroes would be reaching the end of their abilities after a month with no breaks. But Odysseus was still checking in without an issue, so he must be doing all right. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 ran his finger over the button in his pocket. It had been a source of comfort as Odysseus's undercover mission ran on. He wasn't sure how he had gotten attached to the vigilante, but he figured that the kid deserved at least one adult worrying over him. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 reflected over the panic that he felt earlier in the afternoon when the device not only buzzed, but also beeped and lit up at the same time. When Odysseus explained the communicators to them, he never mentioned that it was possible for all three options to go off at once, regardless of what the device was set at. Waiting for Odysseus to respond had been nerve-wracking, but he did, and he continued to respond normally throughout the rest of the day. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 could only assume that it had been some sort of glitch, hopefully, though he would find out more soon. Currently 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was on his way to the police station before he went out on his patrol. Since Odysseus had gone undercover, it had become a routine. He would stop by the station to debrief with 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 before every patrol. Together they would like over the information that Odysseus had put into his laptop and discuss any conversations that they had been able to have over text that day. Usually on his way to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's office, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 would stop and grab coffee for each of them, but his worry had been festering all day and he couldn't wait. He barged into 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 holding up his communicator. "Did yours vibrate, light up and beep all at once today? I thought mine just glitched." The men looked at each other for a moment before crowding around the computer that they had remotely connected to Odysseus's. They didn't bother with words, they knew what they were looking for, anything that would give them insight into what had happened. Unfortunately, nothing had been updated since the day before. They stared at the computer hoping that something would change, but nothing did. Minutes passed without anything happening. Right when 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was about to head out on his patrol, a movement on the screen caught his attention. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 watched as the cursor moved around the screen frantically. Multiple documents were pulled up along with multiple web pages. As soon as the document loaded, Odysseus was adding to his quirk analysis. The men watched in horror as he added 𝐒𝐿 to his notes. At first Odysseus was typing things they already knew, but they felt the color drain from their faces as he went more into detail about what his quirk felt like and its effects on electronics. 𝐒𝐿 quirk. 𝐒𝐿, he can disassemble and reassemble anything he touches, including people. Being disassembled feels like being ripped apart at the cellular level, which is most likely what is happening. Interestingly, 𝐒𝐿 does not need to know exactly what he is putting back together to assemble it exactly as it was. If he uses his quirk on a person, any electronics that are on them are reset. Avoid hands if at all possible, especially if he has removed his gloves. The men took a moment to comprehend what they had read. 𝐒𝐿 had used his quirk on Odysseus today, causing the communicator to reset. There was no other explanation, but 𝐒𝐻𝐲 wished there was. DMN. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 started before trailing off. "We need to get him out of there." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 left no room for argument. He agreed to a mission that allowed someone to be disassembled. He let a child be disassembled. As far as he was concerned, this was over. It was too dangerous. Movement on the screen pulled 𝐒𝐻𝐲 away from his thoughts. Odysseus was bringing up the web pages that he had opened. At first the men were confused by his research. He was searching up quirk genetics and trigger. They watched for a while in confusion before they realized his searches became more targeted. Odysseus was doing research about trigger, looking into how it works and how it was made, and he was looking into quirk genetics, specifically the source of quirks. Those two topics did not paint a good picture in 𝐬𝐻𝑇r's mind. He had a feeling that this case just got a lot more complicated. 𝐬𝐻𝑇r hung around the station for a while after that, but he didn't get much more from watching the computer screen. Odysseus was still doing research when he finally left for his patrol. Before he left though, he made 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 promise to update him on anything new that might come up. As he swung up onto the roof to begin his patrol, 𝐬𝐻𝑇r pressed the button in his pocket. His worry was worse than it was earlier in the day, but the returning short buzz in his pocket always made him feel a bit better. Nobody was frantic. After adding to his notes on overhaul, he got lost in research. He thought for a moment that he should reassure Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 that he was fine. A small voice in his head was telling him that they would care about that. But a louder voice won out. After all, he is just nobody, why would they care if he had been disassembled? It turned out that his obsession over quirks actually helped him. He wasn't as unfamiliar with quirk genetics as he thought he was. The years he had spent browsing through quirk forums had unintentionally introduced him to much of the current research on quirk genetics, but through a different lens. That, along with the research he had done into Trigger when he had first started looking into the 𝐒𝐻𝑇r's, left him with a pretty solid basic understanding of the topic. Even with that, however, he still had a lot more he needed to learn to keep his cover. Time passed quickly with nobody's nose buried in his research. He didn't notice as his room slowly got brighter, as the sun made its way into the sky, light streaming in through the window. He was snapped out of his research by a loud jarring noise. It took him a moment to register what was going on before he realized it was just his alarm. Disgruntled, he got up and got ready for the day, hoping that his research had been enough. The first day he spent in the labs was difficult. His research had gotten him through the theory of everything, but it didn't make up for his lack of lab experience. Luckily, he was able to credit his blunders to having been out of the lab for so long, but it was still like nothing he had done before. By the end of the day, he was so exhausted he couldn't even bother to open his laptop. He made sure to keep in contact with Eraser and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 through the button in his pocket, but he didn't have the energy for anything more than that. Over the next few weeks, nobody found himself incredibly busy. He didn't have much of a chance to stay in contact with Eraser and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, but he made sure that they knew he was alive. Nobody spent every chance he could doing research. He learned a lot over a few days, and he was shocked to find himself able to contribute to discussions about the projects he was working on. He was also a bit horrified. He was helping contribute to research that would lead to more effective Trigger, and even more horrifying, a drag that would get rid of quirks. But nobody knew the risks of not contributing. After a couple days of just observing and learning, Torment was getting impatient. It turned out that while Torment had nothing to do with the actual research, he was the main person in charge of the operation, and he didn't take well to people who weren't making themselves useful. He pulled Chiyoshi aside after everyone had called it quits for the day. He made it very clear that if she wasn't being useful in the lab, he would find another way for her to be useful. Chiyoshi was there to help improve quirks and to contribute to drag research. If she wasn't going to contribute to the drag research, then she would be helping improve his quirk. From the very first time she met him, Torment had been insistent that he didn't need her analysis, so nobody was confused. The next evening the confusion was cleared up. Chiyoshi still hadn't contributed enough and was pulled aside again. Torment didn't hesitate to reach out and grab her. Confusion was painted on her face for just a moment, before it was replaced with agony. Torment wasn't going to have her analyze his quirk, he was going to practice using his quirk on her. Nobody pulled another all-nighter after that. He did not want to experience that quirk ever again. The next day, he started trying to contribute more. Unfortunately, Chiyoshi was still pulled aside some days, but at least it wasn't every day. About a month after meeting with Overhaul, nobody finally felt comfortable enough with quirk genetics to stop spending every waking minute researching. Instead, he swayed to planning. He started contacting Eraser and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 more to figure out how the raid would go. At first they went back and forth about bringing in more heroes. More heroes would allow them to have more of a chance of winning a fight, but all chances of subtlety would go out the window. Keeping the mission small, however, would allow them to maintain the element of surprise, and hopefully keep the whole mission out of the news. They decided that keeping the mission out of the news would be the priority. They didn't want the news of the drag research getting out. If handled wrong, it could incite mass panic, or inspire more people to attempt it. This meant that the raid would be executed by just Eraserhead, nobody, and the police led by 𝐒𝐭𝐴. It would be a difficult mission, but it was possible, largely because of the extensive notes that nobody had taken on each person. Eraser and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 were pushing for the raid to be sooner rather than later. They had been trying to plan it ever since they had found out why their devices had acted up, but nobody kept putting it off. It wasn't because he wanted to be in the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 any longer, in fact he couldn't wait to leave, but because he wanted them to have the best chances possible. Every day that he was undercover, nobody was learning more about the operations and the base itself. He was figuring out where there were hidden passages, and which exits got the least use. He learned which people were there because they wanted to be, and which were there because they had nowhere else. He learned everything he could about the 𝐒𝐻𝐻. It took a while, but finally they were ready. Nobody woke up the morning of February 17th feeling nervous. After being undercover with the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 for almost 3 months, the raid was finally happening. After today he could drop the disguise of 𝐒𝐭𝐴 for good. He would no longer be forced to help villains. Nobody is excited to be out, but he knows that it won't be easy. Running through the plan for the day in his head, nobody got dressed. Since 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had begun working in the labs, he had been wearing a lab coat daily. He also had gotten into wearing shoe covers most of the time. Due to the chemicals he worked with, they were required in the lab, but unless they got dirty, it was common to see people wearing them out and about. Today that would come in handy. Nobody put on as much of his vigilante gear as he could, while still being able to look like 𝐒𝐭𝐴. He hid his t-shirt and gear underneath the lab coat. His vigilante boots were hidden under shoe covers. The cargo briefs looked a bit strange, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was known for having a strange style. He put everything he couldn't hide on him in his tote that he carried with him. He carefully hid his mask, gloves, and visor under his jacket in the bag. After a moment's thought, he grabbed the laptop that he had been using the whole time he was there. Once he leaves this morning, he has no plans to return to this room. He can't risk anyone else getting the information that was stored on that computer. He carefully took out the hard drive and placed it into his tote. To make sure that nothing could be recovered, he then destroyed the laptop. Looking around the room, he decided that he didn't have anything else to take. The clothes he wore as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was cheap thrift store junk, and he didn't have any other belongings. He made his way to the lab, overly aware of all the hidden gear on him. Until he got the signal that the raid was starting, he had to go about his day as normal. The morning passed by slowly. Luckily, he was working on something that kept him at one workstation, so no one questioned him carrying a bag with him. Finally, almost at noon, his device buzzed twice. It was the signal to start the raid. Holding his breath, nobody discreetly pulled out a newly made grenade. He had designed it months ago, but until he started working in the lab, he hadn't had access to the chemicals necessary to make it. Over the course of the month, he discreetly created the weapon in his room, using materials he had taken from the lab. As he pulled the trigger, it seemed like nothing happened, but nobody knew that something had. Within seconds, the person closest to him passed out, everyone else in the room following soon after. Quickly, nobody swayed out the mask he wore as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 for the one he wore as nobody. Testing his mask's new air purifying function, nobody breathed in, and was happy to find himself still awake. His grenade released a colorless, odorless, sleeping gas that would put someone to sleep in only a few seconds, and keep them asleep for upwards of an hour. Once he was sure that everyone in the lab had passed out, he got to work. His first plan of action was to make sure that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 couldn't be tied to this. Working quickly, he moved toward the window that he had scoped out earlier. Quickly, he made it seem like 𝐒𝐴𝐴 had outlasted the rest of the scientists due to her mask being a more substantial quality. While she was fighting sleep, she rushed to the window and climbed out, ripping off her mask to breathe in fresh air. She then would have ran off, recognizing that they were being attacked. Nobody knew that the cameras were down for maintenance today. That is why today was chosen after all. So there would be no record of what actually happened. If any part of the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 were left free after today, they would think that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 Yamaguchi was a coward, but not a traitor. Once that was done, he quickly put the rest of his vigilante gear. After emptying his tote that had his jacket and everything in it, he folded the hard drive into it and hid it in a pocket hidden on the inside of his jacket. He couldn't afford to lose it. Satisfied that he was ready, he pressed the button in his pocket once, notifying the hero and the detective that the first part of the plan had gone well. Nobody wished that he had been able to make more of the sleeping gas, it would make everything so much easier. But he had only been able to make enough for one grenade, which was only useful in taking out the people in the labs. Even if he had made more, however, he wasn't sure of how effective it would be against all of the mask-wearing members of the group. Most of the scientists wore a thin fabric mask, if they wore a mask at all. Meanwhile, the bullets and the highest-ranked members wore thicker, more elaborate masks that more often than not had some sort of filtration system. Because of that, he had to rely on stealth and force for the rest of the raid. The next part of the plan required more stealth. He would have to sneak past Overhaul's office without alerting anyone so that he could get to the Bullet's wing. There he would meet up with 𝐅𝐴ZR, who had hopefully taken out most of the thugs that would have been near the entrances. They then would ambush each Bullet individually and knock them out before they could alarm the rest of the group. Only once all the Bullets were knocked out, could they launch the attack on the higher-ups. Ideally they would all be separated as well, but it was more than likely they would all be in Overhaul's office together. Other than when they are out on missions, that is where they would usually all be. Silently nobody moved through the hallways, ducking into empty rooms to ambush anyone that walked by. Not many people use this hallway. Even though everyone here is on the same side as Overhaul, no one wanted to risk being around him if he got angry, and he got angry a lot, so if at all possible people would use any other path. A couple lower-level thugs passed by and nobody contemplated just using his tranquilizers in his multi-gun on them, but he knew that the gun wasn't silent enough, so instead he knocked them out quickly with a well-placed hit to the head, and dragged them into the empty room he had hid in. He kept inching along the hallway until finally he made it to the Bullet's wing where 𝐅𝐴ZR was waiting for him. They started with the two that they expected to be together. After Chiyoshi had suggested that Rocky and 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐾 team up, they spent a lot of time together. They became friends and would hang out any chance they got, unlike the rest of the Bullets. This meant that 𝐅𝐴ZR and nobody had to be quick in taking them out so that one couldn't sound an alarm while the other fought. The hero and the vigilante quietly opened the door to the room they were expecting the villains to be in and slipped inside, shutting the door softly behind them. The villains were in the room, just as expected, playing a video game with the sound up loud. In a silent conversation, nobody and 𝐅𝐴ZR decided which of them would take out which villain. 𝐅𝐴ZR would deal with 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐾, while nobody would be the one to take out Rocky. With synchronized hits to the head, Rocky and 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐾 were out. Nobody and 𝐅𝐴ZR moved quickly to tie up the two villains. They didn't want to have any issues from them if they woke up too early. Working through the rest of the Bullets went similarly. Viper and Freezeburn never even noticed they were there. Monotone saw them, but he was out before he could react. Recluse had been practicing using his hairs to sense things, but he was easy to confuse, so he was out quickly as well. Shield was sleeping, so they just tied him up so he couldn't do anything once he woke up. In what seemed like no time at all, there was only one Bullet left, Needlepoint. Nobody wasn't sure how this confrontation would go. Needlepoint was the most observant out of the Bullets. She always is aware when there is someone around her, and she has a great reaction time. Unlike the rest of the Bullets, they were most likely going to fight her, which is why they left her for last. Nobody also was a bit more conflicted about her. Needlepoint had latched onto Chiyoshi after her quirk was analyzed, and nobody had started to appreciate her company. While it had been difficult to plan with her always bursting in, he began to look forward to her visits. She always seemed to know when he was feeling the worst, usually after Torment had decided that he hadn't contributed enough, and she would cheer him up. They had spent hours over the past few months just talking. He learned that she didn't just want to use her quirk, she wanted to make a difference with it. Ever since she was a kid she had wanted to be a hero, but that wasn't ladylike, so she wasn't allowed to even entertain the thought. After her time on the streets she gave up on dreams, all that mattered was survival. Needlepoint also learned more about Chiyoshi. Nobody told her more about Chiyoshi's backstory. How she had spent years doing research, only for it to be taken from her at the last minute. He told her how she ended up with the Yakuza. They connected over the fact that the Yakuza gave them the ability to do what they had always wanted. The part that really stuck out to nobody, however, was that the thing that they bonded over the most was that neither of them really wanted to be there. They were grateful that they were able to find a place there, but they had never wanted to do anything illegal. Nobody felt guilty about lying to Needlepoint. While he had made up the whole backstory of Chiyoshi, he tried to be as honest as he could during their conversations. That meant that he felt even worse about what he was about to do. Hopefully Needlepoint would be treated fairly after she was arrested, but that might not be the case. But it turned out that he didn't need to worry about that anyway. Nobody and Eraser opened the door as silently as they had with all the rest of the bullets, except unlike the others, Needlepoint immediately noticed and turned to face them. They got ready for the fight that they were sure would happen, but, to their surprise, Needlepoint just looked at them for a moment. "F this." Needlepoint broke the silence and turned to the window she was sitting next to. Before either the hero or vigilante could react, she threw the window open and climbed out. They watched in shock as she disappeared from sight. "Well, nobody started. Let's go, we still have to find Overhaul and the rest of them." Eraser nodded to the door. Nobody forced himself to look away from the still open window. "Right. Yeah, let's go." The hero and vigilante made their way to the office that nobody had passed earlier. They had managed to take out everyone except Overhaul, Torment, Chronostasis, and Mimic, and Needlepoint, but she was out of the picture. They were so close, but the hardest battle had yet to be fought. The villains that were left were the most dangerous of them all. As Eraserhead went to open the door to the office, Nobody reached into his pocket and pressed the button twice, letting Tsukochi know that the last part of the plan was in effect. As Eraserhead and Nobody go against the last of the Shy Hasaikai, the police enter the building to arrest everyone that the duo had knocked out. Eraser looked at Nobody with a silent question. Nobody just nodded in return. They were ready. With that, Eraser pushed open the door. The hero and the vigilante stood for a moment in the doorway, with the villains staring at them, before Eraser finally stepped forward. "You are all under arrest, come peacefully or we will have no choice but to take you in by force. Don't bother calling for backup, there is no one." The villains all stared at the duo for a moment. "The two of you will take us in by force. How do you expect that to work?" Torment spoke up. Nobody looked over at Eraser, who was looking back at him. "You are the last people conscious in this building, so I don't think it is too unreasonable to think it is possible." Nobody spoke while shrugging. He was terrified, but he refused to show it. The villains in the room didn't know it, but he had first-hand experience of their quirks and he would rather never experience them again. Even Eraser wasn't really aware of the full extent to which Nobody had experience of their quirks. Somehow Nobody had forgotten to mention in his notes that Torment had ever used his quirk on him. If he had, he doubted that Eraser and Tsukochi would have agreed to this plan. They barely agreed to this plan as it was. Nobody noticed that after he spoke the villains looked unsettled for a moment, but it only lasted a second. "Well, let's not waste any time then." Overhaul stood as he spoke. Nobody wanted to believe that they were going to come peacefully, but after spending a few months there, he knew better. In one fluid movement, Overhaul took off his glove and reached for the vigilante. Nobody barely ducked out of the way in time to avoid being disassembled. In an instant, Eraser and Nobody were switching positions. They knew that they were at a disadvantage no matter what, but they figured that having Eraser take out Overhaul's quirk would be the only way they would succeed. After all, his quirk was the only one that could take them out in an instant. Nobody turned to the other three to find only Torment in front of him. Chronostasis and Mimic had joined the fight between Eraser and Overhaul. Not wanting to allow Torment to get close enough to touch him, Nobody pulled out his multigun. Quickly making sure it was loaded with tranquilizer bullets, Nobody fired, but Torment was already out of the way. Not allowing Nobody a chance to take aim, Torment moved. The villain was quick, darting toward the vigilante. It only took a moment for the gun to be thrown across the room. Unable to do much else, Nobody pulled out his extendable staff and got ready for a more close-ranged fight. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to charge his staff in a while, so he didn't have the electrical component on his side. As he traded blows with Torment, it seemed like there was a chance that they would succeed. From what Nobody could see from the occasional glance over at Eraser's fight, he also was doing well, even against the three powerful villains. Of course, that was when it all went bad. Nobody got distracted, just for a moment, but it was long enough for Torment to finally get a hand on him. 1 second nobody was about to defeat Torment, the next second he was in pain. It wasn't the first time that 𝐤𝐻 was up against multiple powerful villains, and it probably won't be the last, but that doesn't make anything any easier. It didn't help that Odysseus was fighting an equally dangerous villain right next to him. 𝐤𝐻 couldn't help but look over at him every so often, checking to make sure he was okay. Luckily, it seemed like both of them were doing well. 𝐤𝐻 managed to wrap Chronastasis and Mimic up in his capture weapon while fighting Overhaul. He was about to get Overhaul as well when suddenly the room filled with tortured screams. The way Overhaul's eyes lit up at the sound made him sick, but he pushed that away as he looked over to where the sound was coming from. As soon as he saw that the screaming was coming from Odysseus, he activated his quirk, cancelling out Torments. Immediately the screaming stopped and it seemed like everything paused. In that pause, two things happened. Odysseus lashed out with his staff at Torment, who was unsettled by the feeling of his quirk being cut off, and knocked him out, and Chronastasis managed to get 𝐤𝐻 with his minute hand. 𝐤𝐻 found himself unable to do anything except cancel the villain's quirks as the fight came to an end. Odysseus readied himself to fight the remaining men, but the villains must have decided that it wasn't worth it while their quirks were erased. 𝐤𝐻 watched the leaders of the 𝐻𝐼 Hasaikai all take off out the window. Odysseus moved to follow, but he must have realized it was pointless because he stopped halfway there. Right as the villains disappeared from view, the door burst open, revealing 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻, but the police were too late. They had managed to arrest most of the 𝐻𝐼 Hasaikai, but they had failed where it mattered most. 3 of the leaders got away.